Welcome to the best of July 2021. 6 hours of terrifying tales for your enjoyment. These stories are placed in no particular order. A huge thank you to all of the authors for allowing me to share these stories with all of you. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to drop a like rating. Also, if you are new and you aren't already subscribed, please consider. I post long videos just like this one all the time. Enjoy the video, and as always, I hope you all have a great night. As a broke student, you know we're always looking for a way to make quick money without having to do anything you're not okay with. I've filled out online surveys, tested products for small amounts of money, and done jobs for friends and family to gather a little extra cash. I've filled job applications out like you wouldn't believe. But you probably would believe that it ain't easy to find a job with little to no experience when you're fresh out of high school and straight into college. My parents gave me money during high school, and truth be told, I'd rather have been hanging out with my friends outside of school than looking for a part-time job. So I ended up in college and experience-less. I am rooming with my friend from high school, Kate. Kate was pretty much in the same boat as me when it came to not having experience and finding it hard to get a job. We were Google searching how to make money fast, since despite both of us being from pretty well-off families, we didn't want to have to depend on our parents for money whenever we wanted it. We came across a blog that had some pretty bogus ideas, but some okay ones too. The one that caught our eyes was selling things we didn't want anymore on eBay for some quick cash. We figured we had plenty of stuff we could sell for a decent amount, so we both put some items up for sale and waited around. Honestly, money came in quicker than I would have thought. It wasn't huge amounts, but given we were living together and could share appliances like hair dryers and straightening irons, we had no problem selling the spares. We'd made enough money within a couple of weeks to be able to take a break from it and go spend our newly earned money. We were browsing the homepage to see if there was anything we fancied. Hey, Kate nudged me. I wonder what the weirdest shit that's been sold on here is. I let out a chuckle. Let's find out. We clicked through ads until we came across one ad that caught both of our eyes. My breath in a jar. Buy it now. $79.99. Kate and I looked at each other and burst out laughing. I wondered if anything like this had sold before, so I typed in breath in a jar, clicked search and filtered the results to sold items only. When I say I was shocked, that's a gigantic understatement. There was pages of this sort of thing. People claiming it was the breath of celebrities, their own breath, you name it. One had sold for $400 that the seller claimed was a celebrity that had died a month or two prior. We had a good laugh at it all before a stupid thought popped into my head. I bet someone is willing to pay me big bucks for my soul on here. I laughed. Kate snorted, shoving me. You're serious? Dude, you have to post this. It would be the funniest thing ever. I shot Kate a smile and got to work on the ad. Soul for sale. 19-year-old girl. Once you hit buy, it's yours for all eternity. $50,000. No refunds. Kate let out a loud gasp. Anna, she started. 50K? Come on. What? A soul this great don't come cheap. She rolled her eyes, spewed out some shit about how nobody was going to pay that much, and after a few days, we'd pretty much forgotten about the whole thing. 2 nights ago, at around 1 a.m., we'd just finished watching a movie and we got into bed. We were chatting in the dark and getting pretty tired when my phone vibrated from my nightstand. I picked it up, looked at the notification, and screamed, dropping my phone on the floor beside my bed. Kate jumped out of bed, picking my phone up off the floor. She too let out a scream when she read the notification. PayPal. $50,000 from... I looked at Kate, who stood there in silence staring at me. This has to be a joke, right? It's not real. Surely it's not. She passed my phone back to me. I went into my PayPal account, clicked my balance and hit withdraw. Then a notification popped up from my bank app. $50,000 received from PayPal. I screamed again. I showed it to Kate. She screamed again. Campus security knocked on our door a few times asking if we were all right. We assured him that we were fine and sat in our beds, just looking at my bank account balance. I don't know what time we fell asleep, but eventually we did. Yesterday I woke up and Kate was already up and dressed. Come on, sleepyhead. She pulled the blankets off me. Shower and get dressed. We've got some shopping to do. I groaned and got out of bed. There's still a pandemic, you know. Okay. The mall is open and we have masks. Come on. I sighed again, and eventually, after some more persuasion, jumped in the shower, got dressed, and we left the dorm to head to the mall. Kate was so full of energy. She even had a spring in her step. As for me, I felt nothing. I put it down to me being tired, so when Kate asked me why I seemed so grumpy, I gave her the excuse I was giving myself. I bought so much shit. I bought a new laptop for school that I desperately needed, but that didn't satisfy me. I bought so many pairs of shoes, so many outfits, so much makeup, but I still wasn't satisfied. Kate was in her element all day. I, on the other hand, wasn't. I just wanted to go back to our dorm. The time finally came to go home, and for the first time all day, I felt somewhat happy. Happy it was over. When I got back to the dorm, my parents called me, and I couldn't wait to get rid of them. I hadn't seen either of them for over a month by this point, but I was glad of it. My dad was halfway through telling me he loved me, and I hung up, making a gagging noise. It was from that moment that I felt like something was wrong. I've always loved my parents, and talking to them, but now I couldn't stand the thought of them. Hey, I turned to Kate, who was trying on her new outfits. Do you think that person really bought my soul? Kate let out a loud laugh and checked herself out again in the mirror. Dude, come on. Do you really think people were selling famous breath? You're being stupid. Felt as though my blood was burning inside of me. I hated what she just said. I hated her. Yeah, and you're being a bitch. I snapped. Hey. Kate turned to me, hands on her hips. What have you got your underwear in a twist for? Maybe you need some sleep or something. Jeez. Maybe you need your throat slit. Kate looked at me in what I can only describe as shock and a little fear. She took a small step backwards and stared at me without saying a word. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I mumbled. Truth is, I did mean it. Something came over me, and in that moment, I really meant it. She stood there for another second, staring. After what felt like fucking forever, she finally spoke. What's gotten into you, Anna? Why are you acting so weird today? I shrugged my shoulders and stood up, heading towards the door, and leaving Kate stood in our room, completely flabbergasted. I went to a nearby store and bought some supplies before heading to a park to sit there for a while. When I finally arrived back at the dorm, Kate was asleep in her bed. I walked slowly over to her and took the box of razor blades I bought out of my bag. I stared at it for a while before looking down at Kate when something caught my eye from beside me. The mirror that was on the wall facing Kate's bed was showing my reflection, standing over my best friend with a razor in my hand. I watched, completely still, as my arm in my reflection moved and ran its finger over the sharp end of the razor blade. Blood trickled down from its finger, and my reflection raised its arm and sucked it off. I was frozen. I could taste my blood. My reflection leaned over Kate's bed and dug the razor blade into her neck, quickly pulling it across her neck. Blood spilled everywhere as Kate's reflection twitched and jerked and tried to stop herself from bleeding. I looked down to my best friend beside me, who was sleeping soundly, unharmed. Kate's reflection stopped convulsing, and my reflection raised the blade and pulled it across its tongue. I could taste blood again. My reflection walked forwards, and I followed, standing face to face with myself. "This is the beginning," my reflection whispered, blood trickling out of my mouth as it spoke. I stared into its eyes. They were cold, black, soulless. I shut my eyes tight, and when I opened them, I was looking at myself again, my real self. I stared into my eyes for a few seconds, noticing that there was a dark black ring around the outside of my iris, and I think it's very slowly growing. This morning I checked it again, and it's slightly bigger. The scariest part of all this is that when I was watching my reflection kill my best friend, part of me enjoyed it. I thought it was a joke. I thought for sure I'd get an email from whoever this was demanding their money back. But 30 minutes ago, they left a 5-star review on my eBay page. I sold my soul on eBay for only $50K, and I need to get it back. There are so many people in this world that hate spiders. I'm not one of them. I've loved the creepy crawlers ever since I was a kid. So when I was finally able to find a good job at the marketing company and move away from my parents, I've spent more than $400 for an enclosure, food, and other equipment for a sweet female Mexican red-knee tarantula. I named her Ice Cream, just because I thought that would be hilarious to combine humanity's greatest love and greatest fear in her. In the town where I moved to, people were all welcoming and friendly, even to a girl with a strange spider obsession. Many people in the area were actually willing to come to my place and see Ice Cream while I could serve them my homemade potato biscuits. However, there was just one rule. No touching. If you are allergic to her bite, you could die, and if you drop her, she will die. But most people were kind enough to let her be, except for Madame Davidson from across the street. Madame Davidson was a very old, very eccentric lady. She was demanding us to call her Madame, although most kids in the town were calling her Old Witch. She really resembled a witch with her long nose, wrinkly face, toothless smile, and a habit of wearing black clothes only. She also liked to collect stray cats and even dogs. But nobody has ever seen her with an animal. Some people went far enough to call some animal rights organizations, but they'd never find anything unusual. They believed that the animal she brought home would run through the always open back door of her house. However, people were wary of her all the time. I had the misfortune to meet her one evening while I was carrying some fresh cockroaches for Ice Cream. She rudely asked me what is it that I have in the bag. I thought that she might have mistook the bugs for dog poop and thought that I was about to drop it in her garden. "Those are just some roaches from my pet," I said politely. "Oh, so you keep lizards?" she asked. "No." I smiled. "I have a tarantula. Her name is Ice Cream, and she's very..." Madame Davidson interrupted me by screaming out a whole word salad with sauce. I barely understood anything, but she was threatening to kill both me and my spider, and that I was crazy for keeping it, and so on. I guessed that she really hated spiders and moved on, but she hit me with her bag, staring at me with her piercing pale blue eyes. I dropped the bag with the cockroaches, which exploded, and they ran away in all directions. I cursed and turned to her, but I saw that she was smiling. Her toothless smile was so creepy that I immediately turned away and went home. Luckily for ice cream, I had one cockroach in the kitchen. 2 days later, Madame Davidson had died. I saw an ambulance in front of her house when I was driving home from work. The doctors told me that she had a stroke. It turned out that she actually had a son who was calling her every evening. When she didn't respond after 3 calls, he called 911. They found her dead on the sofa, with the evening news turned on the TV. She was 87. I don't know if you've ever had the misfortune to live next to a house of somebody who had just died, but it's not a nice feeling. It somehow haunts you. I was feeling guilty for having that short argument with her. I knew that it was highly unlikely that I've caused her stroke, but, I was feeling guilty. It was all amplified by the fact I couldn't attend her funeral, as that day I had an important meeting with a client. I wanted to do something nice for her family and all, but I didn't know what. But during the weekend, her son and his wife and kids collected all of her belongings and held an open sale in her garden. I was curious to see what they might be selling, so I approached. There were mostly things one would expect in an old lady's home. Knitting equipment, ancient teapots and cutlery, old chairs, paintings, and so on. But what caught my eye was a houseplant that she was keeping. It resembled a mistletoe, being round and bush-like with dark green leaves. However, it had many bright red flowers and it seemed so pretty even though it was slowly drying up. I thought that it might look nice in my living room. $2, said Mr. Davidson. I was surprised by the extremely low price. I mean, the plant did look a little bit out of shape, but it was big and certainly would cost more. It's because the pot unbearably stinks, he explained to me. I can't wait to get rid of it. I brought the plants home and, was Mr. Davidson right. It was barely noticeable in the open, but now, in my living room, I could feel the awful stench. It felt almost like a corpse. I knew there were some tropical plants that naturally smell like corpses to attract the flies that pollinate them, but this was ridiculous. I decided to see if there was something bad inside the pot. I took the plant out and, I almost threw up on the floor. A corpse of a cat was rotting away around the plant's roots. I believe that the old lady was senile enough to bury the cat inside the pot. I mean, old people do all sorts of crazy stuff when dementia hits them. I opened all the windows on the house, took a cleaning mask, which had no effect at all, and a pair of gloves. The cat must have been there for quite a while because the roots have grown all over its corpse. It took me more than an hour to remove all the remaining bones and fur. Then I washed the plant's roots, threw away all earth from its pot, and I left the plant in a bucket with some water nearby Ice Cream's terrarium. I've never seen her act so strangely. The moment she noticed the plant, she ran out of her favorite hiding spot and started banging onto the glass. "What's wrong with you, silly spider?" I exclaimed and tried to pacify her. However, she was trying to bite. This has never happened before. Maybe she was set off by the pungent smell. I removed the plant away from her enclosure and placed it next to the window, but Ice Cream was still on full alert, with her front legs upright, a clear sign of aggression. She was facing towards the plant. I had no real will to get into a tarantula's silly brain. I needed to remove the horrible smell from my body that instant. I took an hour-long shower. I used up half of the shower gel and almost all of the shampoo. While I was cleaning myself, I noticed that I cut myself on the left wrist as I was cleaning the plant. I sighed, hoping that it won't provoke weird questions from my colleagues on Monday. When I woke up the next morning, the plant was already looking better. It was probably one of those plants that need plenty of water to survive, I thought. However, Ice Cream was not better. She was still aggressive, trying to bite, and she didn't even notice when I gave her a cockroach for breakfast. I seriously began considering taking her to a vet, but I had to rush to my work. While I was coming home, I stopped by a gardening supplies shop and bought a new pot and some earth for the plant. I also removed it from the living room and put her on my desk. This actually caused Ice Cream to calm down a little bit. Madame Davidson was probably terrified of spiders. I thought, maybe this particular plant had some spider-repelling qualities. I was feeling sorry for Ice Cream, but as the days passed, she seemed to have recovered. However, every time I was leaving or entering the room, I could see her lifting her spider paws and laying them onto the glass. She would sometimes even bang it. You know, tarantulas do not have any ways of showing expressions, but I knew that she was very worried about something. The spring was slowly turning into summer, and the days were getting longer. Maybe that was the thing exhausting me. I didn't know what was going on. I was feeling so weak, especially if I had to bend over or squat. Getting up, I would see numerous violet spots floating in my field of vision, blurring it. I would sometimes shake for no reason. I would lose my breath by just walking to the car. I was feeling endlessly tired, and it was getting worse. I would get out of breath for just moving around the house. I had a constant headache, and my vision would often double. One day at the office, I dropped my pen. As I bent over to grab it, everything turned black. I finally lost consciousness. I woke up at the hospital, and by my right side was a packet of blood. The nurse immediately called for the doctor when she saw that I was awake. I was feeling drowsy and inexplicably weak. I probably haven't eaten for a while as I felt the emptiness in my stomach, but not real hunger. When the doctor walked in, I didn't have the strength to get up. "It's okay," he said. "It's a miracle that you're alive. When you arrived at the hospital, you were lacking 3/4 of your blood. One of the most severe cases of blood loss I've seen in my life." Blood loss? But I didn't suffer any injury. Did I? Have I hurt myself upon falling in the office and had massive internal bleeding? "That's the worst part," said the doctor. "We have no idea what caused the blood loss. You have no injuries, internal or external. Please, tell me, do you use any kind of medication? Do you often drink aspirin or some painkiller that contains it?" But I didn't. I was a healthy 28-year-old woman with no previous health issues. The results were a shocker to me as much as they were for the doctors. My blood tests were fine, but the cause of such amount of bleeding was not found. The only thing the doctor could propose was to get a Doppler scanning of my blood vessels and see what's up with them. The results are haunting me to this day. Doctor was trembling as he was showing me the images. He himself had no explanation. I was the first such documented case in history. I was staring at the pale brown mass spreading through every blood vessel in my body. It looked exactly like roots, and it was sucking all the blood out of my body. "In order to save you, we'd have to do the impossible, to remove all of those roots," the doctor whispered. "But they've spread all over the left side of your body, from largest arteries to the smallest capillaries. There is no medical technology that could save you, miss. At the rate these things are taking your blood, you have just a few days of life left." I took a deep breath and told the doctor that I want to die in my house. I needed to call my parents and sister to inform them, and I needed to feed Ice Cream one last time. I know it might feel silly that I was caring about her so much at that moment, but I wanted to spend my last time with her. I declined doctors' offers to receive more blood. What was the point of prolonging a life for a few hours when those precious bags could be used for somebody who isn't doomed? Took a taxi to drive me home. I barely had the strength to walk inside. to open the door. I sat down onto my desk and stared at the plant. It has grown. Its flowers were blood red and abundant. Even some red berries were growing on it, but it looked like a mistletoe. I needed to know what type of mistletoe it was. They all have white flowers and fruit. A quick Google search revealed to me that the mistletoe is a half parasite. That means that it takes water from its host tree, but does photosynthesis on its own. But this plant was not attached to the host tree. My eyes rolled back to my left hand. The scar was now resembling just a small puncture wound. The little scratch that I got while cleaning the plant from the dead cat. Was that its previous meal? Am I its next one? Was Madame Davidson collecting the cats and dogs to feed her diabolical mistletoe? Ice Cream was still in her favorite position. Front legs raised, slightly bent and leaning to the glass. I had to hold on to the wall to be able to walk to her terrarium. She was not taking her tiny black eyes off me. I wanted to give her a cockroach, the last one that she'll ever have from me. I wanted to watch her bite into the creature, liquefy its juicy insides and suck it out one last time. Spiders are able to destroy the insect's insides with their venom. And Ice Cream was trying to bite me. I don't know why, but I realized that there was something more to my girl than hairy legs and giant fangs. Maybe she was not scared of the plant for no reason. Maybe she knows what to do. I opened the terrarium. I knew how weak I was and how dead would Ice Cream be if I dropped her. But I needed her. I hid my left arm behind my back and slowly put the right one into her terrarium. I felt her hairy spider paws climbing onto it. She did not seem too agitated. I lifted her. God, she was so heavy. Listen, Icy. I whispered, looking into her tiny black eyes. You must be still. I will put you on the ground. Please, please don't move until I do it. She was listening to me. I felt it. She was calm and did not stop keeping an eye on me. I carefully placed her onto the carpet and laid down. Then I offered her my left wrist. Do it, girl. The pain of her bite was probably amplified by the overall weakness in my body. My whole left side was burning. I don't remember whether I was screaming or not. I just know that I fell unconscious. I woke up to Ice Cream's black and orange fluffy legs. She was mere inches from my face. My left arm was swollen and red with 2 big puncture wounds. Tarantula's venom isn't that potent though. With proper care, I'll be fine in a week or 2. But what caught my eye was a huge mess of black, rotting strings all over my carpet. They were the shape of the left side of a human being. The roots that have spread to my every organ were removed, gently liquefied by Ice Cream's bite. I somehow crawled to my desk. The plant was already drying. I didn't want to waste my strength on it, nor on the cleaning of the mess on the carpet. I called 911 as I needed another bag of blood, or several of them, and I was also bitten by a tarantula. What a wonderful day for them. But before they came, I gently took the spider from the floor and put it back into the terrarium. I switched the temperature to a little warmer, as she probably froze, spinning all night on the carpet. Hey, Ice Cream, I whispered. Guess who deserves 2 juicy cockroaches? I have a, whatever the opposite of a recommendation is, to make for a cottage my wife and I booked on Airbnb. Maybe someone can help fill in the details I'm having trouble remembering. I hope so. My wife and I live in Virginia, along with our dog, Algernon. We both work and have a decent amount of friends. Or friendly acquaintances at least, so our lives are relatively busy. Now, don't get me wrong. We're both homebodies as much as we can manage, but the social pull of the occasional brunch and the need to buy groceries, fold laundry, walk the dog, etc. tend to fill up a calendar. It's because of all this that whatever we can get away with for a weekend, we try to. Last fall, my wife Olivia was finishing a months-long project at work. As it happened, I had a week or so of twiddling my thumbs on the horizon at my job. We decided to seize the opportunity and make a 3-day weekend in the Blue Ridge Mountains. My coworker, Martin, invited himself along, but being friends outside of work, we were happy to have him. Now, here's where I have to start relying on some kind of fuzzy memories. We found a place to rent on Airbnb for a steal. I recall the host saying that there was a cancellation, but when I later went back to check the website, I found nothing. My bank account and my emails. Nothing. No mention of the cottage at all. I call it a cottage, but if you're thinking of a log cabin in the woods, you're picturing it wrong. Think more Rivendell from the Lord of the Rings movies, but with a chef's kitchen. You get the idea. I had asked my wife what she thought, and she matter-of-factly said, "Honey, I would fuck that house." So it was settled. A week later, we left. I couldn't tell you where we drove exactly after we got off the Skyline Drive. My Maps app doesn't seem to remember either, but the mountains were beautiful as we slowly curved around the meandering scenic roads. Yellows, tawny reds, campfire oranges, and blues as they stretched onward into the distance. We took our time, stopped at overlooks, bought some fresh vegetables at a roadside stand. At the vegetable stand, the seller, a friendly woman in a thick sweater and jeans, asked us where we were staying. I told her. Now, I can't remember what I said, but I can remember the look in her eyes. A look of fear. Warning. I now know. She had gripped my wrist so tightly, but then said, "Enjoy your stay. It's a really beautiful cottage." What was that? My wife asked as we drove away. I don't know. Mountain flirting? I joked uneasily, watching the seller's terrified face as it shrank away in my rearview mirror. Martin's blue Jetta was parked next to the cottage as we pulled up. We took the place in through the sap-freckled windshield of our SUV. Large, vaguely Nordic, in pale creams and whites with an A-frame roof and a wraparound screened-in porch. I can still picture it perfectly in my mind. I've even tried to draw it a few times. I'm no great artist, but I can draw well enough. Even so, the pictures always end up looking like heavy-handed scribbles. We took our groceries and bags out of the car, and looked forward to sun-dappled hikes and cool, lazy evenings drinking wine and listening to the music of the crickets. Martin greeted us at the door after we passed through the rocking chair-laden porch. I say greeted, but really he stood in the doorway as Olivia opened it. He looked, I don't know, tired, I suppose. "Hi, Marty," my wife said, throwing her arms around him in an ungraceful, very Olivia hug. Martin stared at me over my wife's shoulder, his eyes widening in a look somehow reminiscent to the vegetable seller's. His bottom lip was trembling slightly, and as I knitted my brow in confusion, he whispered, "Don't." Olivia continued, exuberant and oblivious. "My God, feels like it's been months. What about this place? It's fucking gorgeous, right? Where's... Fuck. Try to remember it all, but some of the details still evade me. Come on. Oh my goodness, Livy. Gorgeous. Wait until you see the view from the balcony off the loft. Chills, but first, wine." Just like that, Martin exploded into his usual extroverted self. Olivia had pushed past him, and boom. A joke? I wondered as I hefted a duffel onto my shoulder and held the tiny handle of my wife's rolling suitcase. Maybe Martin had run into the same vegetable seller on the way up. He did have a sometimes overly dry sense of humor. I justified the shift in my mind. The commonalities of the afternoon were coincidence. A feeling needling in the back of my mind told me something was wrong, but I ignored it. I was being paranoid. As I stepped through the door, I was struck by the beauty of the space. There was an ethereal, almost heavenly quality to it. Large picture windows ran up the far side of a great room, split by a loft where a number of plush leather-clubbed chairs sat partly hidden by a carved wooden railing. The main seating area was sunken into the floor, an inviting nest of stylish Scandinavian mid-century furniture, and a cast-iron standalone fireplace. Otis Redding's voice drifted through the air in a cut of "The Dock of the Bay" I'd never heard. "No TV, huh?" I remarked, putting down the bags. "And you'll have to thank the host for that, and for the wine," Martin said, pouring another 2 glasses of red wine to join his own. "Don't worry, Will. There's a record player. Take off your shoes and dust off some of those moves I saw at your wedding." He must have seen me frown or something, because he continued with, "Well, come on, man. If you're so hard up for a screen to sit in front of, I remember the website saying there was a TV in the basement." My wife's and Martin's idea of relaxation was slightly different from my own. They'd dance and sing and get drunk, but I needed a ball game from time to time. It could wait a while, though, I thought. For now, I'd enjoy the serenity of our little woodland paradise. I don't remember much of the rest of the day. We drank wine, I'm sure, and I seem to remember helping Olivia make a grilled cheese sandwich with a cast iron skillet and press. All in all, the day and night was uneventful. Until around 2 a.m. Olivia shook me awake from a sound sleep. "Will, we forgot Elgie in the car. He's been out there for hours. Baby, he's probably so scared. Can you go get him out?" She was frantic, panicking. "Liv, we took Algernon to a doggy daycare before we left." I croaked groggily. "He's fine, honey. You were the one who walked him in." It took a while for the hyperventilation to calm down, but as soon as it did, she was out like a light. I wasn't so lucky. I lay awake for some time picturing the face of the vegetable seller. She had seemed so frightened, like a parent watching their child follow a ball into a busy street. I closed my eyes and tried to think of anything else, tried to imagine the next few days. I might have actually started to drift off when I heard the scratching. Being a dog owner, it's not unusual to hear scratching on a door at night, but Algernon was nearly 100 miles away. It was the door to the hall. A distinct, slow scratching. I sat up to get a better listen and thought I saw the doorknob turn ever so slowly. I whispered loudly toward the door. "Martin, we're fine. Olivia was just..." The handle bolt clicked and the door creaked open about a foot. "Martin, we're fine." I waited for a while, watching the door, but it remained still. After a while, I went back to uneasy sleep. In the morning, I asked Martin and Olivia about the night before. Olivia couldn't remember her late night panic, and Martin said he had slept like a log the whole night. I had heard the scratching, seen the door. I had comforted Olivia. At least I thought I had. Maybe this place is haunted, Martin said, smirking as he stirred a mimosa pitcher. Olivia giggled. "I think if I died in a place this nice, I might have to haunt it too." The two of them were so peppy, glowing even. I felt as though I had pulled a double shift on a factory line. The mimosas did help, though the sparkling wine the host had left, just like the Shiraz the day before, had a slight acrid tang. Like licking a coin on the first sip. Evelyn Estate, I noted. A name that seemed familiar enough, but one I would be sure to forget in future grocery trips. "Hey Marty, did you pass a vegetable stand on the way in?" I asked, trying to reason around his odd greeting. No, we came straight here. Why? You didn't buy any mountain mushrooms, did you? He hung on the quip, smiling. Oh, come on, that was a joke. I felt nauseous all of a sudden. His joke that I had assumed from the day before. Don't what? I ruminated the rest of the morning, and as Olivia cleared the champagne flutes and juice cup from the table, I asked if anyone wanted to go for a hike. Oh, babe. We were going to go through the vinyl collection and see what gems this place is hiding. But you should go. Work up that feral mountain musk. I forced a smile. If Martin wasn't gay, I might have been concerned about Olivia's rebuke. Part of me actually yearned for a feeling as trivial as jealousy. What I felt was dread. Something heavy, growing, but just out of sight. I decided to set out alone, knowing that the crisp autumn air would do me some good. Perhaps it was the unfamiliar setting of the cottage that was unsettling me. How long had it been since I had last slept outside of my own bed? The cottage was perfect in every conceivable way, from the marble-countered kitchen to the spa-like bathroom, but it wasn't home. I hiked a trail that ran behind the cottage, a hilly, beaten path with plenty of boulders and climbs to challenge my body so my mind could rest. The air did seem restorative, and as I rested on a fallen tree at the peak of a rise, my phone buzzed in my pocket. Now understand, at work, I am practically attached to my phone, an occupational codependency that follows me everywhere I go. It was in that moment looking out over a shallow valley that I realized I hadn't once thought of the thing that since arriving. Maybe this place is special in some inscrutable way, I thought. My mind might have searched for some whispering insidiousness, because it's detoxing from stress. I pulled out my phone, promising myself that it would just be a glance. 8 missed calls, 23 missed texts. The screen went black. Dead battery. My mind grasped at the void. What had happened? It's Saturday. Algernon, was he okay? If not, why 23 text messages? No, something else. I thought of grim possibilities as I hurried home, nearly rolling my ankle half a dozen times. I must have gotten service momentarily while I was resting. How long was whoever trying to contact me? I walked and walked and walked. For too long. The trail was a straight shot. Somewhat challenging, yes, but there were no intersections. No branches. I guessed that my hike out was around an hour, perhaps 2 miles at my leisurely pace. I'd been walking back for much longer. Where was the cottage? I kept walking and then backtracked, breaking twigs and noting them as I saw them again. I scrutinized the trail, stopping every 100 feet to look around. Where was the damned cottage? My stomach twisted as I considered my predicament. I hadn't brought food or light. I wasn't an outdoorsman. Not really. I was hungry. I would have to sleep outside, shivering in the cold, stomach rumbling. Would Olivia come looking for me? I saw her face in my mind, wandering aimlessly through the dark, calling for me and feeling more and more hopeless, just as I was. I remember sitting down on the path and crying. Actually, crying. Why didn't I turn back at the vegetable stand? The sun was sinking lower and lower into the sky. And then I saw the light from the picture windows of the cottage off in the distance. I had crossed by the same stretch a half-dozen times. It wasn't there. Now it was. I stared at the pointed slivers through the blackening silhouette of 1,000 impassive autumn leaves. Like a campfire, I thought, inviting but hiding a monster just outside its glow. I wanted to leave, to get Olivia, get in the car, and leave. I threw open the front door, but as soon as I entered the cottage, my ordeal seemed somehow distant. dampened. Olivia and Martin sat beside the fireplace as it crackled in time with The Dock of the Bay. The wine looked refreshing, and the glow that permeated the space comforted me like the easy summers of childhood. "Hi, babe. Where did you get off to?" Olivia asked, lazily slurring her words. I remember my search for the cottage clearly now. I have the benefit of perspective, but at the time, I couldn't give my wife a truthful answer. I couldn't remember. It wasn't important. "Just popped out for a minute, Liv." She smiled melancholically. Be waiting till the morning, see. Can't wait until the morning. Be waiting till the morning. I hadn't noticed the record skipping. I was jolted awake by the sound of breaking glass. Disoriented, my head pounding, I looked around the sunken living room. The fire had died in the fireplace, giving the air an oddly stale smell of ash. I was alone in the dark. The middle of the night, I guessed, though my phone was still in my pocket. Still dead. Another glassy eruption. It was close. Above me. The loft. I darted up the stairs, my trail-blistered feet sending angry pulses up my legs. There was a breeze and... "Marty, what the hell are you?" Martin threw another wine glass at the floor. A single lamp dimly lit the surroundings. He looked gaunt, his skin devoid of its usual color. All over his arms were small, dark rings and circles. I stepped closer. No, not rings. Bite marks. He grabbed another glass and turned toward me, his face, this time unmistakably terrified. "Marty, what's going on? What happened to you?" The opening bass line to The Dock of the Bay began to play loudly from below, and Martin seemed to flinch. This song again? "Liv?" I called down. "I'll be sitting till the evening comes." "Olivia?" She didn't answer. "Marty, buddy, talk to me." He was trembling, shaking. "I saw him, Will. I remember." "Who? Saw who, Marty?" The music was getting louder. "She'll never let us go. We shouldn't have come." "She? Olivia? What the fuck are you talking about? What happened to you?" "She's always here. With them. Always watching. Pulling. Always watching. Slowly and slowly." He was doing a sort of shifting, jittery dance, like a child that needed the potty. This song was always playing. Otis Redding was never my fate. He stopped abruptly, his eyes widening in an exaggerated, animalistic terror that pushed into me like a knife. No, she's... I turned my head slowly and something unseen brushed against my arm. The song was blaring, seeming to nearly vibrate my teeth in my mouth. I turned back to Martin, and he was on the balcony. He looked back toward me. I can't. With an almost graceful agility, he stepped up onto the railing and leaned forward, disappearing over the edge. "Marty, no!" I screamed, as I helplessly watched the split second unfold. I heard my scream. The song had stopped. Marty hadn't made a sound as he fell, but there was a wet thud. I ran over to the balcony, afraid to lean over too far. I couldn't see his body through the opaque blackness below, but I knew he was gone. What had made him do it? Who was she? What? My thoughts spread and thinned and dissipated, muddied by fatigue and shock. My head thrummed, but the rhythm in my temples carried my feet back to my wife. Olivia was sound asleep as I entered the bedroom. I locked the door. I was so tired, so weary, and as I laid my head down, I heard the faint sound of a child crying. So tired, like drowning beneath the weight of spent time. So tired. Tap, tap, tap. I was awake, but lay with my eyes closed for a moment. The light on the other side of my lids seemed bright. Tap, tap, tap. I could hear something faint in the background. Comforting, melodic, beautiful. My head hurt. Tap, 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 tap. No. My head pounded. Coursing icy waves of nauseating pain that jarred my brain in a rhythmic tapping. I felt something coarse and rough beneath me. Not the expensive feeling sheets of the bed. The familiar, enchanting melodies sounded distant, hollow. The light was too bright, but I laboriously pulled open my eyes. Tap. Marty. The events of the night before came rushing back. I was on the floor of the sunken living room. How? I heard Olivia humming through the ringing in my ears, a reverberating echo of the tapping. I pulled myself to my feet. Olivia? Morning, babe. You look like you slept well. I'm just making a picture of Bloody Mary. Extra spicy how you like it. You want one? She was stirring and swaying her hips to whatever song was in her head. Olivia, Martin, last night. Who? She smiled, radiant, beautiful, a divine portrait of my wife in a scarcely buttoned shirt that ended mid-thigh. One of mine. Marty, a sob caught in my throat. He killed himself last night. He jumped off the balcony. Her face softened into a look of vaguely maternal concern. Oh, babe, that's terrible. Was he one of your baseball players? No, Olivia. Martin Harris. Our friend. The one who came with us on this trip. Look, if this is a joke, Liv, it's fucked up. He's dead, Liv. He's fucking dead. She carried a glass over to me, her face bearing the slightest touch of confusion. Will, I can see you're upset, but we came on this trip alone. Our romantic getaway, remember? She ran a finger along the inside edge of the button-down shirt to her navel. I don't know any Martin. She took a sip of the drink and licked her bottom lip. It's just us. No, Olivia, I'm fucking serious. Martin, Will, you're confused. Stressed. Maybe we could just... She closed on me slowly, sliding the shirt up over a bare hip. I could feel the inviting heat of her body, the curve of her... No. Fuck. I tried to focus. Martin, he was dead. Olivia, something's not right here with this place. Don't you see that? That damned song. The wine. When was the last time any of us ate? Everything was coming together. All of the little details. Martin had said he remembered. What were we forgetting? Olivia flexed her hips against me, shrugging the shirt off of one of her shoulders. Her seduction, the cottage. I thought, it's all a seduction. I pulled away from her and ran up the stairs to the loft. Martin was there. He had to be. I saw him jump. As I crossed the loft, a shard of glass bit into my foot, sending me hobbling toward the balcony. The glass that Martin broke the night before. It had happened. I wasn't crazy. I opened the doors, my head in the vice-like grip of a tightening migraine. I looked. Martin, his body, thin and pallid as the night before, sprawled over a wide granite knob that jutted from the earth. But he was mutilated, shredded, innards scattered and muscles torn from bone as if by some wild animal. What had happened to him? What? I heard the music begin to play again. Sitting in the morning sun. I hopped away from the balcony. Olivia, he's down there. Suddenly my thoughts poured out of my head and over my shoulders, washing me in a warm release like coming home from the snow. I heard the shard crunch in my foot as I brought it down. This really is an amazing song. The cottage is magical. I walked toward the stairs, gazing down on the room below. Olivia lay on the sofa, propped up on her elbows, bouncing a raised foot behind her to the rhythm of the song. The shirt she had been wearing sat crumpled on the floor. Our romantic getaway. I remembered. Just us. I awoke on the sofa, my head resting on Olivia's chest. My mind was foggy, but light. Olivia slowly stroked my hair, and as I stirred, she said, I was wondering when you'd wake up. Were we talking about something? I wouldn't say we talked much. She grinned. I felt, in that moment, like I was missing a word on the tip of my tongue. Something slightly elusive, but ultimately unimportant. How long have we been here? I asked. She sighed. Not nearly long enough, but you should really go for a hike. You said the whole way here that you didn't want to sit around the whole time like a vegetable. Vegetable. So how about it? Why don't you go work up that feral mountain musk? Feral. I felt a wave of deja vu come over me. Not a bad idea. I might just pop out for a bit. The words came out of my mouth without my thinking them, but I had some nascent misgivings about the notion of a hike. Had I heard some story about a mountain lion attack? A hiker who had gotten lost? I couldn't remember. Actually, Liv, I think I remember something about there being a TV in the basement. I might check to see if a game's on. I felt her chest rising and falling beneath my head, her breath quickening slightly. Don't. She had whispered the word with a sudden urgency. There was something foreboding and familiar about it, and how she said it, but as I craned my neck to see her face, she looked me into the eyes through heavy lids and slurred out, Don't forget your drink, babe. The door to the basement wasn't obvious. A short door, perhaps 4 feet tall, in the hallway to the bedrooms. I ducked low before carefully descending a flight of steps. Squeaky stairs. My foot hurt like I had accidentally caught a nail or something, but kept heading downward. I heard the sound of static before I noticed the blue-white glow of the television. Did Olivia leave it on? I wondered as I rounded a cobwebby timber wall. The television was small with wood veneer sides and large silver knobs. I sat down in front of it, trying to remember why I had come down in the first place. The dark little space had no discernible lighting, other than the undulating speckles of the screen. But still it felt right. The photos, I thought, eyeing a tattered shoebox. White edges of Polaroids peeking over the top. I was getting them for... I tried to conjure the name for the face in my mind. That smiling, beautiful, familiar face. What was her name? Honey, I would fuck that house. She was funny. Just us. And sultry. The photos focused me back. Faded pictures of a happy family. A little girl on a rope swing pushed by her father, I supposed. A boy and his mother beaming in dappled light. A teenage girl painting the siding of a dollhouse. A little girl again riding a bike with streamers on the handlebars. Her mother cautiously hovering behind. The hairstyles and clothing suggested late 60s or early 70s. They seemed happy, content. Tap, tap, tap. That sound again. I put a few of the photos in my pocket for tap, tap. What was her name again, and why did my foot hurt? Tap, 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 tap. The sound of the static was so loud, it reminded me of... There was a man. What happened to him? There was a... Tap. Marty. Olivia. It came rushing back and a voice rasped right behind me. You don't belong here. Get out. My head was suddenly stricken with a blinding pain, like someone had struck it with an axe. I looked around frantically, my vision blurry. You don't belong. I felt a sudden chill overtake me and then heard quick footsteps in the distance. The stairs. Will? Olivia screamed from above. Olivia! I shouted back, my voice hoarse, my throat dry. I trudged toward the stairs, limping past my agonizing foot. I felt so weak, feeble, resting at each of the stairs in order to keep going. Olivia screamed again, a piercing, guttural scream. I pulled myself through the small door and onto the dusty floor of the cottage. I could see footprints in the grime, bloody, smeared footprints, small footprints. Large ones, and a distinct set heading away from the basement door. Slimy, long, and black. With great effort, I pulled myself to my feet, rubbing something sticky from my eyes. Blood. Olivia continued. Gut-wrenching cries pushed me forward, down the hall and into the... I stopped dead for a moment, shaking in buffeting waves of horror at what I saw. The thing looked up at me through black eyeless sockets. It was humanoid with glistening skin and mottled gray and white, washed out further by its bloody, lipless mouth. Get out! It shrieked. Olivia was beneath it. She didn't even look like my wife. Thin and pale, missing shredded chunks of her thighs and shoulder. The thing jerked toward her belly and pulled its head back, stretching mangled flesh and bloody pink viscera before gnashing and gulping it down. It was eating her. Olivia pushed and scratched and screamed, and I finally pushed past the terrified shock. Get away from her! I croaked, running forward and ramming into the thing. It tumbled over and I grabbed Olivia, helping her onto her feet. She could barely walk, heaving and retching as she stumbled. I could barely carry her weight, weak and wincing with every step. The door. Just make it to the door. Foot after foot we were getting closer. A few more steps. 2, 1. I passed the threshold. I felt the evening air of the porch. We were free. Safe. Olivia screamed, her body lurching backward. The thing held her wrist, pulling Olivia's chewed, bloody arm. No! Olivia shrieked, the thing's fingers tearing flesh and exposing bone below. I pulled Olivia, leaning my weight forward and bracing against the door frame. I pulled and pulled and pulled, and the two of us tumbled forward and onto the porch. Olivia continued to scream in heaving cries, and as I looked at her, I saw why. Her left arm ended at a tattered stump right at the elbow. I didn't look back as I dragged us across the porch and toward our SUV, but I heard the ripping of meat and the grating of teeth on bone behind me. I don't remember our drive or leaving the cottage. I awoke in a hospital. The doctor said that when we were found, we were dehydrated and extremely malnourished. When Olivia and I didn't come to work on Tuesday, our employers had called our phones. It had actually been Elgrenon's doggy daycare that eventually called the police. Or, rather, animal control on Thursday. We were reported missing when no one could recount for our whereabouts. That was 6 days before we were eventually found. Olivia retched and shook constantly that first day in the hospital. They pumped her stomach and found only coagulated blood. The doctor seemed confused when I mentioned the missing arm and the disembowelment. We get this sort of thing more than you'd think, he explained. Hikers go off into the woods without adequate preparation. They get lost, disoriented. Some of them lose touch with reality. Just be glad you're alive. Olivia still has digestive problems. Aches. She walks with a limp and can't use her left arm. I still have daily migraines. Psychosomatic, they tell us. One psychologist after another. The drugs help to dull the pain, but whenever I look at my wife, I see an open belly and a bloody stump. She averts her gaze when I pass by, but days after leaving the hospital, I worked up the nerve to look in the mirror. Nails. Around a dozen of them, tapped deeply into my head. We remembered Marty a couple weeks after we were found. I got in touch with his sister. She says she doesn't know who I am, that she's always been an only child. Company emails, nothing. Wedding photos, nothing. They never found his blue Jetta, and I doubt they ever will. That thing ate Martin, and not just his body, his existence. To my surprise, the Polaroids I took from the basement were still in my pocket when we were found. They don't prove our story, but they seem like proof of something. So I posted them on an online forum centered around Blue Ridge mountain history. Weeks passed and I had forgotten about it. Then one day, I got a message from McCormick413. I recognize the family in your pictures. Sad story. Horrible story. I came up with the boy, Bobby Stratford. Good kid as I recall, though it's been some years now. Daddy of the family was Big Earl Stratford. He'd gone off on an overnight in the woods with their little girl Penny. Neither came back, hide or hair, just up and vanished. It was a big story at the time for those around, but in truth, there weren't much folks around. Small pond kind of thing. Anyway, some time passed and people forgot about Big Earl and little Pen. Mom of the family's name was Helen, and after her man went to the ground, nobody saw much of her or Bobby or their eldest, Alice, anymore. Then one day in winter, maybe 73, a ranger found Alice wandering the woods alone. Died of exposure the day she got into the hospital. They didn't find Bobby and Helen in their cottage, but they did find blood, and a few years later, a mess of bones buried out back. Thing is, I heard that when they were done the autopsy on Alice, her stomach was filled of meat. Human meat. Some folks said she ate her whole family. Others that it was just Bobby and Helen. A couple locals say she caught her death in the cold looking for another meal. Like I said, sad and horrible. Be well, brother. Alice Stratford. The name taps in my mind. The girl with the dollhouse. The thing that drove my friend to suicide and fed on my wife for days. I didn't tell Olivia about the email. She's been through enough. After remembering Marty, she began to remember someone else. Chris Harris. The name rang a bell. He was Marty's husband. He loved Otis Redding. Marty called him his Frisco Bay. After the song. That song. I started to remember Chris too. Stirring drinks, dancing in the sunken living room. Olivia and I don't talk about it much. She's been through enough. I don't want to burden her with all of the memories that have been slowly seeping back into my head. And I don't have the heart to tell her that just recently. I've begun to remember another guest of the cottage. Evelyn. Our daughter. There's no fucking way I'm eating that. Penelope looks up at me from across the counter, her blonde hair shining in the dim light. It's pulled up in a messy bun, loose tendrils lying around her face and neck, creating a halo effect in the glow of the bar lights. Her freckled cheeks are slightly pink, partially from the heat of the kitchen, and partially from her closing time glass of wine. Tonight's choice is the last of a very pricey bottle of French Chardonnay. The pale liquid casts a honey glow on the cutting board and knife in front of her. At her back, the kitchen sits dark and quiet, the rest of the staff long since gone home. The far wall is covered in a pale blue backsplash, and the silver of the counters and appliances gleam, dull reflections from the dining room decorating their polished surfaces. Despite her obvious exasperation with me, she has that underlying look of contentment she always gets when she cooks. I love coming to visit her at work for that exact reason, to see the joy it gives her to be in her element. Unfortunately, it also comes with side effects that can prove disastrous for my childlike palate. What happened to "I'll try to be more adventurous," Pen? She gives me a disapproving frown and shakes her knife at me pointedly. Small green bits of herb falling to the cutting board below. I groan as she chastises me. "That was before you tried to feed me a plate of worms." I protest, staring down at the dish in front of me with a mix of horror and disgust. A small mound of thick, white, semi-transparent tubes sits on my plate, nestled on a bed of greens and drizzled with an inky black sauce. I could have tricked myself into thinking they were rice noodles, if they hadn't been moving. The whole mound writhes, sluggish but obviously alive. I shudder at the thought of trying to ingest even one of the disgusting little creatures. How do you even know it's safe? I use my fork to prod at the mass suspiciously, watching the worms curl and wriggle in the sauce. My stomach does a slow flip at the sight. She rolls her eyes at me as she continues mincing the herbs. "You're being ridiculous, Cammy. It's a traditional dish from South America, a very rare delicacy, once enjoyed only by royalty. They're perfectly safe." I frown at the plate, then at her. If they're so rare, then how did Marcus get them? I cast a look over at the man in question, dramatically putting the finishing touches on a tray of desserts as he flirts with the last two customers of the night. Two college-age girls, dressed in designer clothes and giggling behind $50 glasses of Pinot Noir, as they bat their lashes at the handsome proprietor and chef. Marcus is old money. His parents are renowned restaurateurs, famous in the high-end food scene, and had given their son a generous donation to open his own fine dining establishment. Penelope had met Marcus at an event she'd catered, and after one taste of her incredible cooking, he had offered her a job at the newly opened El Experience. Well, he can be a douche sometimes. He's generally a good guy. Pen shrugs with one shoulder, her head down and her hand moving so fast it's almost a blur. The rhythmic sound of chopping underscores her words. His dad's friend was on the expedition that harvested them. They haven't been found in the wild in almost 100 years, but they discovered a thriving population in one of the lesser explored Peruvian caves. It's very exciting. The entire world's supply used to come from a handful of breeders. The worms are parthenogenic, but can only procreate under very specific circumstances. If they can study the new habitat and learn from it, they may be able to help grow the population and make the dish more widely accessible. She looks up at me with excitement in her dark eyes, and I feel myself weakening. It's so hard to say no to her when she looks at me like that. It's the same look that I'd received before she convinced me to try some of her other more questionable culinary endeavors. But escargot and hagi are a far cry from live worms. You know, I thought having a chef for a girlfriend meant I would get to eat real gourmet food, not bugs. I stall, taking a sip of my Pinot Grigio, as I desperately try to come up with a way out of this. She laughs. They're not bugs, they're worms. And like I said, they're a delicacy. It literally doesn't get any more gourmet. Just try one. For me? I groan as I feel the last of my resistance crumble. Fuck. Going to have to eat a worm. I try not to think about what I'm about to do as I carefully extract one noodle-esque creature from the writhing mass. Sauce drips off its translucent body as I twirl it around my fork, hoping to make it into one clean bite. The thought of it wiggling against my face makes me want to scream. It's just a rice noodle. A really fat, squishy rice noodle. I tell myself, holding my breath. I shove the fork into my mouth and swallow the vaguely gummy lump without chewing, like a kid eating a mouthful of spinach. I feel it move against the inside of my mouth and throat as it goes down, and it takes all my willpower not to throw up right there at the bar. Delicious. I choke out, grabbing my water and chugging down a few mouthfuls, desperate to wash away the taste before it could register. Pen laughs at me, shaking her head as she scrapes the herbs off the cutting board and into a bubbling pot on the stove to her right. Thank you, baby. That was very brave. From the other end of the bar, I hear Marcus call out. Impressive. I didn't think you'd do it. You must really love her, Cammy. He grins at us and I give him a watery smile over the rim of my glass. I take another sip of the icy cold liquid, pushing back the last of my nausea. You have no idea. I cough, a shudder running through me as I put my glass down and pointedly push the dish of worms away, closer to Marcus and his customers, but only enough to eat one worm. He and Penn chuckle as the two girls inspect the rejected plate with obvious curiosity. Those are worms? The redhead leans across her friend, crinkling her pixie nose at the black and white mess. Is it some kind of, exotic dish? She practically purrs as she looks up at Marcus from under thick lashes, too perfect to be anything but extensions. I stifle my urge to groan at the suggestive display as Penn and I exchange a glance. She subtly rolls her eyes and smiles. Marcus always has that effect on girls. You can practically smell the good breeding on him, and the handsome face didn't hurt matters. And in the charm and, well, Marcus is pretty popular. It translates to a packed dining room and a great job for my girlfriend, so I guess I can't really complain. He gives the girls a charismatic smile as he puts the dessert tray into the fridge and wipes a white and green cloth over the counter, closing down his section of the kitchen. Yes, exactly. These are very rare Peruvian worms, straight from a cave in the southern part of the country. They're the first ones harvested from the wild in almost a century. That's Nathan B. Walker from Nat Geo. He's a friend of the family. He's in an association with one of the world's best cave explorers, Ricardo Garrett. My father funded a trip for them to go and look for these little babies. The redhead swoons and exclaims accordingly, leaning on the bar in an overly exaggerated display of interest. They knew they would be in the cave? The redhead's friend, a tall brunette in a rhinestone-studded jacket, cocks her head to the side, looking visibly disturbed by the delicacy. Marcus nods as he tosses the cloth into the laundry bin on the other side of the prep counter. They suspected it, yes. It's the central section of caves in a largely unexplored system, and almost impossible to access without specialized equipment and training. Nate and Ricardo were probably the first people to set foot there in centuries. It was identified as a target for exploration because the conditions in that cave are very similar to the original habitat in the western part of Peru. The water is more acidic in the southern cave, but it's only made the worms hardier. They breed prolifically. The cave system is filled with them. My father says it'll be months before they can clear the red tape and start harvesting. But in the meantime, he got me a small container to try. He knows I've been obsessed with traditional Peruvian cuisine lately. The redhead gasps and fawns over Marcus as Penn and I stifle our laughs at his obnoxious bragging. The brunette doesn't seem quite as interested in his charms at the moment, watching the plate with obvious revulsion. Ew, are they alive? Even the redhead's attention is diverted at her friend's question, drawn to the gray porcelain plate of the singular semi-transparent line inching its way over the greens, leaving a trail of black sauce in its wake. I feel my stomach churn as I watch the escapee, trying not to think about its friend currently residing in my stomach. Is it moving like that inside me? I shudder at the thought, taking another gulp of my water. Marcus answers, looking amused. Yes, they live in water but most of the time, but can survive on land for days. The worms are traditionally served alive, on a bed of native herbs and leaves. That black sauce is made of squid ink, humanely sourced of course. They're very good, truly an experience. He gives the redhead a sly wink and she giggles into her wine glass. Ugh, it might be more nauseating than the worms. I give Pen a look over my own nearly empty glass, signaling that we should leave soon. She nods to me, pouring the contents of the pot into a large square kitchen tub and moving it to the prep counter behind her. Would you like to try one? Pen offers the girls as she places the pot in the sink and returns to wipe down her side of the counter. Somehow, I don't think she'll be eating anymore. She gives me a teasing grin, which I return. The brunette declines, still looking slightly unnerved, but her drunk friend is feeling more adventurous. She totters over on tall stiletto heels, slurping up a few of the worms like spaghetti and washing them down with a mouthful of wine. She's laughing as she returns to her seat. Marcus takes almost half of what remains with a smug grin and a waggle of eyebrows in my direction. Yeah, definitely time to leave, I think, turning my attention to admire the curve of Penelope's back under her sheer green blouse as she leans over the sink scrubbing the pot. She steps back with a satisfied nod, wiping her hands on the hem of her black apron and untying the strings at the small of her back. She pulls it over her head, dropping in the laundry bin on her way back towards me. I drain the rest of my wine in anticipation of going home as Pen rounds the corner of the bar and comes to stand on my left side. Leaning over the square dish, she scoops up a forkful of dripping worms and gulps them down with a forkful of greens, barely seeming to chew. Then repeats until the plate is clean. She moves to bring the dishes to the back, but Marcus waves her off. I'll finish up here, Pen. You go home. It was a busy day and you've earned it. He gives her a look over his own glass of wine, freshly refilled, as are his customers. She smiles knowingly and places the plate back down with a nod. All right, Marcus. Thanks. Babe, you ready? She turns to me standing and holding out her jacket. My own was already on and both our purses rest on my chair. Yep. I grin at her and she gives me a wry smile, sliding her arms into the sleeves of her black leather jacket and taking her mint green clutch from the chair. See you on Monday, Marcus. Have a nice evening, ladies. Pen calls out. I wave over my shoulder as we head down to the side hall to the staff entry at the rear of the building, then out into the parking lot. The late summer sun has long since set and the wind carries a distinctly autumn-like chill. A few crickets chirp in the grass, bordering the asphalt, and the low thump of music and voices filters out from the club across the street. Aside from Marcus's flashy Corvette, and what must be his customer's BMW, our old blue sedan is the only car left in the lot. We drive home in companionable silence. She's tired from a long day, and I'd worked the early shift at the dealership. The whole weekend stretches out in front of us. Our first time off together since the summer began. Between our jobs and my master's degree, our schedules are rarely aligned. We'd book these days off a month in advance so we could hang out before my classes started again in September. You coming to bed with me? I raise my voice above the sound of the shower as I lean over the sink and splash water on my face. Pen's voice carries on a cloud of citrus-scented air, billowing over the aqua and lime green curtain separating us. No, not yet. I want to stay up for a bit. Soon, though. Hey, I forgot to ask. Did you get a spot in that class? I dry my face on my favorite blue towel, my annoyed groan muffled by the thick cotton. It's still full, so now I'll have a huge gap between my classes on Wednesdays and my work schedule is fucked. Andre says we'll look at moving my shifts around, so maybe that'll help. I turn my hand through my hair with a sigh, then shake my head. But I'll deal with that on Monday. I'm all yours for the weekend, starting tomorrow morning. I pull back the edge of the curtain and she leans in to give me a wet kiss. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. I have a special dinner planned. You'll see. All your favorites. I step back with a smile, wiping my face on my arm. Can't wait. I call over my shoulder as I head to our bedroom. I wake to a low sound, like groaning followed by a splash. I go to sit up, but a sudden, sharp pain in my stomach stops me. What the fuck? It's a stabbing sensation deep within my abdomen, making me roll over to my side with my hand wrapped around my belly protectively. As I lie there gritting my teeth, the sound filters through the open bedroom door again. Groan, splash. Through the haze of pain and disorientation, the noise finally registers. Throwing up. Pen is throwing up. I force myself to the side of the bed and roll out with an agonized moan. Waves of nausea assail me as I fight to remain standing and lumber towards the door. Food poisoning. Probably those fucking worms. I think to myself, sweat beading on my upper lip and brow. I lean heavily on the hallway wall, my arm sliding over the painted surface with every step. I try to focus on the coolness against my feverish skin, desperate to fight off the queasiness long enough to make it to my girlfriend. If I feel like this, Pen must be in even worse shape. I see her bent over the plate in my mind's eye, slurping up the pale worms, squid ink and all. Must have been more than a dozen there. I force the memory away and concentrate on my breathing, trying to settle my stomach through will alone. Though the hallway is barely 10 feet long, it feels like it takes 20 minutes to reach the bathroom at the other end. Warm, yellow light spills out into the neutral tone carpet. A low shadow indicating Pen is slumped in front of the toilet. Her soft whimpers are audible even before I round the corner, rubbing my eyes with a fist. Pen? You okay? She had turned the small countertop lamp on instead of the brighter overhead fixture, and the dim glow is gentle on my tired eyes. The light casts long shadows across the counters and floors, strange shapes to match the myriad of bottles and jars that line our sink. She lifts her hand weakly in response to my voice, but remains still otherwise. With a pained grunt, I step closer, clenching my teeth against the ache in my stomach. As I do, a black shape on the floor next to the toilet catches my gaze. A small puddle of dark liquid about the diameter of a grapefruit. I focus on it intently, trying to identify the substance, but it's too dim in the room. I look up towards the sink and see there's more on the lip, leaving a trail down the rickety cabinet door to the frigid tile below. Must be her vomit. I guess the squid ink is really concentrated. Reassured, I bend down carefully and put my hand on her shoulder, squeezing gently. I'll get you some water, I say, moving off towards the sink. She makes a strained noise that may or may not be a response, but I pay it no mind, focusing on the half-full glass next to Pen's phone, just left of the faucet. She must have been getting water when she started to throw up. I reach the counter after what seems like an eternity and brace my shaking hands on either side of the basin, leaving my hips clear of the trail of puke down the front of the cupboard. I close my eyes for a moment, drawing breath in through my nose. Fuck, don't throw up yet. Summoning my strength, I open my eyes and reach for the glass, but sudden movement in the sink draws my attention. I freeze with my arm outstretched, my blood running cold as my body realizes the implications before my tired brain can catch up. The same dark liquid that's on the floor and cabinet lines the basin, ringing the drain with a shade more crimson than black. I had assumed it was the squid ink giving the vomit its dark color, but the reddish tint makes me instantly worried. It's just from her wine. I try to tell myself as I stare hard into the puddle. But didn't she have white wine tonight? Time seems to slow as I focus on the sink's contents. I'm just about to turn away, convinced I'm freaking myself out over nothing, when I see it. A slow, tentacle-esque movement. A thin, narrow string, furling and unfurling as it writhes in the middle of the porcelain basin. Its translucent form drawing patterns in what I am now sure is my girlfriend's blood. A worm. It's a fucking worm. A breathless scream escapes me as I jump back, frantically wiping my hands down my chest and legs. In my mind, I'm crawling with the things. Their tiny, grasping bodies reaching for me from their trail down the cabinet. Oh God, they're in me too. The comprehension of my own infestation brings a fresh round of nausea, and I stagger back towards the sink, heedless of the tiny invaders already occupying the basin. Before I can reach it, another stabbing pain shoots through my lower belly, sending me to my knees with a strangled cry. I double over, breathing through gritted teeth as my nausea is temporarily overcome by the sharp ache. Pen, are you okay? A low thud answers my question, and I lift my head to see she has slumped down onto the floor unconscious. A thin stream of blood and bile leaks from the corner of her mouth, and her shirt is stained red over her stomach in a constellation of small dots. Her hair spreads across the tile beneath her, her skin pale and damp with sweat. Pen? My voice is hoarse and barely audible as I begin to move towards her on instinct. Another wave of pain washes through me as I drag myself to her side. Penelope, answer me. I grab her face in a shaking hand, desperate to see the rise and fall of her chest. She groans softly but does not wake, doing little to allay my fears. When I had first come to check on her, I had been so focused on the puddle that I hadn't even glanced in the toilet. But after seeing what lay in the sink, I need to know how serious the situation is. With dread accompanying every movement, I drag myself up to look over the porcelain rim. A small cry of revulsion and fear escapes me at the sight. Even with the dim light and shadows, the contents of the toilet are both horrifying and undeniable. Worms, filling the bowl almost halfway up, in a variety of sizes. Some are tiny, barely the length of a grain of rice, but others are already the size of the adults we'd eaten only hours ago. There are hundreds of them, slipping and writhing against each other in the dark red liquid and making its surface move like a boiling soup on a stove. I vomit without warning, adding my own crimson bile to the bowl. Marcus and Penelope's voices whisper in my ear, replaying their words from the restaurant as I purge my stomach. They haven't been found in the wild in almost 100 years. The water is more acidic in the South Cave, but it's only made the worms hardier. They breed prolifically. The cave system is filled with them. I throw up again, feeling the burn of my stomach contents on the delicate tissue of my throat. Acidic, like their home, the perfect breeding ground. I feel close to madness at the thought of what fills my belly. My thoughts begin to spiral, my brain convinced I can feel wiggling in my mouth and throat as the worms writhe, searching for freedom with the same slow creeping exploration its predecessor had used to try and escape the plate at El Experience. Help. We need help. I struggle to all fours and crawl across the smooth gray tiles to the counter. Hang on, baby. I'm going to call 911. You'll be okay. Just hang on. I hear the panic and desperation in my voice and let it fuel me, pushing past the agony in my guts to haul myself up the edge of the counter and grab Penelope's phone with a clammy, weak hand. I lean my forearms against the cool surface, trying to hit the emergency button on her iPhone. My fingers, wet with blood, shake so badly that I keep missing, smearing red across our smiling faces in her background picture. Another wave of anguish overtakes me, summoning fresh vomit from my tortured stomach. It's all I can do to aim towards the sink. The vaguely gritty liquid splashes up the opposite side of the basin and leaves a splash of writhing scarlet across the white linoleum. I stab at the emergency button again and it finally registers, prompting me to confirm. I manage to hit yes and am relieved to hear a ringing sound as the call goes through. I slide down the cupboards to the floor and put the phone on speaker, gripping it in one hand as I crawl back towards Pen, still lying motionlessly on the ground. Is her shirt bloodier? I close the distance between us, staring down at the polka dot pattern decorating Penelope's favorite lilac t-shirt. When she'd first collapsed, the dozen or so dots were barely larger than sesame seeds and looked more like splashes from a violent bout of sickness. Now they're much larger, closer to the size of dimes, with fresh pinpricks interspersed between the growing circles. Her belly is swollen under the loose fabric, bulging in a way I had never seen before. 911, what's your emergency? A calm, soothing voice pulls my attention from Pen's shirt as I hasten to answer the operator. Yes, please help us. My girlfriend and I, we ate some kind of Peruvian worm dish at her work and now we're both throwing up worms. Please, there's so much blood and she's unconscious. I'm sobbing openly into the phone as I kneel next to Pen, stroking the hair back from her face with a shaky hand. Okay, try and stay calm. I'm sending help to you. Can you confirm your address to me? 4336 Seaglass Lane, Apartment 5. Please hurry. She ate so much more than I did. I let myself slump down to lay on the ground next to her, a fresh wave of stabbing pain in my gut making me writhe in serpentine agony, like one of the creatures that have invaded my body. I suddenly become aware of a warm, sticky sensation on my lower belly and stare down at the 3 red dots lining my midriff in confusion. When did I get it on myself? The operator's voice sounds tinny and far away, fading as my attention focuses on the slowly expanding circles of red on my own stomach. Burning pain eats at the flesh of my lower abdomen as my mind fills with terrified thoughts of what this means. My own belly is swollen and bloated too. Not as pronounced as Pen's, but definitely not normal. I rest my hand on the upper curve gingerly, my breath coming in anxious pants. With shaking hands and a half-formed scream in my throat, I sit up and lift the hem of my t-shirt, slowly drawing it up the face of my distended stomach. The material sticks slightly before giving way. The blood already half dried and tacky. Part of me knows what I'm going to see even before my eyes register the cause of the strange red circles. Thin, white threads poking up from the epicenter of the bloodstains. Probing, flailing, reaching, escaping their host. A primal scream emanates from me as I watch the juvenile worms try and force their way out of my body. I drop the phone and begin clawing at myself frantically, feeling the fragile threads of my sanity snapping under the pressure of this waking nightmare. Distantly, I hear the 911 dispatcher telling me to remain calm, that the ambulance is right around the corner. But he doesn't know. He doesn't know what's in me, what's coming out of me. I sob, my heartbeat loud in my ears and my breath short. Blackness creeps into the edges of my vision as I collapse back onto the floor next to Pen. My field of view narrowing to a tube of gleaming white porcelain streaked with writhing crimson. I'm dimly aware that this must be a panic attack, severe enough to knock me out, but I am well past the point of calming myself down. Instead, I scream until the blackness takes me. I woke in the hospital 2 days later, my limbs stiff from immobility and my stomach aching. Pen was in the bed next to mine, her face pale but her breathing steady. We would later learn that Marcus and his red-haired customer, Sophia, were also admitted that night, after her friend found them throwing up worms and drove them both to the nearest emergency room. It would be almost a week until Sophia and I were released from the hospital. Penelope and Marcus were there much longer, having ingested so many more of the worms. The damage to their intestines had been far more extensive. The infestation would have been the end of Pen and I financially if Marcus's father hadn't offered to pay for everything. A gesture of contrition for sending the worms back for human consumption without proper testing and study first. In the months following the incident, researchers discovered that the original population of worms had become split between cave systems hundreds of thousands of years ago. This had led to the evolution of two breeds of the same species, identical, save for a few key differences. The western caves were expansive and food was abundant, so the worm population had flourished with little adaptation needed. Before changes in the local ecosystem and over-harvesting of the expensive delicacy drove the worms to complete extinction in the wild. The southern worms, on the other hand, had ended up in a smaller system of caves that was very difficult to access and had little in the way of food. It was a harsh environment, but the offshoot worm population had adapted extremely well to the acidic waters and lack of resources. Their tolerance for a wider variety of food sources and breeding conditions had allowed the worms to transcend their place as lowly bottom feeders and became the dominant water-dwelling species in the southern caves. Only their isolated environment and cannibalistic tendencies kept the prolific species in check. It's a true testament to nature that human stomach acid wasn't enough to kill the southern worms. That instead of curling up and dying like their western counterparts, they had bred in the closed environments of our stomachs. Their asexual reproduction combined with the species' rapid growth rates and huge numbers of offspring had quickly created a space deficit. And like any adaptable organism, the worms had tried to expand their territory and search for new resources by burrowing their way to the surface. Seemed hard to believe these simple differences between the worms had combined to create the nightmare Penelope, Marcus, Sophia, and I had lived through. But it was later confirmed by several other research groups. The southern variety of worms were ultimately classified as unfit for live consumption, and never reached the widespread status Marcus and Penelope had initially hoped for. Pen and I have mostly recovered at this point. She kept her job at the restaurant, eventually working her way back into the kitchen full-time once her and Marcus were well enough to reopen. Somehow, she hasn't let the incident taint her love for food, but I can confidently say that my palate remains safely childlike. Disclaimer. Names and certain facts will be changed to protect the identities of the innocent involved in this story. To be completely honest, I became a corrections officer because I felt like I couldn't fit in anywhere else. Is that sad? Yes. Is it true? When I made that decision, I truly felt that way. But after the story I am going to tell you, I've decided to work harder to put myself in a better position in life. Anyways, this all happened last Monday. The only day of the week I worked overnight shifts. The entire prison was abuzz that day because just 8 hours earlier, a new prisoner was transferred there. Not just any prisoner, mind you. but a bona fide monster. Harrison Pelton was charged with 2 murders, though is suspected of nearly 25. 4 counts of kidnapping and torture, 8 counts of assaulting a police officer, and finally, a federal terrorism charge. By his mid-20s, Harrison had decided that his batshit insane ideas on how this universe works, with him at the center, literally, were sound enough to attract followers, and somehow he was correct. Over the next 15 years, Harrison and his group, they never officially named themselves, grew in numbers and bloodlust, striking out whenever people announced skepticism of Harrison's beliefs. This attitude boiled over in early 2019, when Harrison and his 14 followers kidnapped a professor and his 3 daughters after the professor had made incendiary comments about a paper Harrison published the year prior. It still isn't known exactly what happened, but when police raided the abandoned farmhouse the group were staying in, they discovered the hell that Harrison put his captives through. The professor had been completely skinned, and his skin had somehow been stretched enough that it covered a good bit of a horse's stall. The daughters had been brutally mutilated, 2 of which somehow had their organs surgically altered to cause them unending pain, and the other 2 had multiple appendages severed and were used for various vile acts. The police were finally able to locate the farmhouse in March of 2019 after one of the daughters' phones had accidentally been turned on, resulting in a ping from a nearby cell tower. When the first few officers attempted to make arrests, they were met with armed resistance. So a couple hours later, 17 more and better armed officers arrived and engaged in a firefight with the group. One of the officers on scene had been deployed in Afghanistan before, and he remarked that this battle was worse than anything he had ever experienced over there. Off the record, he told a journalist, "One thing you will never be told about are the things that don't make sense. Mainly, after we had overpowered them and arrested the survivors, the amount of spent ammo found in that barn did not match the rate of fire they had been using beforehand. That is something that I have never been able to shake from my mind." The firefight lasted 45 minutes, wherein 1 police officer had died, 8 were seriously injured, and 9 cultists had died, with the rest being arrested after strangely laying down their weapons, admitting defeat. For some fucking reason, Harrison hadn't put into a supermax initially. This led to him somehow convincing 5 other prisoners to attempt an escape at their prison this past February. They nearly made it, but were stopped at the literal last second. This forced officials to smarten up, and after a legal battle fought with paperwork, they finally came to the conclusion that he would be transferred to a supermax just 2 weeks ago. Unfortunately for me, due to a mixture of a paperwork fuck-up with iffy COVID regulations, Harrison had to be vacated from his previous prison by the 1st, but he couldn't arrive at the supermax until the 3rd. So being the closest prison to that supermax, my great warden said he would take Harrison for a few days until he could be fully transferred. According to coworkers I've spoken to, the entire day leading up to Harrison's arrival, staff and prisoners were talking about him. A good bit of the chatter was about Harrison's looks. Guy is nearing his 40s and still could pass for 18, and reputation of being extremely uncooperative with pushy people, which could describe 90% of both prisoners and corrections officers. Harrison arrived at my prison around 3 p.m. that day. The prisoners had just had their lunch, and various groups were starting to have recreation. Again, due to wonderful COVID regulations, we could not put Harrison into isolation due to shitty timing. We had a big fight a few days before, so most of the rooms had been filled, and others just had prisoners moved out. But there was to be a wait time before a new prisoner is moved in there now, so he was moved to the community cell block, where our riskiest prisoners are housed. Of course, my block. From what I've been told, Things went smoothly for the first few hours. Harrison was constantly bombarded by prisoners in his room asking all kinds of questions, and some possibly trying to provoke him, but he just sat there on his bunk, completely silent. The prisoners were disappointed by not being able to play with him, so when the on-duty officers yelled at the other prisoners to leave the cell, they did so without complaint. It wasn't until my shift began, 7:30 p.m., that things started to break down. It started with a little argument over dinner. The 3 occupants of the cell to the right of Harrison's felt as though somehow he had been given a larger portion of food than anyone else. They started shouting at us, claiming we were going to treat the celebrity better than them. Then, after we didn't give them the response that they wanted, they began berating Harrison, calling him a creep, a freak, and that he wasn't tough, just sick. Now, I was never told what it was, but Harrison had whispered an insult back to the 3 men, which caused them to jump from their table and storm Harrison's. Harrison jumped to his feet as well and got in the faces of the other prisoners. I still remember the look of Harrison's eyes as he stared into theirs. He didn't really look angry. He looked hungry, like a predator that knew he had just caught some prey. Luckily for the officers on duty, the men never came to blows. After the stare-down went on for a bit too long, both sides just decided to back off for some reason. The next 2 or so hours went all right. There were no more incidents, and the prisoners quietly went to their rooms at 9 for lights out. I was charged with direct observation from an upstairs room that night. About 20 minutes after the men went to bed, the overall block lights turned on and then off, and then continued to do this in rapid succession for about 20 more seconds before stopping and leaving the lights on. I radioed down to an officer and asked them what was going on with the lights. According to the guys downstairs, nobody had been in eyeshot of the light switch for the past few minutes, but they did confirm that someone had switched the block lights on. About 40 minutes later, I began to feel strange. Even though nothing had really changed, I was suddenly filled with extreme anxiety, so much so that I continuously squirmed in my chair and kept looking around the room. It felt like I was being watched by some man-eating beast. Unfortunately, this feeling was a bit indicated after my 4th look around, when I saw something awful in the door's window. Standing on the other side of the only door to the observation room was what I could only describe as a misshapen face. Grayed skin, a right eye that sat nearly half an inch lower than the left, a bulbous chin and a nose that almost perfectly resembled a pig's snout. Obviously, I had never seen this face before, so, with that classic fear-hesitation coursing through my veins, I struggled to get out of my chair and moved slowly towards the door. About halfway there, the face disappeared from the window, and when this happened, it felt like a light had been switched. Feeling strangely empowered, I sprinted out of the room's door and looked around. Unfortunately for me, there was nobody in the hallway where the room's door was located in, so I sprinted toward the hallway connected to the left. Now, I swear, I was only gone for about a minute and a half, so you can imagine the jump scare I got when I arrived at the second hallway, only to be met with a chorus of blood-curdling screams. I twisted around as fast as I could, trying to figure out where the screams were coming from, and when I realized that they were actually coming from inside the block, I ran back to my observation room, slammed down on the alarm button, and headed back out so I could get into the block. The screams stopped as I sprinted down the stairs. Luckily, my fellow officers work quick, so a couple already had shields by the time I got to the block's entrance. We entered a few minutes later, screaming at the prisoners to wake up and get on their cell's floor. One of the other officers demanded to know where the screaming was coming from. "Officer, I believe that was my neighbors." A voice I had heard on the news crooned. The cell to the left of Harrison screamed that it wasn't them, so the other officers and I ran to the one on the right. Even though it had been over a week since, I can still smell the copper coating the inside of my nose. I wasn't at the front of the line, so my heart jumped as I heard one of the officers scream and frantically tried to get the cell door open. Inside was what I can only describe as meat. There wasn't a single identifying feature inside that room. The floor, walls, and ceiling were coated in blood, organs, and meat. Investigators allowed me to leave the prison once I had given my statement, and I don't intend on going back. I did get in contact with one of the two officers that were declared mentally competent to remain on the job, though. According to them, Harrison was forced into solitary, against codes on a blanket accusation of unruliness. According to the officers who moved him, he couldn't stop smiling. As for the dead prisoners, the investigation was handed to an unnamed authority. Thankfully, Harrison was moved to a supermax prison where he will remain for the rest of his life. But for me, I don't intend on taking another step inside a prison. Takes a certain kind of person to work night shifts. Most people can't fathom the idea of getting up when the sun sets and going to bed when she rises again. I've been at Carter's Convenience for 3 years now, and in that time I've had around 20 potential coworkers try out the overnight shift with me. They usually last a few weeks before asking to be moved to the day shifts, or just quitting entirely. They find they just can't handle long hours of doing nothing but basic store keep-up at a time when they'd normally be fast asleep. Me? I don't mind. For one thing, I've always been something of a night owl, preferring the calm and solitude of the night of the glaring sun and frantic hustle of the daytime. And while my colleagues have to deal with dozens, sometimes even hundreds of customers over the course of a single day, I usually only have 1 or 2 dozen customers on an average night. And let me tell you, there are some colorful characters who frequent convenience stores in the middle of the night. You've got the drunk stumbling home from the bar after last call, looking to buy a 6-pack to keep the party going, and some ibuprofen for the morning, if they're smart. You've got the stoners who just need their 3 a.m. Twinkies. You've got the haggard spouses making a midnight grocery run because their pregnant wives had sudden cravings for pickles and peanut butter. You've got the other night shifters like myself stopping in for a few necessities after work. And lastly, you've got the regulars, a particular type of customer who only comes to the store at night and only shop at Carter's Convenience for certain special products we offer. One such regular paid a visit last night, as he does every week. He comes every Friday night, or Saturday morning if we're being technical, at 2:22 a.m. on the dot. I had my nose buried in a book when I heard the bell above the door let out a dainty ding. I glanced at the digital clock I kept next to the cash register, saw the acid green 222s, and didn't even bother taking my eyes off the clock. "Evening, Jenkins," I said. "Evening, Hubert, my boy," came the raspy reply. "Yep, right on schedule." I looked up at Mr. Jenkins, standing at a towering 7'9" with skin like a 16th century tombstone. He was clad in his usual attire for his weekly trip to Carter's Convenience. A dark overcoat that stank of graveyard dirt, black gloves over spindly fingers, gray trilby atop his balding head, rounded glasses with jet black lenses perched on a smashed pug nose. He smiled as he tipped his hat at me, mouth full of jagged teeth the color of rotten tomatoes. "What's on the reading list this week?" Jenkins asked in his grinding gravel voice. A response, I lifted my book to show the cover of Crime and Punishment, and he nodded. "Ah, Dostoevsky. A classic, that one." Yeah, I bought this book years ago, but only just got around to reading it. I said as I set the novel down. Couldn't let it gather dust on my shelf any longer. Jenkins chuckled. Well, you know what old Sam Clemens said about the classics. They're the books that everyone wants to have read, but nobody wants to actually read. Yeah, sounds about right. Pretty good read so far, though. I grabbed a keyring off a hook under the counter and stood up from my stool. Just the usual this week? If you would be so kind. The two of us made our way to the back of the store, fluorescent lights humming steadily overhead. We walked past the shelves lined with foodstuffs and toiletries and pharmaceuticals and other sundries. Basic goods for when you need to make a trip out for 2 or 3 things, but don't want to go all the way to a grocery or department store. At the rear of the shop, I unlocked the door to the refrigerated section and stepped inside, Jenkins following close behind. From there, I inserted another key into a second lock. This one nestled between the shelves holding the milk and beer. As the tumblers clicked, a part of the back wall slid away with a rumble. Here's what we've got, I said, shivering slightly in the chilly air. Jenkins pursed his lips as he surveyed his options. Some of the jars on the shelves of the hidden alcove contained a wide assortment of hands, feet, and other body parts. Others contained nothing but crimson, handwritten labels detailing the blood types they held. One extra large jar had the head of a middle-aged male floating in amber liquid, glassy eyes staring at nothing. Not much of a selection this week, Jenkins noted with a frown. In fact, I'm pretty sure I saw some of these last Friday. Been a slow week for inbound shipments, I said with a shrug. The boss is expecting some fresh goods sometime in the next 2 or 3 days. Sorry I can't do much for you now, though. Quite alright, my boy. I know how business gets sometimes. He pursed his lips. I guess I'll take... Jenkins was cut off by the sound of a slamming door, making us both jump. We turned, though the foggy glass of the refrigerator doors, and past the shelves lined with cold goods, we saw a masked man, Chad in all black, sweater pants, gloves, and ski mask. He quickly looked around, then ran behind the counter and started fiddling with the cash register, smacking a handgun against the side. I sighed. Jenkins blinked. Oh, well, that's a bit of good luck right there, he said, turning to me. Shall I take care of this, Hubert? I know greeting the customers is supposed to be your thing, but... Yeah, go ahead, I said, wrapping my arms around myself. Just make it fast. I'm freezing my balls off in here. And try not to make it too messy. Please? Jenkins answered with a predatory grin, bearing those pus-colored chompers. No promises, but I'll do my best. With that, he swaggered out into the store, freezer door swinging shut behind him. Evening, my good sir, I heard Jenkins say, his scratchy voice muffled. Terribly sorry, but I'm afraid only employees are allowed behind the counter. The would-be robber jumped. He visibly flinched at the sight of Jenkins and quickly raised his firearm in a trembling hand. Freeze, the thief shouted, a tremor in his voice. Don't fucking move. Jenkins surged forward, fast, cleared the distance from one end of the store to the other in a fraction of a second, so fast that the poor crook didn't have time to get a shot off before Jenkins was upon him, dragging him behind the counter. A primal scream of raw terror echoed through Carter's convenience, which abruptly ended in a choking gurgle. A spray of blood shot up to splatter against the wall, and I sighed again. This had to happen after I cleaned for the evening. Retail work. Am I right? That afternoon, the downtown traffic splashed through rain puddles on the street, spritzing me as I rushed toward the Psychic studio on Main Street in Bloom. The Psychic's shop blazed on the corner in neon glory, illuminating the streets with incompatible shades of red. Bells chimed as I entered. Inside, red sequin disco lights, the size of pumpkins, swung from the chipped ceiling, emitting a pinkish glow into the closet-sized space. To the right, a burgundy velvet curtain separated the waiting area from the Psychic's chambers, clashing with the faded red shag carpet that looked like it had been stripped from the floors of a condemned motel circa 1970. Oh God, I thought, am I really doing this? A small voice interrupted my reverie. "May I help you, sir?" he said, his voice thick with an accent I couldn't trace. I smiled, buttoning my umbrella shut. I dried my hands on my coat and nodded. "Yeah," I said. "I wanted to make an appointment with..." I pulled out my phone, then scrolled down to the contact that Josh had sent me when he insisted that I come here. "Ah, here it is. Esmeralda," I said, feeling awkward. I scanned the room for familiar faces, hoping not to find any, but I was the only customer. I had never been to a psychic. I felt ridiculous, but Josh said I had to see this psychic before she wasn't just any psychic. The man nodded. "Good, good," he said. A broad, eager smile spread across his face, revealing a missing front tooth. Plus, I admit, after hearing Josh's story, I was curious about this place. And then, of course, today was the anniversary of... "Esmeralda is very good," the man said, interrupting my thought. He stood about as tall as my chest, barely tall enough to see over the cash register. His head bobbed around as he spoke. I nodded, but I had to laugh at his enthusiasm. "Yeah, that's what my buddy said." The man glanced at the clock. "Esmeralda can see you in 20 minutes. I shrugged. "Sure, why not?" "Good, good." He smiled. After I paid, he gestured toward the empty burgundy chairs in the waiting area. "Please, have a seat." As I searched the crowdless room, I couldn't help but wonder, if this lady was such a master, why doesn't she have more customers? You'd think she'd have a longer wait list. After what seemed like an eternity, the burgundy curtain parted, and a short, portly woman in her mid to late 50s appeared. She wore a long burgundy gown, and her long gray hair was swept into a messy bun, secured to the top of her head with a pencil. Every finger on both hands glittered with jewels. She smiled when she saw me. "You must be Nick," she said, her voice warm. Wait, I thought, I didn't tell anyone my name, did I? She motioned toward me. I followed her past the curtain down the hall to her reading room, then gasped. Wow, I thought, grimacing at the explosion of kitsch decor. It was an interior designer's nightmare. Red Gypsy Tiffany lamps stood on the side table next to a splayed deck of tarot cards, glittering candles and crystals, red-headed Hummel figurines, and other knickknacks. The room looked like a Christmas display gone awry, as though a drunk, angry reindeer had thrown up. I sat at the large round table where a candelabra stood in the center, surrounded by smaller gold and red candles. Esmeralda took the seat across the table and gazed at me, her blue eyes soft and maternal. "Now, tell me what kind of reading you would like," she said. She must have sensed this was all new to me because she chuckled at my expression. "Let me explain," she said. "I do tarot readings, where I read cards that tell you about a life problem. And I do palm readings. And I do medium readings, where I summon the deceased, who speak through me. That's the simple answer. So, during medium readings, can you summon anyone? She nodded. Pretty much, she said. Unless they don't want to talk. That has happened, but not often. She studied my reaction, then flashed a knowing smile. That's the one you want, isn't it? She asked, her voice gentle. She paused, shuffling a deck of cards. Then, is your loss recent? My stomach fluttered. Was it that obvious? It isn't that recent, I said, avoiding her gaze. She set aside the tarot cards she had been shuffling and reached for my hands, taking me by surprise. Her hands were warm and maternal. A strange energy coursed through my hands as she held them. I want you to know that your mother is okay, she said. The thread of tears burned in my eyes, but I fought them back. I wasn't going to be that guy. Today is a special day, isn't it? She said. But she already seemed to know the answer. I nodded. Today is the first anniversary of her death, I said, looking down at the worn red carpet. She nodded, sympathetic. Here's what we do, Nick, she said. I light a candle, and you close your eyes. I guide you through a meditation, and then we ask your mother to join us. All you have to do is follow my instructions and tell me what images come up for you through the meditation. Okay? Okay. But before we start, there are 3 things you should know. 1, always keep your eyes closed unless I tell you otherwise. 2, if you feel overwhelmed, tell me and we'll stop. 3 is the hardest, but you should know. What is it? Sometimes they change. What do you mean? She shrugged. Just like we grow and change, well, our deceased loved ones do too. Usually, it isn't a dramatic change, but you should be prepared. The thought concerned me, but it didn't sound like I needed to worry too much. Did I? Before I could think about it, she continued. She smiled. Ready? I nodded. Let's do this. Remember, she said, keep your eyes closed. I didn't bother to ask why. Just follow my voice. I settled into my seat. Close your eyes, she said, her voice gentle like the spring wind. I obeyed, and I listened. A match sounded and the scent of lavender filled the room. Light, invigorating, relaxing. A click sounded from across the table, then a soundtrack played at low volume. Ambient nature sounds, with rushing waterfalls and rhythmic chanting. It was just loud enough. Breathe in, she said, her voice slow and soft. And breathe out. I inhaled, then exhaled. Again, breathe in and out. I relaxed, melting into the sound of her voice. Let the images come, she said. And they did. Imagine you are traveling through a tunnel, a long, dark tunnel with a soft white light all the way down at the end. The tunnel is taking you back in time. Back in time. My body relaxed, growing heavier with each breath. I breathed again, deeper and deeper. I followed the tunnel toward the light, going back and farther back in time. and the house appeared. "Where are you now, Nick?" "My parents' house," I said. I described their white stone house with ivy climbing up the walls and the greenhouse in the backyard. "Tell me about the greenhouse." I described each image as it surfaced. "It's all glass, filled with plants and tons of ivy. And inside the greenhouse, a shovel is propped against the wall. I see it when I walk inside." "Good, Nick," she said, reassuring me. "Now, what else?" "At first, it doesn't look like anyone is there," I said, seeing snapshots of that day again in my mind, stunned by the clarity of the images. The detail was so vivid, so crisp. Then I see my mom's purse on the ground, tipped over with all her belongings spilling out. I call her name, but nothing. Then what, Nick? Then I hear someone groan from the back of the greenhouse. I don't see anyone around, but I hurry toward the sound, following it, calling for her. "Mom, Mom." But nothing. And what happened next? Then I find her in the back, curled up on the ground. She's clutching her chest but can't speak. I panic, breathless. I grab my phone and dial 911. Then what? I can't keep her awake. I try to, but by the time the ambulance comes, I could have... "No, Nick," Esmeralda said, reassuring me before I even finished my sentence. "You couldn't have done more than you did. It was her time, you see." A hot sting of tears returned, but I fought them back and kept breathing. "But she is with you, Nick," Esmeralda said. "And she is here now. She says she wants to speak to you. Is that okay?" I nodded. "Okay, Nick," Esmeralda said. "Keep your eyes closed as I perform this next step." I nodded again. Something rustled. Then the scent of jasmine wafted through the room. Esmeralda hummed and chanted. I waited. "Barbara May," she said. "We ask you to join us, Barbara May. Your son, Nick, has asked you to join us today. Speak through me, Barbara May," she said, conjuring her spirit like a magician. I listened with my eyes shut. Never mind that I hadn't told her my mother's name, or even my name for that matter. At this point, I no longer cared how she knew the things she did. As I waited, the energy in the room shifted. A chill pierced the air. I shivered. When Esmeralda spoke, I froze. Instinctively, I knew Esmeralda wasn't the one speaking anymore. Esmeralda was gone now. "Nick?" the voice said. Her voice soft and careful, as though trying not to frighten me. I knew that voice. I had always known that voice. It was the first voice I had ever heard. A whirlwind of emotion tumbled through me. "Mom?" I kept my eyes shut, just as Esmeralda had instructed, and I waited. "It's me, Nick," she said. I wanted to open my eyes, but a part of me was too afraid of what I might see. "Nick?" she said, her voice dropping to a whisper. "I've missed you, sweetheart." My eyes burned again, but I fought hard, holding back. "Why did you leave, Mom?" I asked, forcing back the emotion. She sighed. "I didn't want to go, Nick. Believe me, I didn't." "Then why?" I started, but knew the question was of no use. "Listen," she said, her voice sounding firmer, more insistent. "I need to tell you something while I'm here." "What is it?" She sighed again, as though contemplating whether to tell me something. As I waited, my heart fluttering in my chest. "Honey?" she said, sounding nervous. "What is it?" I asked. "Something wrong?" "This is ridiculous," I thought. "Why can't I open my eyes?" But I had promised Esmeralda. "Nick," she said, "I'm not happy here." Something in her voice, it didn't sound right. "What do you mean?" I asked, my anxiety growing. Something didn't feel right. I tried to ignore it. "This place," she said, the pitch of her voice rising. "Nick, it's so dark." Her voice lowered, then deepened. "It's so dark here, Nick." Chills swept over me. Goose pimples raced up my spine like electric tickles. They didn't sound like my mother anymore. This couldn't be my mother. Then I remembered Esmeralda's warning. Sometimes they change. "I've done a bad thing, Nick," she said. An ominous tone leaked from her voice as though she was harboring a secret. "What? What are you talking about, Mom?" I asked, even though I wasn't sure this was my mother. "I've done a terrible thing, Nick," she continued, sounding agitated. "What did you do, Mom?" I asked, not wanting to know. "Just know that I did it out of love," she said. "He had nothing left to live for." But I could hear the lie in her voice. "I couldn't stand the loneliness," she said, her voice thick with desperation. "I found a pickaxe and—" "No," I shouted, but she wouldn't stop. "I had to, Nick. I was so alone." "What did you do, Mom?" I asked, my heart racing and thumping like a juiced-up gymnast in my chest. "What did you do?" "I didn't want to hurt." She tried to sound apologetic. Then her voice trailed off. My stomach churned. "Esmeralda," I begged. "I need you to come back now." But nothing. "Esmeralda," I shouted. I couldn't take it anymore. I needed to open my eyes, but what would I see if I did? But my mother kept speaking. "Nick, I have 3 warnings I must give you before I leave," she said, sounding unfazed by my terror. "I don't want to know." I pressed my hands against my ears to tune her out, but couldn't. She spoke louder, sounding more authoritative. "1," she said. "The body is buried behind the garage. Look for the fresh mound of dirt." "No," I shouted, sobbing, imagining my poor father. "2," she continued, her voice unwavering and merciless. "Don't climb on rooftops, or you'll get hurt." "Stop!" I shouted. What was she talking about? "And 3," she said, ignoring my protests. "I'm sorry, Nick, but a much, much worse fate awaits you." That was it. I couldn't resist it any longer. I had to look. Without a second thought, I opened my eyes, but I wasn't prepared for what I saw. Standing in front of me, in all her dead glory, was my mother, but not the mother I had loved and remembered. This mother was gray-skinned and wild-eyed, her once blue eyes cold and steely, her cheeks gaunt, her eyes sunken. Her once silky blonde hair was coiled into a gnarled gray mess. She stared at me, unblinking like a grotesque statue. In her eyes, I saw the absence of everything that should have been in a mother's gaze. "Esmeralda!" I shouted. "Come back. I want this to end now." But my mother kept talking as though she hadn't heard me. "I'm sorry it has to end this way for you, Nick." "And how?" I asked, not wanting to know, but needing to know. But with that, the room went dark and the candle flame blew out, as though extinguished by some phantom breath. A moment later, the light flipped back on and Esmeralda stood in front of me, calm and serene, as though she hadn't heard or seen a thing. "What was that?" I asked. "What happened to my mother?" Esmeralda shook her head. "Sometimes they change." As I drove home after the reading, I crept down the freeway at the speed of a geriatric heading to a bingo game after church. I was too afraid of what might happen. The speed limit was 60. I drove 35. I ignored the many people who honked at me and gave me the finger. When I got home, I texted my dad, but never heard back. I was too afraid to go to his house, even though I wanted to. I tried to convince myself that my psychic reading had all been some elaborate mind trick or a prank. The next morning, I called Josh, but he didn't answer. Minutes later, I got a call from an unknown number. The deep voice of a stranger replied on the other end. "Nick May?" he asked. "Yeah?" "Afraid I've got some bad news." "What?" "Is your father Jerome May?" "Yeah," I said, feeling sick with anticipation. "I'm afraid he's had an accident. Fell off the roof doing home repairs. It happened about an hour ago." "Wait, what? Then who was buried behind the garage?" I wondered. "What the hell? What happened?" "A neighbor reported a strange noise coming from your father's home. Said he heard a man scream. After he called the station, we sent law enforcement to the scene. When the officer alighted from the vehicle, he heard the voice of an older, unidentified male subject calling from a bush on the property. He headed toward the sound and found your father incapacitated." "Incapacitated?" I asked, confused. "Yeah, a broken arm," he said. "Might want to head down to the hospital for a visit." "Is he going to survive?" I asked. "Probably." As I dressed to go to the hospital, I flipped on the TV and listened to the news. A breaking news story interrupted the usual morning program. "Breaking news," a news anchor said. "This just in. Around 5 o'clock this morning, police responded to an anonymous tip that a body had been buried in the backyard of a home in the quiet Dover Hills neighborhood, located on the southeast corner of Hammond Street and Trinity Avenue. Once on scene, police discovered the body of this 20-something male, buried in a shallow grave." When the picture appeared on the screen, I dropped my coffee. "Josh," the anchorman continued. "The man has since been identified as 25-year-old Joshua Williams." But I didn't hear the rest. I thought back to last night. 2 out of the 3 warnings had already come true. I grew restless as I replayed my mother's words. "A much, much worse fate awaits you." Now I can't help but wonder what happens next. The Black Bogart, That's what they called my grandfather. That's what they called Randy Gray. He wasn't a star, nowhere near the A-list except for in my mother's heart. But Randy carved out a career in the golden age when doing so wasn't common for black leading men, especially in the film noir genre. Randy's movies weren't well known to the masses. Granted, they were barely movies. We're talking a handful of serials and one reel wonders. Except for Dark Knight at the Beresford. This was the only official feature my grandfather starred in, and I knew exactly nothing about it. Hell, no one did. Growing up a part of the Grey lineage made me an even bigger classic movie fan than I would have otherwise. After all, Mom and Dad both loved the black and white staples. That was what bonded us above all. Cinema. But then came the tragic inevitable. My father passed when I was 20, and now nearing 30, my mom was diagnosed with terminal cancer. Literally on her deathbed, and yet she still didn't know what happened to her grandfather. What made Gray, aka Stanley Howard, disappear from her life all those years ago? The year he abandoned them was 1951, and also the year he vanished off the face of the earth. The same year, Dark Knight at the Beresford finished filming. As a kid, I was curious, but now I'm fascinated about him, especially with every day, every passing moment of my mother's life, so important. Of course, growing up, she never mentioned the importance of knowing what happened to her dad, but now with over 30 years experience, I knew how she operated. I knew deep down she wanted to know. I did what I could. While Mama suffered in Kindred Hospital, I dove into my movie resources, specifically the internet. The IMDb page for Dark Knight gave me a title and my granddad's stage name, but nothing else. No other cast and crew with links. Damn sure no plotline. There was the year 1951, and the odd trivia that this was indeed my grandfather's final film. But there was nothing. No new info, no updates at all. None of the other mainstream movie sites offered me much more, so I turned to blogs. I got nothing new. Nothing regarding what this movie was other than being a lost slice of film noir, only remembered for it being one of the few to feature a black lead, and for inspiring generations of rumors regarding its cursed film status. But the mystery of the mystery didn't satisfy me. I wanted more. But where to turn? All the other listed names in the credits proved to be one-off pseudonyms. The studio went bankrupt immediately afterward. The movie itself never released on VHS, much less DVD. Sure, there were a few forum posts I made out of desperation, but there was one name this Turner Classic Movies enthusiast had to reach out to. The Czar of Noir himself, Eddie Mueller. Shot him an email. Did my best not sound too much like a cringy fangirl. Once I mashed send, the anxiety only increased. Trembling, I sat at my desk in front of the cheap laptop in this cheap apartment. The LA weather never bothered me, especially not in April, but nothing could stop those chills. The agonizing suspense over a reply that, at best, wouldn't come till tomorrow. That is, until I got a new message. A response from one of my posts over at moviedetective.com. Don't ask. I didn't recognize the email address, nor the name T. Crenshaw. Evidently, my post had caught his eye, and what I got was something oh so cryptic. You might not want to know more about Dark Knight at the Beresford or your grandfather, but if you do, reply. I'll be waiting. So the message was weird, but it was a hit. It was something. I told T. Crenshaw I wanted to know more, and right after mashing send, another message arrived. One from Eddie Mueller. He knew the movie, knew my grandfather, and he wanted to chat on Zoom. Eddie, just as curious as me. I thought it may have been a joke. Then again, my profile pic may have helped pique Eddie's interest, so I copy and pasted the code and hopped in on the video call. Eddie was waiting, and he was just as handsome on my laptop as he was every Saturday at midnight. Leaning over, I flicked on a lamp. Better lighting to not make me seem like a complete weirdo sitting in the dark. Only Eddie's bedroom stayed far from well lit. A double indemnity poster on his back wall was all that could be seen. Then again, the guy made his career off living in the shadows, so I shouldn't have been too surprised. The conversation went smoothly. We introduced ourselves. Eddie more than courteous, but then the topic switched to my grandfather's film. Shit got real. The gleam in Eddie's eyes grew more vibrant. Well, that movie always interested me. Eddie admitted on screen. He ran a hand through his short gray hair. And not just because it's cursed and missing and whatnot. I just found the history interesting. And what all do you know about the history? I asked. A smile appeared on Eddie's round face. Quite a bit, obviously. Your grandfather was an interesting actor. I enjoyed some of those serials, especially the one with PRC pictures, a saxophone, and a 6-shooter. Always low-budget stuff, but good stuff nonetheless. Chuckling, I nodded. I've seen that one. But I've never actually seen Beresford, only heard of it. And I do know it was Randy Gray's first and only feature. Eddie cracked up momentarily. Then the film scholar returned. Of course, that was it. No one knows what happened to him since. Trying to contain my excitement, I kept calm on the video call, my big eyes starstruck. And that's why I wanted to know. Eddie gave me a respectful nod. Your mother, I know. I'm really sorry, Peyton. But do you know anything else? All this curse stuff? Saying the movie's lost, or when you watch it, you die? It's just so... dumb? Eddie interrupted. Trust me, I know. Leave that mythos to the horror pictures. So what is there? I leaned in closer, intrigued. Leaning back, Eddie reflected for a moment in the darkness. Well, my first instinct is it's a race film. A race film? Yeah, it might be lost, but so are so many in that genre, you see. Eddie moved in toward the laptop camera, letting it capture him for this glorious close-up. Race films were quite common in the 40s, and there were plenty of film noir homages, especially crime movies in general. Gotcha. I mean, like Murder on Lenox Avenue, 1940s gang war, even going back to 1935's Murder in Harlem. I've never heard of those. Not many have. Eddie paused to collect those thoughts I cherished so much. These were low budget, probably lower than Poverty Row Productions, man. I imagine so. If they're anything like my grandfather's. Then they're probably pretty good, right? Eddie said with a smile. A saxophone and a 6-shooter is a masterpiece in my opinion. I'll get it up on Nor Alley someday. Instantly my heart pounded at the Eddie Mueller gushing over my grandpa. Trying to keep my cool, I slouched back in my seat. Kept a lethargic Nor vibe. One so chill, Robert Mitchum would be proud. So is that what you think Dark Knight of the Beresford is? A race film? More than likely. That or a stag film. Eddie chuckled. Oh my god, I hope not. I laughed. Hey, I'm respecting the man, the myth, the legend, Randy Gray here. Stanley Howard, I added. Oh, yeah, Eddie went on. But at the same time, I'm just saying that in that climate, black actors and actresses had to take what they could get. There's no shame in your grandfather slumming it. Eddie's sincerity sold me. The Tsar of Nor, somehow reassuring amidst the most uncertain mystery. That's fair. I grinned. knowing good and well how ridiculous my next theory was gonna be. But could this all just be like drive-in, grindhouse type stuff? Maybe it's so indie that even back then, it was gory and had all this crazy sex everywhere. Eddie matched my own laughter. Maybe in the pre-code days, that'd be possible, but certainly not in the 40s. Yeah, Roger Corman wasn't around too much back then. Exactly. Or Herschel Gordon Lewis. Smiling, Eddie motioned his mixed drink toward me. There you go. You know your shit, Peyton. I appreciate it. I beamed. Of course I was flattered, but I knew he had deeper things in store, especially with my mom's limited time. So you don't know anything about the other actors? The director? Eddie shook his head. Nope, not at all, I'm afraid. Then in the dark room he moved his hands about in professor fashion. But look, no one knows anything about them. Nothing except there was a leading lady playing opposite Randy. I've heard that. A slight unease crashed my excitement. But this curse stuff, you're saying none of it's real? No. Hell no. Eddie gave me a smile. Not in my opinion, anyway. It's just... I glanced over at my emails real quick. It's just I got this weird message. Someone was telling me they knew about... T. Crenshaw? Eddie interrupted, matter-of-factly. I looked at him stunned. Well, yeah. With a playful scoff, Eddie waved me off. That guy's a nut. Ignore him. Do you know him? Eddie shrugged. Not in person. The confident charisma returning, he sat up straight. I mean, it's the internet, Peyton. Trying to match Eddie's own confidence. Or arrogance. I ran a hand along my scalp. Well, what do you know about him? For once, Eddie shifted in his seat, some shadow sliding over his smile. Honestly, not anything really. Just that he sent me similarly silly stuff about Dark Knight of the Beresford. You don't believe him? Oh, hell no. Eddie dismissed. He's just another troll. I've never gotten a real name from him. No proof, no nothing. Regardless of Eddie's comments, I felt my heart sink a bit, my dim hope giving in to despair. Those crazies are a dime a dozen, Eddie reassured me. He sent me all sorts of weird shit, like pictures of me at Norista's, dark underbellies, all my favorite bars and restaurants. I cringed, yet felt a new emotion. Fear. That's kind of creepy. Chuckling, Eddie gave me a carefree shrug. Hey, at this point, you get used to it. That's show business, right? That's not even counting all the other messages he sent. The videos. By now, Eddie's smile was omnipresent. Almost like he was flattered to be famous enough to have his own stalker. To live out his own film noir scenario. But one that in my opinion was quickly veering toward horror territory. I even deal with him on Twitter. Eddie raised his drink. His second one during this conversation. Myself on a second glass of Pinot Grigio. But what can you do, man? People are fucking crazy. He took a quick, reassuring swig. You just gotta get used to it in this line of work. I grinned. I can only imagine. From there, our chat got more lighthearted. Less about internet psychos and more about a chance for us to meet and further discuss the Beresford mystery. We settled on Norista's, a cafe/bar Eddie frequented. Immediately after setting the date, Eddie and I did a friendly, if awkward, goodbye. Awkward mostly due to my fangirl status. I leaned back and took another sip, relishing what looked to be quite the adventure. Then in the midnight silence, a notification popped up. A new email from that same address. That same weirdo. T. Crenshaw had a new message. Ask Eddie about me. I left it at that. After all, why tempt trolls? That Thursday, I saw Mom before making my way out. The 5-hour drive plodding but peaceful. By nightfall, I rolled up to the dead parking lot. Not many cars were in sight. San Fran at a dead calm. Norista's even deader. The Roxy Theater, a dollar cinema located right beside it, looked abandoned. Tucked away in what appeared to be the remnants of a closed nightclub, Norista's was appropriately claustrophobic. Shiny framed movie posters lined up along the pitch black walls. All of them vintage. All of them classic film noirs. Okay. Hitchcock's Rope may be debatable. The bar, an impressive array of both beer and the harder stuff. The coffee makers and stovetops in mint condition considering they appeared to be from the 40s. All in all, we had ourselves a diner/bar/coffee shop combo, and Norista's excelled at all three. Furniture and props were scattered about like a most morbid museum. I saw a literal Maltese falcon. The suitcase-like box from Kiss Me Deadly, Barbara Stanwyck's double indemnity anklet, even the rug from a neo-noir like The Big Lebowski that really tied the cafe together. A jukebox kept the fatalistic vibes going with a dark jazz that was only broken up by the occasional crooner or movie score. I stopped next to a vintage phone booth and stood there in awe. The smell of a most fresh coffee mesmerizing. But I had my eyes on those cocktail signs. Their pictures and descriptions showcasing North-themed drinks that most certainly had my name on them. I only saw 3 other customers. Just 2 servers. But this was 5 people too many for me. Especially since I was 15 minutes early, and Eddie didn't exactly scream Mr. Punctuality. I veered toward a glass door on the right, toward a smoker section that must have shamed its gumshoe chain smoker imitators, given its crawl space size arena. Apparently the discouragement of nicotine worked considering I was the only one in this cage. I took a seat and turned to see a window, showcasing the dark San Francisco streets. Those Venetian blinds, another nice touch. To my relief, there was no lingering cigarette smoke. The ashtrays surprisingly empty. The waitress was even friendlier than I expected, thankfully not channeling the hard-boiled dialogue we loved from the genre. I started off with the Mildred Pierce. The liquor was smooth. Before I knew it, 20 minutes went by and still there was no sign of Eddie. Fuck it, I thought. I got ready to call him when my phone vibrated. A new email greeted me. T. Crenshaw. The subject line, I know the truth. Of course I clicked it. Another cryptic message spilled out. If you really want to know the truth, come with me. I have the movie. I know what happened to Randy Gray. I scoffed, but somehow an unsettling suspicion lingered. What if he really was telling the truth? What if Crenshaw wasn't just some random weirdo, but did have a copy of the movie no one had seen in almost 70 years? But then I dropped the delusion. By now, I'd finished the Mildred Pierce and either needed more, or Eddie Mueller. Raising my phone, I turned, then looked on in shock, a slowly rising fear settling in. A tall, scrawny man stood right outside the window, his arms folded, his stature strong and poised in that dark business suit. Sunglasses disguised the eyes, a fedora disguised his hair, but nothing hid the man's sly smirk. Those chiseled dimples, even beneath the weak streetlights, an eerie confidence just radiated off him. The Venetian blinds, jagged, filter, making him all the more menacing. He didn't have to make a move, didn't have to tell me his name. Through the horror, I knew this was T. Crenshaw. Fighting the inner panic, I stumbled to my feet and slapped a 20 on the table. One quick look back at the window showed me Crenshaw was gone, but I was too scared to relax now. I dialed Eddie. To To my relief, he answered quickly. Hey, I'm sorry, Peyton. I was just about to leave, he said. He's following me, I yelled. What? Who? That creepy guy on the internet? Another glance at the window just showed me a desolate San Fran Crenshaw. On the other end, I heard Eddie pause. A rare sigh escaped his lips, a rare glimpse of unease in his tone. Shit. Just come to my house. I'll shoot you the address. But what about Crenshaw? Feeling my anxiety hit overdrive, I looked at the glass door. By now, only the waitresses were left. Should I call the cops? No. Eddie's firm response. Just come over. Keep your eyes and ears open, but get in your car. Just drive here. We'll talk about it when you get here. Not gonna lie. Deep down, I was glad his lethargic coolness was back. I was comforted by Eddie's casual cadence. Is that cool? Eddie continued. I'm sending it now. I felt my phone buzz with his escape plan. I'll see you there. Be safe. I hung up and faced the door. A slight meditation, or hesitation, that lasted only a few seconds. Then I walked on in. At first, it was smooth sailing. With all the patrons gone, the jazz now sounded louder in this empty stage. The music a manic, eerie loop that brushed against my flesh like an October wind. I noticed more shadows following me, but figured it was just the lamps working their magic. I waved at the barista. Have a good night. But again, a horror washed over me. I saw T. Crenshaw standing in the phone booth. Damn sure not using it for a call, but to chill. To watch me. 'Cause regardless of the sunglasses, I knew that's what he was doing. I moved quicker. All while Crenshaw kept his gaze locked in on me. Out the store I went, straight out into a chilly spring night. Of course, I didn't slow down. I'd seen too many films, noir, and horror movies, to linger when a stalker was on my hands. Instead, I took Eddie's advice. I drove on over to his place, a modest yet big cabin located in the San Fran heartland. Earlier, he texted me the code to get through the gate, so there were no problems there. Upon entry, I was even more impressed. Well, this wasn't no worries, Eddie had his share of the genre's most memorable memorabilia. Rare film noir posters, the trophies hanging on each and every wall. Eddie's DVD collection absolutely astonishing. In his living room, I conversed with an idol that was even handsomer in person. Eddie's charisma carrying over off screen. Yeah, that Crenshaw guy? I've seen him around a time or two. Eddie said as he nursed a cocktail. I clung to the Cosmo he'd made me moments earlier. It was just creepy. A slight smile crossed my lips. More Hitchcock than noir, I guess. Eddie bobbed his head side to side, contemplating my analogy. Fair enough. Brushing my bangs back, I looked over at the layout. Besides the Lady from Shanghai poster, I noticed other things. There was Eddie's cat Charlotte strolling by, a bookshelf dominated by Raymond Chandler and Dorothy B. Hughes, and a bar that was far less impressive than I expected. Certainly nothing like the home bar I'd seen on Eddie's YouTube videos. Consider this drunk disappointment in her fellow alcoholic. Granted, as a guy, I probably felt less threatened. Eddie went on. He shrugged his shoulders with a playful gusto. I get used to the stalkers, but yeah, he's creepy, no doubt. A sincere sympathy showed through the sarcasm. I'm sorry you had to experience that on your first night. I faced Eddie. Thanks. I appreciate that. I watched him take another sip. Certainly not the first Eddie had had tonight, yet he was still so handsome in that suit. But what more can you tell me about my granddad? Eddie paused, clearly taking note of the more focused demeanor I was forcing. Just Eddie and the Cosmo were so damn distracting. Randy Gray wasn't a bad man, Eddie said. I will say that he was ahead of his time from what I understand. So what's the full story then? I challenged. Why did he abandon my mom? Put on the spot, Eddie stole another swig. If he was this relatively famous figure in film noir, I went on. Look, it was a different time back then. Eddie finally answered. We all know that. Granted, he was right, but that didn't stop me. But besides the racism... Listen, it was more than racism, Eddie said. He put the glass to his lips before pausing. It was much worse, I mean. So, what? They ran him out of the industry? After another sip, Eddie aimed those bright eyes at me. Well, can you name me another successful black actor in film noir besides him? One that lasted as long as he did before the disappearance? I didn't have an answer. Sure, there was Harry Belafonte in a classic like Odds Against Tomorrow, but black actors and actresses weren't exactly excelling back then, Eddie said. He leaned back against the countertop, leaning next to an autographed Lawrence Tierney photograph. A picture of the notorious noir heavy standing next to her, a much younger Eddie. It's very possible your grandfather just got left out of the industry, whether he was blackballed or just left to do other things. But that doesn't explain the mystery, I interrupted. I mean, why is there so much mystique around Dark Knight at the Beresford? Keeping his charismatic cool, Eddie held his arms out. It's a lost movie, Peyton. This shit happens. So maybe his disappearance is just as mysterious. Okay, maybe it is. I couldn't help but notice the allured way Eddie watched me take another sip. Or maybe I was imagining it. Maybe Peyton Hardin's thirst was taking over. Trust me, I'm as big a fan of your grandfather's as anyone. Eddie admitted that with that beaming smile. In fact, let me show you something. From there, he led me toward the very back of the house. A much darker arena. A literal home theater. The big screen was glorious and retro enough, and rather than hideous seats and sticky floors, we had sofas and psychedelic rugs, not to mention the home bar of both my dreams and Eddie's best uploads. Immediately I nabbed another drink. This one, Eddie's infamous assassin cocktail. Needless to say, it was strong and good, and hit quick. Eddie put on a saxophone and a 6-shooter. Certainly I'd seen it before, just never on the big screen. Never around such enthusiastic company. Eddie slid in front of me, his tall frame not much higher than mine. Albeit, he was still so handsome. We'll check out the Beresford tomorrow, he said. See what we can find at all the filming locations. Sounds like a plan. But I want to help you, Peyton. Honestly. I gave him a mischievous smile. My mom would appreciate it. She always thought you were cute. The upteenth mixed drink helped make Eddie crack up. That's nice of her. He leaned back against a couch. I can't imagine how much she means to you. And now this whole... In professor mode again, he started talking with his hands, spilling some of the drink. This mystery with her dad, I know it means a lot to you to give her some closure. With a trembling grasp, he took another sip. Never before had I seen Eddie Mueller get emotional. Sympathetic, sure, but never this shook up. Then again, this wasn't TV. Thank you, I responded. Fighting back tears, Eddie looked off at the screen, his tough facade not allowing him to give in to this vulnerable state. I spent a lot of time with my mom, too. He gave me a weak smile. We watched a bunch of movies together. Oh, I'm sure. I pointed the assassin at him. And my mom damn sure loves watching you. Eddie chuckled. It keeps her going. Just me and those Saturday nights with Eddie, she tells me. My dad was that way as well. Eddie started. That's how we bonded. He waved toward the screen. Movies. This was the most personal episode of Noir Alley yet, and it was all for me. I stood there, mesmerized, spellbound by the czar. Eddie stood up off the couch. We'll get to the bottom of this. He held up his drink. For your mom. Then he escaped into the martini, literally drowning out his sorrow. I followed suit. The buzz then re-emerged in both of us. Our smiles collided. I gazed on at Eddie's face. Not even sudden gunfire from the movie made us jump. Breaking the slowly smoldering tension, Eddie stepped closer. You don't have a boyfriend in LA? The question caught me off guard. Not that I was against it. What do you mean? Using his drink, Eddie pointed toward my pocket. You haven't been on your phone much. Well, not every young person stays on their phone 24/7. I teased. Oh, I know. Eddie smiled. I just figured you might have been talking to a guy or girl. I laughed. Well, no. There's no one in my life right now. Besides Mom, anyway. Same here, Eddie said. Minus the mom part. I'm sorry. Eager to cheer him up, I gave Eddie a quick toast. But nice observation. Hey, I've done a lot of research. Watched a lot of detective movies. I like to think I'm the same way. Another sip of that assassin accelerated the confidence. That's like what we're doing now, isn't it? Especially visiting the hotel. A crime scene. I stepped in closer, closing the distance between Mueller and I. Two privates working the case. Sure. Eddie shrugged his shoulders. For such a clever neurologist, he was an obvious flirt. Or maybe you're the femme fatale. Think that's you. I hurled back with a smile. Oh, I like that. He pointed the martini at me. Post-feminist noir. Exactly. Brief silence then struck. Nothing awkward at all. Our smiles staying put. Our stare starting to simmer at this point. The police siren blared off the screen, its shrill beat matching my heartbeat. Eddie couldn't help but smirk at the film, then turned to face me once more. So when was the last time you went on a date to the movies? The confidence hit its peak. I staggered up to this Turner Classic movie, Martini Idol. The sexy host transplanted straight from Mom's TV, right to my fingertips. Tonight. The only reply I needed. To my relief, Eddie didn't resist. Instead, he caught me in his arms, still spilling more booze. Then I went in for the kill. A kiss to kill, that is. Together, our lips invented a new mixed drink, but the smell of alcohol didn't bother me. Nothing could bother us in this moment. A film noir behind us was our romantic beach view. Eddie's bar, our hotel suite. Grinning, I pulled back. One hand wrapped around Eddie's neck, the other holding on to that assassin for dear life. You're good, I said with a sly charm that'd make Bogart and Bacall proud. Likewise, Mueller replied. I felt along Eddie's chest, then felt literal heavy metal where his heart should have been. What the hell? I smirked. Sorry. Eddie laughed. He placed his martini on a counter before reaching inside his coat's breast pocket. What is it? Eddie pulled out a glorious flask. One with Barbara Stanwyck as double enmities, Phyllis Diatrixin engraved on it. Totally badass. Wow, I exclaimed. Full of pride, Eddie held it closer to me, his megawatt smile making this film noir world so much brighter. To me, anyway. Hey, you gotta be prepared, man. That night was bliss. The joy lasting all the way to morning. There was a movie marathon in that screening room. A marathon of booze brought to us by that lovely bar. And the fun continued all the way to Eddie's bedroom. The following day I got up around 9. Well, Eddie was in the shower. I pulled my hair back in a messy ponytail. On the nightstand, Eddie's iPhone buzzed to life. Then that fear returned, an anxiety burrowing itself deep inside me. Eddie had an email notification from an address I was all too familiar with. T. Crenshaw. I grabbed his phone. To my surprise and secret joy, the preview was lengthy. I saw most of the message, the key phrasing hitting me like shocking jolts from a Nora era's electric chair. You better meet me tonight. I told you I'd only talk to you like you said. I'll leave her alone till we're face to face. Many emotions hit me, conflicted me. So we were going to the Beresford Hotel not due to Eddie's intuition, but because of the stalker Eddie told me he'd blocked. I didn't want to tell you. Eddie struggled to explain at his minibar. By now, we were dressed and ready to go. Eddie in a checkered blazer, myself in a red sundress. Both of us chill but professional, and holding our respective drinks. Two postmodern private eyes. I know Crenshaw was making you nervous, but you didn't have to lie, I interrupted. I know. Eddie gazed down at his bullion. Look, I was gonna tell you when we were out. He smiled at me. One he knew was so cute. Called a surprise, I guess. I laughed. The second frozen margarita helping his cause. I know, Groaning, I leaned back against the bar counter. It's just freaked me out a little. Well, I knew he was bothering you. I just decided to ask him about the Beresford and see what he had to say. Intrigued, I watched him. I gotta say the excitement replaced my disappointment. My first ever crime case ready to kick off. A twinkle appeared in Eddie's blue eyes. But hey, let's get lunch at Dog Patch. That's where they shot the opening scene. Well, supposedly. So we ate at Dog Patch. Then later checked out various sites where Dark Night at the Beresford were rumored to have been shot. Of course, no one knew shit about it. This was a lost movie after all. The two of us had fun. The investigation turning into a date the more it went on. Playing part-time tour guide and full-time film geek, Eddie's charisma never melted. The weather may have been perfect, but our chemistry became scorching hot by the time we made our way over to the Beresford for another round. For the meeting with Crenshaw. He was supposed to meet us at the hotel bar at 8. And once 9 o'clock rolled around, we both began to doubt Crenshaw's appearance. Not that we cared. The bar served them up strong, and Eddie and I were enjoying one another's company, with or without the stalker. Only one thing broke up the good vibes. A text. I checked my phone to see a picture message from Mom. She looked somewhat better. Or at least that gorgeous smile made it seem so. She was still in a hospital bed. The caption beneath her pic bringing back both the drive and disappointment I felt. Have you found anything? Miss you. Eddie sensed my sudden sadness. Are you alright? He leaned in closer next to me, keeping a respectful distance. Peyton. Everything was too much. The failed mystery, Crenshaw the no-show, and most of all, my mom's deteriorating condition. I demanded to leave and go straight to my safety net. Film noir, Noiristas to be exact. We don't have to go there, Eddie had protested. Let's go somewhere else. Maybe dark underbellies. But I wasn't having any of it. I stormed out until Eddie pulled me back. Until I strong-armed him back to the salvation of Noiristas. The bar was quiet, even on a Friday. Especially the smokers section I led Eddie into. A room completely empty besides us, and thankfully, empty of current cigarette smoke. We ordered our drinks and appetizers and waited. It wasn't long before I felt my phone vibrate. Thinking it was Mom, I rushed to check the screen. The new email was from Crenshaw. I now felt a fire inside. Not sadness, but a spark of excitement. Quickly, I opened the message before even scanning the preview. Why didn't you show? It read. Then I saw another email arrive. Another one from Crenshaw. We were supposed to meet at the Roxy. I told Mueller. More anger hit me than anxiety, especially toward Eddie. I looked over at him. Immediately my glare brought him out of his buzz. Peyton, what's wrong? He asked, concerned. I showed him the message. Enough said. Eddie groaned, guilty as charged. The guy's a creep, Peyton. It doesn't matter. I started. I don't want him leading you into anything crazy. You lied to me, I told him. The drink's making my subtle rage a bit too transparent. Again. Okay, look. Eddie collapsed back in his seat. There's more. Why'd you lie to me? You said this was about finding the truth. I'm sorry. Eddie sighed. Unsettled, he collapsed back in his chair, a flustered frustration crashing his cool demeanor. But there's more to this. Like what? I slammed my hand on the table. This is the goddamn reason I'm here, Eddie. I want to know the truth. I know. So stop fucking lying to me. Eddie paused. He looked off at the window, purposefully dodging my irate stare. It might not be what you expect. I don't care. Trembling, Eddie faced me. I mean, it might not be what you or anyone wants to know, Peyton. The scary sincerity startled me. I couldn't talk. Instead, I just watched Eddie. Look, I was trying to help, Eddie said. I mean, do you really want to know this? Do you really want to know the total, brutal truth? Because this is your grandfather we're talking about here. I don't know if it was the day drinking, the mommy memories, the ultimate need for answers, but whatever it was, I fucking snapped. I grabbed Eddie by the blazer collar, startling the shit out of him. You listen to me, I said. I came here to find out what happened to Julie Hardin's dad. I threw Eddie back in his seat, my sheer strength and willpower keeping him silent. For once. And I'm not stopping till I get a goddamn answer. Then I did the unthinkable. I abandoned both my idol and another Mildred Pierce to storm toward the exit. That is, until Eddie's voice stopped me. Peyton, he said. I stopped at the door to face him, my glower contrasting his stoic stare. I wanted you to make your own decision, Eddie said. Okay, that's all. I will, I replied. A nervous Eddie ran a hand through his hair. All right, I'll be here. I'll wait for you. I didn't even respond. Without further ado, I bid farewell to Eddie Mueller without ever actually doing so. The Roxy came calling. T. Crenshaw specifically. The theater was right beside Norista's. I didn't need Crenshaw's help considering there was only one screen in play tonight. The walls were bare, the lighting minimal, the concession booth a graveyard of expired candy. The place made grindhouses of yesteryear look like movie palaces. I didn't even message Crenshaw upon stepping inside theater number 1. A sticky floor greeted me. I saw several broken seating chairs and a screen of many wrinkles. I was the only person in attendance other than the man in the fedora, the weird guy I saw in the Norista phone booth just last night. The guy sat in the second to last row and beckoned me to sit right beside him. A middle seat for a perfect view of the black and white movie sprawling before me. Why the hell not? This drunk, I took the bait. I didn't protest. I sat behind Crenshaw. Immediately, Dark Knight at the Beresford grabbed my attention. As any cursed and lost movie on the big screen should. At first, the movie was charming, full of film noir cliches, yet they felt fresh, mostly due to my grandfather's charisma. Black Bogart sold every scene, including a third act that left me horrified. I realized this was why the movie went incognito. Watching Dark Knight's finale deeply disturbed me. There my grandfather was in a cheap 1951 hotel room, a young white woman, his only companion. At first the encounter appeared consensual, until a gun was revealed. A knife, all at the hands of Randy Gray. The woman then went from horrified to helpless, as did the audience. Quickly, the lady was bound and gagged by my grandfather, and a more than willing cast and crew. Unspeakable acts happened, the type of disturbing behavior too sickening to explain in detail. A gruesome slaughter captured on camera. What I was watching no longer became obscure film noir, but sensationalized snuff, and my grandfather was the star. Soon the screen faded to black. Only the theater's humming, antiquated air conditioning could be heard. No credits helped explain the movie's obscurity, aside from the horrific crime it showed on celluloid. I sat there in the cold, my body petrified in fear, my mind wallowing in repulsion, and a hand through my tears. Shedding tears not for Stanley Howard, but the lady in the movie, my grandfather's victim. Up above, dim lights flickered. Now the man in the fedora stood in front of me. This much closer, I saw wrinkles, another telltale sign of old age. Regardless of the sunglasses, I knew he was staring right at me, his stance still somber, a film noir grim reaper. But I didn't say anything. I needed to go. In one sickened swipe, I knocked the tears away and stood up. Then the man took off the glasses. A pair of big, soulful eyes greeted me, a sharp contrast to his cryptic costume. No wonder he kept them hidden. Her name was Sharon Maven, Crenshaw said, his voice vulnerable, meek. He lowered the shades as he looked away, exhaled in a painful gasp. She was my mother. Shit, I thought. And to think her humiliation, her death was on film. Forever. I'm sorry. I forced out through the unease. Really? Using the sunglasses, Crenshaw pointed toward the screen. It took me decades to find a copy. I let him do the talking. What else could I do? I stayed put in shame. I wanted to know what happened to her. Crenshaw went on. He hesitated. Kinda like you. Just like me, I responded. Gonna take it to the police. T. Crenshaw trembled there, nervous, trying to be as gentle as possible when it was his mom that was butchered. I want the whole world to know what happened. Maybe they'll find her remains. I don't know. I just want closure. I understand. I do. He gave me a tip of the fedora. I just wanted you to know first. If you really wanted the truth, of course. I did. Then I turned, ready to leave the whole fucking scene behind. I gave Crenshaw a sympathetic look. But I'm sorry. Started to walk away. Until... Do you want to know more? Stopped and turned to see Crenshaw. Some confusion appearing in his anguish. About your grandfather, he added. I know what happened to him. With a disgusted smirk, I shook my head firmly. No, I'm good. The man nodded. Then a sudden thought struck. A terrifying one. Just one thing. I sniffed and wiped away any trace of tears. Were there more? An uncomfortable Crenshaw paused. More movies? Yeah, I replied, my voice now more detached. I nodded over at the screen, the huge blank canvas like a ghostly portal. Ones like that, where he killed someone. At first, Crenshaw didn't say anything, his discomfort further manifesting itself in the form of restless hands and shifty eyes. I knew the answer. All Crenshaw did was give me a nod. I then left the Roxy in silence. I walked alone. Los Angeles and my mother's final days were calling me. Of course, I didn't know what to tell her. Who would? I just had one more stop before dialing an Uber. Behind a cynical glower, I stopped outside Norista's smoking section window for one last look into this San Francisco noir world I was all too eager to leave. There was Eddie at the table, still waiting. By now, several empty drinks, part of his booze body count. Currently, he nursed a cup of coffee. I watched him pull the flask out of his breast pocket. Eddie always with a penchant for making his drinks stronger. Non-alcoholic beverages be damned. As he poured the bourbon into the coffee, Eddie looked up. He saw me. Instantly, his expression veered from neutrality to weary resignation. Eddie knew. He knew all along. He didn't stand up. He didn't rush out to greet me. There'd be no sappy reconciliation. No sentimental value. He knew how this story would end. We all did. Eddie put away the flask. Holding his latest cocktail, he stared on at me. My glare not going anywhere. Our exchange probably lasted seconds but felt like an eternity. After all, I felt born again when he called me. I felt alive when he investigated with me. Then I died when he lied to me. Finally, I turned and walked out into the dark night. I haven't talked to Eddie Mueller since, nor did I ever reach out to Crenshaw again. I don't know what happened to my grandfather. I don't know if he went into hiding or got arrested or went overseas. I just hope he's dead. One hot summer day, I was walking with my friends around my city having a fun time. We had a few drinks and enjoying our lives before leaving for college. We had so much fun that we forgot to check what time it was, and to our surprise, we had lost the last bus ride that could bring us back home. All of our parents were sleeping, and we didn't want to wake them up to give us a ride back home, so we decided to walk back home. Here I have to mention that my friends and I actually enjoy taking long walks, but we had never before walked at 2 o'clock at night. And the worst part was that we were kind of drunk, so we knew that the walk home would be long. So we started walking from the city center back to the suburbs where we lived. We calculated that it should take around 1.5 to 2 hours, depending on how fast we would be walking and how many breaks we would have. The ride home was long and we would have to walk through some sketchy neighborhoods. That was the part that freaked me most. You see, my other friends were more brave. I was always the overprotective guy who got scared easily. So walking through those dark alleys, which had no good reputation, creeped me out a little. Some time passed by and we had walked halfway. The boys were a bit tired and, not gonna lie, so was I. So we decided to sit for a while and then continue to walk. While we were sitting and catching up our breaths, a guy approached us. He was tall, very skinny, and smelled really, really bad. At the point we couldn't bear the smell. Instead of leaving, we decided to stay for 2 to 3 more minutes and then continue, thinking that the guy would leave us alone, but he didn't. He actually came closer to us, and then he said with a raspy voice, "Hey boys, do you have a cigarette or two to spare?" None of us smoked at the time, so we nodded our heads, and I said politely, "No, sorry man, we don't." I expected that after that the guy would leave, but he didn't. Instead he asked us another question. "Okay then, maybe you have some change so I can buy a pack, don't you?" The problem was that we actually didn't. We had spent it all for the drinks and to buy the bus tickets that we ended up not using. So we didn't have any way to make that guy leave. "No, sir, we don't have any money," my friend George said aggressively. At first that seemed to make the guy less interested, and he started walking away, but in our surprise he turned around and started running back to us. We started to run too as a group, and although the guy who was chasing us seemed weak, he could actually run fast and he was catching up on us. That was when John, our other friend, screamed at us, "Guys, we have to split up, otherwise he will catch all of us." At the time it sounded like a good idea, but as I'm writing the story, I regretted our actions at the time. We split up, took 3 different ways, and at first I thought that the plan worked because the guy stopped chasing us. I continued running, got in an alley, and hid behind some trash. There were a few seconds of silence until I heard some motorcycles and the same raspy voice of the guy saying angrily, "We have to find them no matter what." I was scared and confused. Why do they need to find us? How many of them were outside searching for us? We had no money and nothing expensive on us. That was worth stealing. Why was the guy and his friends searching for us? All these thoughts were running through my mind at the moment when I felt a hand touch my shoulder. My heart sank. I turned my head and I was relieved to see it was George. "You scared the crap out of me," I said. George apologized, said he didn't mean to scare me. "We have to find John," he said, and I agreed. Walking on our tiptoes now, we were moving behind cars and being very careful not to make any noise. After 15 minutes of searching, we had neither heard from John nor seen the guy and the others on the motorcycles. That's when we thought it was safe to call John. The phone rang a few times and then it went to voicemail. We tried one more time. The same thing. Once again, and no answer. We continued walking towards home, and after 2 to 3 minutes of walking, my phone rang. It was John. I answered immediately. "John, where are you? We're looking for you so we can go back home all together." But instead of hearing John's voice, I heard the raspy voice of the guy who was chasing us. He said, "I don't think John can answer the phone right now. And I have to say, it wasn't a very good idea to call him 3 times. Oopsies," he said while laughing. I closed the call right away. George, what should we do now? He said. I have no clue. This has never happened to me before. We were very scared. Didn't know what to do, and we were still a 45-minute walk away from home. Then it hit me. There's a police station nearby. We have to go there now, I said. We ran to the police station, and I was hoping that the cops could track John's phone and find him. We reached the police station and tried to explain everything that happened as calm as we could. The police officers called our parents and began to search instantly. Our parents took us back home. Mine scolded me for not calling them and for our idea to walk back home. I didn't sleep that night. I was thinking, where's John? Wondering if he was hurt, and many scenarios passed by my mind. The next day, George and I testified at the police station with exact details of what happened, and I believe I gave a pretty good description of the guy. A few days passed by, and we had been informed that John's phone was found near the area I was hiding, inside a dumpster, but no clue where my friend was. That night was the last I have seen John. All this happened a few months ago, and I still have hope that my friend is somewhere out there, still alive. A few weeks ago, on a cool April night, I made the trek to my school's library in one last desperate bid to pass my data structures and algorithms class. I was failing, admittedly through my own fault, but if I could manage to pull my final project together and make at least an 86, I would scrape by and avoid having to take the class again. So I threw my laptop, headphones, and multiple energy drinks into my backpack and prepared myself to spend the whole night working. The main floor of the library was pretty empty, but I decided to go to my usual spots anyway. It was a small group of tables on the 4th floor, tucked away in a corner and surrounded by rows of bookshelves. Most students don't make it up to that level. I'm pretty sure most people don't even know you can go to the 4th floor. You can't get to it from the elevator. Instead, you have to get off the elevator on the 3rd floor and take the staircase that's tucked away in an alcove next to a dusty vending machine. They aren't connected to the main stairs, so most people miss them. When I reached the study tables, there was only one other person there, some older guy intently working on a paper. I nodded to him and sat down, glancing at the clock on the wall. 9 p.m. I winced. Taking that nap earlier had definitely been a mistake. Despite my late start, I managed to work pretty steadily for several hours. I was so focused that I even forgot to pull out any of my energy drinks. When I finally looked up from my barely working program, a couple necessary functions had to be commented out completely or that stupid thing wouldn't even compile. It was right around 2 a.m. I shifted in my seat, my back protesting from how long I had been hunched over my laptop. I needed to walk around and stretch for a bit. I stood up and wandered down an aisle, scanning book titles idly. There seemed to be a thin layer of dust over most of them. I wondered if anyone even checked these books out. I made it to the end of the aisle and rounded the corner, intending to walk back down the adjacent aisle to the study tables, but the end of it was blocked by another bookshelf. I turned around and started to make my way down the first aisle. My steps faltered. The end of this aisle was blocked by a bookshelf too. I slowed to a halt and looked up and down the row. Had I gotten turned around? Surely not. My path had been practically a straight line, but I must have. It's not like the heavy metal shelves and moved in the minute it took me to walk down the aisle. I turned back and started to try the other way again when I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I could feel someone watching me. Very slowly, I turned my head towards the shelf to my right. Nothing. I turned my head to the left and almost jumped a foot in the air. There was something standing on the next aisle over, peering at me through a narrow gap in the books. Its face was a sickly gray and its eyes were wide and unblinking. It didn't react when I gasped. You scared me, I choked out, taking a half step back. It cocked its head. Game? The creature rasped. At least, that's what I think it said. I could barely understand it. What? I took another step away. Game. 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 Its voice grew stronger every time it spoke, as if it had gone unused for a long time. I don't have time for a game. I stammered. Another step back. I have to get back to mine. The creature's hand slammed through the row of books, knocking several to the floor. It flailed, long gray fingers grabbing for me. Game, the creature shrieked, and I didn't hang around any longer to find out what it wanted to play. I booked it down the aisle and ran as far in the opposite direction from the thing as I could. In my terror, I didn't notice at first that the rows of bookshelves I was running down were much longer than they should have been. The library was pretty big, but I was on the smaller 4th floor. I should have been running over the parking lot at that point. I finally stopped to catch my breath when I thought I had gotten far enough away from the creature. I realized that I couldn't see the walls of the library anymore. Only rows and rows of shelves, stocked to the brim with dusty books. I looked through the gaps between the books, trying to find the study area or anything that would tell me where I was. But there was nothing. Nothing but books and shelves as far as the eye could see. Above me, the fluorescent lighting buzzed. I thought about climbing a shelf and looking out over the tops to find my way back, but I was honestly afraid of what I would find if I did. What if I couldn't find the stairs again? What if the library had completely disappeared, and the only thing left were bookshelves, stretching eternally? I was pulled out of my panic when I saw something move out of the corner of my eye. I froze, watching for any movement. There it was again, a flash of movement, unnaturally fast. I zeroed in on it. There, several rows away, was the creature, staring at me as if it had never moved. When it caught my gaze, it ducked out of view, and I heard a scampering sound. It sounded like something running on all fours. I took off, even though my body was still on fire from the last bout of running. I twisted and looped through the rows in a way I hoped would throw it off my trail. Eventually, I slowed down again to save my strength. But the whole time, I knew that somewhere nearby, the creature still haunted me. The shelves became more labyrinthine with every corner I turned. There were no more neat lines of adjacent rows. The aisles twisted and turned and branched and stopped dead with no warning. The books looked different too. Some looked absolutely ancient, as if they would crumble if I tried to pull them off the shelves. Some books looked oddly new. I pulled one of the newer books off the shelf in a moment of untimely curiosity. The front cover was a single word in a language I didn't know. I flipped it open and turned a few pages. To my surprise, they were all blank. It was getting dark then. Like the buzzing lights couldn't quite reach me wherever I was, even though I could still see them above me. As I turned another corner, I came upon a small area with no other paths out of it besides the one I came in through. It looked like the bookshelves had been haphazardly pushed aside to form a small clearing, and loose paper from several fallen books was scattered everywhere. I felt my heart thud in my chest when I saw that some of the pages were stained, a rusted brown color that was almost black. I took a step further in, and almost tripped over something half hiding under a crumbling book. I kicked the book away and froze in horror. Sitting on the floor in front of me was a human skull, picked completely clean. Suddenly, I knew the truth. All my running had been for nothing. I had never had a chance to escape. These shelves weren't a maze. They were a web. The creature had been chasing me here the whole time, getting me slowly, carefully, stuck fast in its trap. And now, I was here in its nest, waiting for it to come to dinner. Behind me, I heard the scampering sound again. I whipped around to see the creature peering at me from the end of the aisle. Its body was hidden behind the bookcase, and it poked its head around the corner in a way that was almost childlike. I had seen how fast it could move. I only had a moment to act. "Wait!" I screamed. It tilted its head ever so slightly. My mind raced. "You wanted to play a game, right? A game?" The creature stared, unmoving. "It's not really a game unless you give me a chance to escape. How is it a game if there's no possible way I can win?" As I distracted the creature, I looked around for any way to get out. Luck must have been with me because I noticed a small gap between two shelves that I hadn't seen before. I threw myself at the gap, barely managing to squeeze through as the creature rushed toward me. I felt fingers barely graze the back of my shirt as I took off running. I took a few more random turns and then, like I'd never left, I burst free of the shelves, back at the group of study tables. The only other person on the 4th floor, the older guy from before who had been writing a paper, gave me a dirty look before focusing back on his laptop screen. I didn't bother to grab my stuff. I sprinted for the stairs, going down them 2 at a time until I hit the 3rd floor. I ran to the main staircase, tearing down them so fast I almost fell. Then through lobby and out the main door, gulping fresh air that I thought I'd never taste again. A couple days later, I asked a friend to check the library's lost and found for me, and she was able to get most of my things and bring them to me. My earbuds were missing, but I didn't care. I considered it a small price to pay for my life. I also failed my algorithms class, but honestly, that was going to happen anyway. For a couple weeks, I thought I was safe. I really did. I thought I had managed to beat the creature and escape its labyrinth. I had thought of it like a spider, something that would catch the unsuspecting fly that stumbled into its web but couldn't give chase if the fly unstuck itself. But now I know the truth. It had taunted me with freedom like a cat with a mouse, letting me dart out from underneath its grasp, only to snap me back up again in the next second. During the day, I can feel its eyes on me, watching me from dark corners as I make my way around campus, even as I give the library a wide berth. I hear the sound of the creature's movement in my nightmares now, every single night. And every night, it sounds like it's getting closer. My grandparents' house has always felt wrong. For the longest time, there wasn't anything specific I could point out to for this feeling. The feeling was like a wind that blows a little too cold, or a night that's just too quiet. It's a small, 1-story, 3-bedroom brick house nestled in a short, wooded neighborhood in a small, rural town in Georgia. That side of my family has lived, well, a difficult life. It would be too tedious to list all of the misfortunes, small and large, that have plagued them over the years, but it was always made me feel like visiting them was a roll of the dice. That isn't to say that I don't have plenty of happy childhood memories there. Some of my fondest childhood memories were playing barefoot in the front yard while it lightly rained on a sunny day, building inventions in my grandfather's workshop, riding my pony around their pasture. I always associated the distinctive smell and taste of water straight from a watering house with playing there in the summer. But then there was the creepy little coincidences, like how when I was a kid, when I was visiting, I would listen to these scary storybooks on tape. There was this one story where a guy hung himself in a forest, but he was too tall to hang because his legs reached the ground. So he dug a hole with his feet while he was dangling. I always imagined this scene play out in my head in the wooded lot across the street from the house, in a strangely specific place. Years later, The neighbors from across the street took his own life in that exact location where I always pictured that scene. In the early 90s, my grandfather converted the carport into a living room for their house. He still tells stories about how I used to run my walker across the bare plywood floor before he got the carpet down, leaving tiny footprints in the sawdust. This living room was built with 3 enclosing walls and an open entryway to the front and breakfast room. I have always had a sense of being watched while in this room. This room is the primary guest room for grandchildren staying the night. During holidays or big family gatherings, when we slept there, all of my cousins would pull every extra mattress and air mattress in the house into this one room because nobody wanted to sleep by themselves in any of the bedrooms. I always took one of the bedrooms, given the option. It's difficult to explain exactly, but when I slept in this room, especially when alone, I had this chilling feeling that told me to never stare out into the darkness of the room, and especially not to glance out the windows into the night. So when the bedrooms were full, and I was relegated to the living room sofa, I would sleep facing into it. When I was 19, my father, who was living with his parents at the time, ended up in jail after he got on a bender and attacked me and my sister while we were visiting for the 4th. My grandmother insisted we stayed the night at their house, worried that I would be too upset to drive the 3 hours back home. My great-grandmother was having health issues at the time, so she was living in one of the extra rooms. The other room I left for my sister, as it was her room anyway. At least when we stayed there. I slept in the living room. The gloom that night seemed almost palpable as I stepped into sleep under the rhythmic ticking of the antique clock on the mantel, laying inward on the sofa with the blanket pulled up to my ears. I hoped that I could just drift off to sleep. That's when the antique clock stopped ticking. I should have known then not to turn over, not to look towards the right-hand corner of the room. A wave of dread and despair washed over me, but it arrived too late. I was already rolling over to see why the clock stopped, and it wasn't until then that I realized it wasn't just the clock. I could no longer hear the soft hum of the old freezer they kept in a nearby storage closet, nor the sound of the breeze gently rustling the tree branches outside. All I could hear was the sound of my own breath. In the right-hand corner of the room, the corner I always felt never to look into when alone at night, stood the shape of a man, illuminated by the window behind it. It was mostly shrouded in darkness, except for the eyes. A streak of light cast from the edge of a curtained window on the other side of the room lay across its face, and it stared back at me with eyes painfully wide and bulging, as if it had peeled away its own eyelids so it could see more. It was impossibly tall, but its feet just barely reached the floor. I shut my eyes closed so hard they watered. I pulled the blanket over my head and rolled back over and just hoped I wouldn't feel anything touch my exposed back. A moment hung in the air for what seemed like minutes but was probably seconds, and the clock started ticking again. I laid there in that position for the rest of the night, not sleeping, but never opening my eyes. I haven't slept over at that house since then. When I visit for holidays, I always politely turn down the request to stay over and go to church with my family in the morning. As soon as the sun sets, I start looking for an excuse to head home. I know that there is something wrong with that place, and I know when it's time to go home. Transcript has been collected unanimously from a strange website that also only involved a spiritual self-help blog. This same transcript was quickly deleted hours after. My name's Alex. I lost my job a couple months ago and got evicted from my apartment. So now I'm staying at my mom's until I can sort everything out. But the past months have been hard, and no matter how many interviews I have, I'm not getting hired. I can't even sleep sometimes. Not even NyQuil would put me out at times. So completely out of it. I've been just going through the internet all day, seeing the weirdest shit, for fun. I would go through all the internet myths and the obscure wacky crap by crazies, and I know none of what any of this stuff says is true. At least I think they're all fake. At least I think most of them are fake. I know this sounds crazy, but I was looking through a certain website. Forgot what the hell it was called, but it was full of prophecy bullshit. Well, while I was looking at them, one was about dreams. That kind of, if you read this, you'll dream this. Stuff always creeped me the hell out. So I tried to skip it, but I couldn't resist. When you get a glimpse, it stays with you regardless. It said, "For whom this message reaches, know that what you read will pass. The very next time you dream, it may be one of your last. That is if, and only if, you see yourself in a maze. Get out of that maze and you will find your way out." I closed the tab almost immediately after I finished that, but since I just recited it, you probably know it stuck with me. But I was pretty distracted the rest of the night. The other crazy stuff I saw kind of washed that thing out, but it was probably written by some crackhead online anyway. I managed to sleep that night with an empty mind. Strange, since I usually didn't sleep this early. But what I dreamed made me regret it all. I was in the middle of multiple paths, all leading a different way. Not being very self-aware in my dream, I was kind of panicking. I'm not really into getting lost. I haphazardly just ran around the maze, picking paths at random, like a lobotomized lab rat. I don't know why I wasn't even trying to go the right way, but I wasn't, and I would wake up the next morning. The freaky dream did not go away at all. It would come back to me at random. It wasn't pleasant in the slightest. It didn't take me long to connect it to that dumb message on the internet. I was still skeptical though, and just thought it was a one-time thing. That by me freaking out this dream would happen, I inadvertently caused it. That's exactly why I hate dream crap like that. Self-assured, I applied for a couple jobs and went through the web again. But going through it, I remembered that these weird prophecies were pretty recent. Maybe something new was on there. I hesitated for a second, remembering what the last dumb thing did to that night. But feeling self-assured, I didn't see what was wrong with checking again. Barely remembering the URL, I managed to get it again anyway. But it looked like all the other posts I failed to read yesterday were completely gone. The dream one was still there though. Maybe the person behind this just happened to delete all that today. Starting fresh, I guess. But there was one more, which looked like it was just posted, right next to the dream one. It read, "You're in the maze now, but will it let you leave? Will it refuse? Only if you let it." It has been 2 days since I read that second message. Nothing new has been posted, and I haven't slept since I read it, thinking the nightmares would worsen. Not that I ever had trouble staying awake, but the sleep would be nice. I also managed to get a job interview for tomorrow, when I'm nice and sleep deprived. I'm sure the baggy eyes won't hinder how efficient of a person I'll look. Skip the interview. Another message was posted again saying, "Keeping yourself from visiting the maze will prevent your participation. We cannot have such a thing. Failure to participate will result in your disqualification." I have no idea what this disqualification thing meant, but I don't want to know. I have to do this tonight if I want to know, so I will. Happened again. I was lost in the maze, back where I left off at least, and it seems I actually had some of my brain intact this time, considering I was actually careful where I was going. But the last turn I made resulted in me facing this complete void. A black spectral figure that loosely resembles a person. It whispered my name right at that moment in which I woke up. As soon as I woke up, I went to that page and refreshed the page every hour. Finally, a post comes that afternoon. The ones you love, are they right for you? Only if you know they won't hinder you from yourself. More philosophical garbage I don't want to know the repercussions of. Only really seeing my mom frequently, I locked my bedroom door that night. She might keep me from finishing the maze. That night I felt I was ready. I knew I was ready. This has to be the last time I'll have the stupid dream, and I can put it all behind me. I woke up in the maze, back to where I was. I trudged for what felt like hours. The wind and my footsteps were all I heard. I went around it again, getting lost at times, backtracking many times, for what felt like hours. But this place was timeless. Not knowing the time made this feel like days until I saw it. The light, beaming from the other side of the maze. I was here. I'm almost out. God, the flash of it all. It was like the gates of heaven. After the deprivation I dealt with over this, it was about to end. I quickly ran for it, as if these heavenly gates would close if I wasn't fast enough. Then, as I grew nearly there, another one of those apparitions showed up out of nowhere. It got in my way. Alex. Alex. It repeated. It was like it was calling my name. But no. I know it wasn't. I know it was taunting me. Annoyed by this thing keeping me from my goal, I tried to shove it out of the way. And that surprisingly worked. It was a ghostly being, but it was physical enough to have been affected by the push. It dropped to the ground completely, not speaking anymore. Black ooze poured out from what seems to have been its head. Satisfied, I started running again, this time faster than I ever think I did in my life. The exit, I whispered. I rushed through the light as if it would blind me if I took the time to admire it. Through reflex, I shut the doors completely, and with that it seemed I took out the bright light. Now, wherever I was, it was pitch black. But one thing shined in the distance. It was a great big throne of gold, and from behind it, a decrepit old man in a robe approached me. So you completed the maze, Alex. He strained out with what sounded like fossilized vocal cords. In my excitement and on nerve, I nodded. That's good to hear, but the journey has just begun. He let out with a toothless smile. Follow me. We walked towards the shining golden throne. Nothing but pitch black shadows could be seen anywhere else. Sit, he politely said. I sat myself down. It was surprisingly uncomfortable. The seat itself was surprisingly round and very low. I could easily lie down on it. He began rummaging around the inside of his robe. Now, where did I put it? He questioned. He started to look a lot more like a forgetful grandfather than he already had. I waited patiently in his strange throne. Yes, this must be it. He pulled out a slender dagger, bedazzled with numerous jewels. It looked ancient, but as if it was just made. The design is like one of some forgotten race. Now, I want you to cut out your flesh, he asked, in the same tone as the command to sit. I sat awestruck at what he was asking me, almost paralyzed, still gawking back at him. Oh, do not tell me you're stopping now, he laughed. Remember, this is just a dream, my friend. The pain you feel right now is only momentary. His reassurance barely assured me. To truly get out, to truly find the exit to all of your problems, you must do this small sacrifice. What you are witnessing now is only an imaginary event affecting your reality. 2 slabs of flesh for your freedom, he lectured. For what he's asking of me and what he's offering, I can't refuse. Holding out the handle, he pressured me with his expectant gaze, a gaze expecting me to accept, and also one of impending disappointment were I incapable of accepting his request. The offer was left open for what felt like hours. Will doing this really solve all my problems? I asked myself, but then I remembered the bad luck with the past job, not being able to get a new one, getting evicted, the little friends I knew all fading away. This was connected. This would all change. The life I won for myself would come back out from the one I have now. Even if this isn't true, what would I lose from doing this in a dream? Another nightmare to forget the next day. What the hell? There's no reason to refuse. For these past few months, I have been blinded from the opportunities I can take, the life I could live. Right now, my life is as dead-end as it could get. What would a gory nightmare do to me anyway? I've already had some before. I hesitantly took that strange dagger. With this small sacrifice, your time will come soon, he reminded me. Putting the knife over my arm, I hesitated more than once, like a dip of the toe on a pool. Each stab of the blade met with me pulling it swiftly away. Blood poured from my arms as I tried to pull out a big rectangular cut of my skin. Like carving a pumpkin. Like carving a pumpkin. I repeated this phrase. Seemed to make the stinging go away. Eventually, I managed to make the outlines. Bracing for the pain, I began to saw it all off. The flesh was like rubber, bending back from my arm like an old band-aid. The old man simply stood there the entire time, his expression completely blank as he observed my every move. It was as if he's either seen this too many times or grew accustomed to hiding whatever sick satisfaction he was getting from this. I finally hacked off the skin from both arms. The anatomy of my upper arms were completely exposed. The stinging was practically gone now. Either I stripped off whatever nerves were there, or the benefits are coming to me already. Put the flesh in the bowl. He approached me with a golden tin. I placed them into the bowl. Very good, he said. He started to smile, but the stretching of his face into a grin wouldn't stop. His cheeks would go to his eyes, then into the sides of his forehead. Soon his entire face was just wrinkles and one big smile of nothing but gums. You did well, Alex. Of course, your time has come now, he bellowed, and with that my vision began to blur before I could even make a reaction. It felt like I was on an overdose of anesthesia. I couldn't feel anything at all. I think this is it. My way out. Police report. Date of incident 2/7/20. Time 1:35 a.m. Location of incident redacted. Description. Victim found locked in the bathtub of their bathroom. The flesh of their arms from the wrist to the elbow had been severed off. The flesh was left on the toilet bowl, the toilet being left unflushed. Victim likely did this to themselves. The mother was also pushed with great force onto the hardwood floor, causing major head trauma. She has been hospitalized and is expected to make a complete recovery. The victim was found dead on the scene. Transcript of interview with Mrs. Darwin. Police. This interview is being tape recorded. I am redacted, and I'm based at redacted. We are here today to talk about the incident involving you and Alex Darwin. Mrs. Darwin. Yes. Police. My condolences for what has happened between you two. This was a very tragic event, and all of us at the police station are very sorry for your loss. Thank you. Let's begin then. So how did this all start exactly? Well, Alex was pretty well before moving in with me. Having a job, an apartment, Alex was pretty well established. It was moving in with me where the problem started. Right. So at first, Alex would actually apply for a new job and was relatively productive. But after the first week, Alex completely missed all these interviews, saying, "I'm busy, later, I need to figure this out." This would happen for a month. I'm Alex's mom, but I couldn't take care of them forever. So what did you do about it? Well, by the time I was frustrated enough to speak out, Alex was already kind of gone. What do you mean by that? I mean, they would just stop responding to me completely. Always on that damn computer. I was never the confronting type, so I would just call out Alex's name, but I got nothing for it. That must have been difficult. It was. But Alex wasn't completely unresponsive. Sometimes talking about this maze thing, which actually started the week prior to the accident. And this maze may have caused this? I'm not sure. But Alex would just mumble about finding the exit to the maze. I wanted to get someone like a therapist, maybe, but Alex wouldn't budge. And I was kind of scared of waking them up. Why's that? Maybe because I was afraid of seeing what I would actually wake up exactly. So the day of the incident, tell me your account of the incident. That night I decided to force Alex to go to the hospital. But in the process, Alex just snapped up and pushed me onto the floor. It was a bad fall on the hardwood floor, so I kind of went unconscious right after. And what exactly was the last thing you heard Alex say? Screaming. The exit. Before rushing in and slamming the bathroom door shut. Time to hit up some yard sales, I screamed to Wayne, my husband, as he groggily pulls himself out of bed early on a Saturday morning. Damn it, Jen. How the hell are you so cheerful this early? It's so annoying. Wayne said as he rubs the crust from his eyes. Fresh pot of coffee is ready for you. I looked at the yard sale groups on Facebook and I found some close. We need to go soon before all the good stuff is gone. I throw him a clean shirt. Come on, get dressed. He reluctantly pulls the shirt over his head. His still groggy mind has trouble finding one of the armholes. It's like watching my toddler put on a shirt for the first time by himself. Good stuff? It's a yard sale. They're trying to get rid of their junk. There is no good stuff, he says, finally finding the right hole to slide his arm into. After sucking down 2 cups of coffee, Wayne is finally done dragging around. We load up and head to the nearest yard sale. It's about a 20-minute drive. Wayne complains the entire ride about wasting time sifting through other people's junk. I smack Wayne's shoulder to get his attention and point at the house. This is a nice house. Her junk might be worth something. He lets out a grunt. We may have gotten lucky with this one. We'll see. The yard is full of those plastic fold-out tables filled with all kinds of goodies. Not 5 minutes in, and I have an armful of knickknacks and a few horror novels. One is The Third Parent by Elias Witherow, one of my favorites, and I can't wait to get home and crack it open. Wayne is just walking around with his hands in his pockets, occasionally picking something up to inspect it, only to set it back down again. Then he stops dead in his tracks and peers off to the edge of the yard near the last folding table. What are you looking at? I ask. Do you see something you like? Maybe, is all he says as he starts a fast-paced walk over to the area. He was looking. Beside the table was a large antenna. She's beautiful, ain't she? Wayne says as he carefully looks the antenna over. He has always been into CB radios, something Wayne picked up from his uncle at a young age. Recently, he has gotten into TV antennas. Tired of paying such high cable bills, he's doing what he can to cut the cord. This is much better than the one we have at home. Do you know how many channels we can pick up with this thing? We pay for our things and hit up a few more yard sale spots before heading home. Wayne can barely contain his excitement as he rounds up his tools and climbs up onto the roof to install his new toy. After a while, I fix some lemonade to take out to him. Perfect timing by me as Wayne climbs down his extension ladder. He takes a few steps back, places one hand on his hip, and wipes away the sweat from his forehead with the other. The summer heat is scorching as it beats down on our backs. He glares up at his new addition to our house. A long-range, high-definition TV antenna. A big eyesore to me, but it's something small that will make him happy. Let's go check it out, he says as he runs up the steps into our house. I followed behind, walking into a refreshing blast of cool air from our air-conditioned home. It instantly starts to dry the sweat from the blistering summer heat. My thoughts of air conditioning being the greatest invention the earth has ever seen are interrupted by Wayne's outburst. Babe, look at this. We're getting local channels from Atlanta and Nashville. This is amazing. So exciting. Now we can see what the weather will be like 200 miles away in Atlanta, I say sarcastically. It's weird what seems to get people off can be so drastically different. Art, clothes, cars, and, apparently, TV antennas. Later that night, we are cuddled up on the couch watching the news. The broadcast is interrupted as the screen fills with static. The static only lasts a few seconds before the screen fills with a foreign landscape. I don't mean foreign like another country. It's like no place I've ever seen before. The sky was a creamy purple. The setting sun hit the underside of the clouds, putting off a pink glow. The swirl of pink and white clouds with a purple backdrop was stunning. The trees had the first glance impression of a giant blue mushroom. They were square, and the bark smoothed up to the branches. The branches then jutted out like veins, topped with light blue leaves. The grass was the same light blue as the leaves. The landscape looked like a beautiful real-life version of something you would see in a child's coloring book. The woman speaking to the camera looked a lot like your everyday person with a few unique features. The nose was smooth with 2 small slits for nostrils. Just below her hairline were 2 antennas about 6 inches long that stuck upwards into the air. Her eyes slightly larger and more round than normal humans. The pupils were exactly what you picture when someone says, "big puppy dog eyes." She spoke in a series of noise that sounded like no earthly language I had ever heard before. It was a language like what you would imagine a tribe hidden deep in the Amazon had never had human contact outside of themselves would speak. After about 20 seconds, the static returned for a brief second and then back to the local news. Speechless for the moment, Wayne and I looked at each other, slack-jawed and eyebrows raised. What the hell was that? I finally found the words I couldn't manage to spit out a few moments ago. A prank, I'm sure. Wayne said, sounding uncertain of his own words. I didn't think much else about it until it happened again the next night. The same landscape with that same alien woman. She was standing there with wide eyes, looking into space when she finally snapped out of her trance. She was fidgety with her hands. Her voice sounded panicked. She was still speaking in that same unknown language. The camera pans 180 degrees and I can see a black oval in the sky. As the camera focused, I could make out details in the object hovering in the purple sky. It was long, sleek, and solid black. It had wings and 2 tail fins similar to planes here in the real world. It never moved, just hovered silently. The camera pans back to the woman. She looks at the camera, taking short, shallow breaths. You can see the fear in her eyes. She says a few words I can't understand before the static returns, followed shortly by our local news. Hacking a news feed for a prank is nothing new, so I set to the internet to find out what was going on. After hours of deep diving the web, I couldn't find anything. Even the local news station was oblivious to the fact some prankster had hacked their weather report. I called, and they told me I was the only person to report such a disturbance on the news feed. Frustrated, I couldn't find the prank source. I try to put it out of my mind. Weeks go by with nothing happening out of the ordinary. The frustration fades and it begins to become a distant memory. Through my research, I came across a radio broadcast. The broadcast was an adaptation of the novel War of the Worlds, and the broadcast caused mass panic. This seems to be the situation, except my household appears to be the only one experiencing this prank. Wayne and I sit anxiously in front of the television the next night, awaiting our special broadcast. Right on time, it appears. No woman reported this time. Just a shot of a city I can only compare to the likes of New York City. Skyscrapers jut into the creamy purple sky. 10 of those black flying objects are over the city. No longer hovering, but silently moving over the city now. As they move over the city, they begin to speed up and drop objects in random spurts. Each spurt comes in 3-second intervals. They were dropping 15 to 30 of the things at once. As these objects began to start making contact with the ground and buildings, it became apparent what they were. They're bombs. Hundreds of tiny explosions erupt, taking out smaller buildings immediately. Only the skyscrapers are left standing in shambles. The city looks to be evacuated, but still, sirens blare in a failed attempt to warn anyone that had decided not to leave. If anyone had stayed behind, I can't imagine them making it out of this alive. After only a few minutes, the onslaught was over. Most of the city reduced to a smoldering pile of rubble. Just like before, the screen fills with static, and back to our local news. I call the police. They repeat what everyone else tells me. Some pranksters saw our oversized antenna, and they're sending us a feed to screw with us. They told us to ignore it, and the pranksters would soon get bored and leave us alone. I don't believe them at this point. I've never seen anything like this before, and it's much too high quality for some prankster to be making movie quality scenes like this. It doesn't take long for the feed to appear again. It happened the very next night. This time, the beautiful purple sky was filled with thousands of black specks. Those flying objects look very similar to a stealth plane. I've done a lot of research since the first 2 signals came across, and they look like F-117 Nighthawks to be exact. Except they could hover perfectly still like a helicopter, but with no rotor blades and silent. The camera pans to the familiar face of the lady from the first 2 interferences. This time her big eyes are red and puffy as tears roll down her face. Her once stiff antennas hung limply over her face. She said nothing this time. The only sounds are the sobs that occasionally escape her lips. She lets out a shocked gasp before dropping the camera. The video feed goes black as it drops face down into the light blue grass. I can hear her screaming in the background, along with the sounds of a struggling. A thud can be heard. I can only imagine it's the sound of a blunt object smashing into the lady's skull as the screaming immediately stops. I can now hear footsteps approaching the camera. The camera is picked up by someone that keeps themselves unknown. A blurry version of the lady clears up as the camera slowly comes into focus. She's sitting upright on the ground with her hands presumably tied behind her back. Dazed, she raised her head to reveal a gash above her right eye. A stream of blood runs down the contours of her face. The camera zooms in close. Now you can see the fear in her eyes as a pair of camouflage pants walks into view. A man kneels beside her. He looks familiar. Not that I know him personally, but in the way that he looks like he, instead of the woman alien sitting on the ground. That's when I notice a patch on his chest that read U.S. Air Force. Then he speaks to her in a language I can understand perfectly. Your kind is weak. That is only the beginning. This is our planet now. The man then places a pistol to the side of the woman's head, and then static. I grab Wayne's hand and squeeze. We stare at each other silently before I bury my head in his chest. "It's not real, babe. It's just a prank," Wayne said as he caressed my hair, trying to comfort me. I want to believe this is an elaborate prank, but part of me can't help but feel sorry for the woman in the video. The local news comes back on, and that's when I hear the reporter say something that sent chills down my spine. In other news, scientists have discovered a planet in a neighboring solar system, one that they believe has an Earth-like atmosphere and could potentially be habitable and support life. I still remember the day as if it was yesterday. This was on my trip to Sweden, in an excluded location in the middle of a nature reservoir during winter holidays. I set up in a small abandoned hunting shack, which I got told by one of the friends who is native and has previously visited there. The first few days went on as expected. I was hiking around the area, checking out wildlife and nature, and just enjoying my me time. However, after day 5, strange stuff started happening. After a long day of hiking, I was sitting in the hunting shack, preparing a meal on the portable glass stove I had brought with me. The sun was beginning to set. The woods were filled with the faint gold shimmer of the sun. After consuming my dinner and having a little time to relax and rest, I went to go for a leak outside. The moment I touched the doorknob, I got filled with intense dread, as if my body was telling me to not open the door. I stood in front of the door for a second, then told myself to man up, that it was probably nothing, and I went outside. I went to some shrubbery and did my business. When I was done and walking back to my hunting shack, I heard a really strange clicking noise. A rapid click. The best description I could give to it is the predator trying to make a sound like the Grudge. I darted for the cabin. I've had more creepy stuff happen to me in the woods, and I was not planning to find out what was making that noise. I darted back inside, locked the door with chains and a padlock, and sat there, listening for any sounds. And then I heard it, a twig snapping. I nearly jumped through the roof when I heard it. My nerves were through the roof. When I heard it, tapping on the door, very softly. It almost seemed as if it was in a pattern. The tapping became knocking, then banging and scratching. Whatever was outside, it was planning to get in, and I was not letting it. I readied my hunting knife and sat motionless on the small stool, eyes locked on the door. I sat awake all night looking at the door, and only dared to move when sunlight had started to show itself. When the noise had long since faded away, I went outside the next day to once again relieve myself from my overly filled bladder. Then I headed back to the shack. I noticed the door. It looked as if a bear went absolutely mad on it. Whatever was at the door last night had some serious might. If this continued on, I wouldn't be able to rely on the door. This spooked me, but I went inside and tried to brush it off. I fell asleep not much later from the exhaustion from last night. Then I awoke. It was too late to head out, and I wanted to avoid tracking through unfamiliar wilderness in the dark, as that's just a request to get lost. And so I decided I was staying one more night before I was going to get out of there. Staying that last night was a big mistake. It all began with the clicking noises, and then the screams. Those horrible screams. This night was black. The moon was barely providing any light. The forest was quiet. Too quiet. This was no longer peaceful. It was eerie. Then I heard it. The clicking noise I had heard before. Distant but surely there, echoing through the silence of the forest. Then the screaming began. God, it sounded like a coyote who had been smoking cigars for centuries, getting closer and closer, but then Silence. I was sitting upright in my sleeping bag, eyes wide, gripping my hunting knife, praying to God that the door would hold this night. It came back. The tapping started again. First on the door, and then on the window. I could see the silhouette of whatever was standing in front of the window through the blinds. The moon provided me just enough light to roughly make out some features. It looked humanoid, but it wasn't. The body was grossly disproportionate. Skinny long arms, skinny elongated body. But what really frightened me was the hands. God, those hands were rather claws. They were also long and skinny, ending in very pointy nails. Whatever this thing was, it could do some serious damage. It began circling the house. I could hear the snow under its feet, walking in a very slow, inconsistent way. It then stopped. It must have stood still for 40 minutes, with me on the other side of the door also not daring to move a muscle, doing my best to pick up on any noise to get an idea of where that thing was. It then made a dash for the door and rammed into it. I could see the old hinges struggle to withstand the power that this thing was throwing into the door. I knew if this door gave up, that I would be next. I pushed my back against the door and with all my might and pushed against it. After a good 10 minutes of this thing knocking at the door, it let out another blood-curdling scream and ran off. The speed of which the footsteps hit the floor was scarily fast. This thing was agile on its feet. At sunrise, I picked up my stuff as soon as possible. I wanted to get the hell out of here, back to the safety of my own home. When I finished packing, I immediately went for the direction of my car. It took me a long time to walk back to my car, taking breaks from exhaustion. I hadn't slept last night, and was carrying all my heavy equipment. When I was nearing the place where I parked my car, it was already getting dark again. The sunlight was disappearing rapidly. Luckily, I spotted my car in the distance. However, on closer look, I noticed some things. My tires were slashed, windows and headlights broken, full of dents and those very familiar scratches. Then I heard it, that same clicking noise. I had all the time in the world, and I was going to trip. That was my first thought after getting fired from the movie theater. Yeah, I'd been caught watching movies on the clock again, but so what? Everybody did it when the concession stand was slow. The only reason they went after me for it was because Ray had it out for me. God, what an asshole. He was the worst manager I've ever had by far, by the way. I worked 5 days a week. Every week. But somehow I was never scheduled 2 days off in a row. I'm convinced Ray did that on purpose. He knew what I would do with those 2 days. He must have heard me talk about the way I like to trip. When I want to get high, and I mean really get high, I take 2 days. One for the actual trip, and one to sleep off the weird feeling the day after. So as a fuck you to me, he only ever gave me 1 day off at a time. Well, he wasn't my boss anymore, so I was prepared to turn my brain inside out. Actually getting my hands on the drugs was a hassle, though. My friend Jason was the one who knew how to use a Tor browser, and where to go and how to pay with Bitcoin and all that. Look, I might be on my computer for 16 hours a day, but I don't know a whole lot about it. All I do is shitpost and get panned off forums. Though Jason had not been doing well, last I heard, he got a little too into hard drugs. I remembered him getting kinda scary when he was high, so I shudder to think of how messed up he's been since then. The last time I saw Jason was at a party just after high school. He was thin and his eyes were completely empty. People have said since then he has only gotten worse. He is now wholly unrecognizable. At least, That's what they say. It had been over a year since I last heard about him. People don't often talk with me about Jason. Honestly, people don't often talk with me at all. But none of that mattered because I got the drugs on my own. Who says smoking weed kills your memory? I'm high every day and I could still manage to wring the knowledge out. It took a little effort on my part, but I remembered where to go and what to do. The sun had just set. Bag in hand, I settled into my desk chair, prepared to go on a journey within my bedroom. The only light in my room was the glow coming from my computer monitor. I was glad it didn't brighten the whole room because I knew it was a mess. I was never one for cleaning, but after getting canned, I gave up on it entirely. It was okay though. I slept all day and never really turned the lights on when I was awake, so I never had to acknowledge it. Out of sight, out of mind. The best part was that I had a little audio-visual treat queued for my trip. One of the best kept secrets on the internet is that YouTube channel that uploads 12-hour-long videos of music and visuals that are specifically designed to enhance the effects of any drug you can imagine. Acid, shrooms, meth, all that. Kevin was the one who originally turned me on to this channel. Of course a freak like him would know about it. Everyone always knew Kevin was a little off. People at school just thought he was the quiet, weird kid. They never heard him after a few hits from the bong explaining his obsession with history's worst dictators or whatever fringe ideology he was into that week. When I saw his manifesto on the news, my heart dropped. That attack really fucked up our hometown for a while. In fact, that's probably what most people in this country think of when they hear the town name. The mood was somber after that. For a while, people didn't smile when they greeted each other. So fuck him. I didn't need him to track down the channel. That only took me a couple hours of searching on my end. I couldn't even ask him if I wanted to. He's in prison for the rest of his life. From what I could tell, you were supposed to snort the stuff, but rubbing it over your gums would do the job as well. I went with the second option because I wasn't a fan of burning nostrils. I untied the baggie and cupped the base, gazing into what looked like the center of a daisy inside wavy plastic petals. The stuff was coarse and white with sparkles of pink and purple. I hooked my finger and plopped some between my inner lip and my gum. It tasted like a combination of printer paper, baking soda, and quarters. I mean, no one said this shit was supposed to taste good. The point was to get you fucked up, and at that point, I was well on my way to achieving this goal. After gumming about half the baggie like a packet of Fun Dip, I sat back in my chair and pressed play on the video. A constant swirl of black, white, and lime green looped on my computer monitor, while a steady thudding bass pounded under a metallic melody. It was hypnotic. Periodically the swirl would warp or switch directions, but this didn't distract from the sedating nature of the visual. In fact, it added to it. With each slight change, I felt like I was taking another step down into wherever this video was drawing me. That is when I felt the drugs kick in. It's not easy to notice you're high when you're sitting down in a dark room, but this shit hit me as swift as the drop in your chest you feel when leaning back too far in a chair. My body felt light, like there was air blowing through it. The few objects I could see on my desk, illuminated by my computer screen, looked fake. On the other hand, the swirling video looked all too real. As I was staring dumbfounded at my computer screen, the music became all-encompassing. It got louder and louder until the rhythm took me, and I was captive to the beat. I swayed to the beeps and boops that comprised the melody, lost in my trip. Once the music was in full swing, I heard what sounded like a voice come through buried under the noise. It was high-pitched and metallic at first, and I couldn't make it out. It sounded like it was repeating the same phrase over and over again. With each utterance, it became less robotic and more understandable. Finally, it became clear. Going down. You're going down. The voice kept repeating. Just then the music cut out, replaced by a low, whirring static. The visual was also gone, and in its place, a blue screen of death. What the fuck? I said. I sat up in my chair and pounded on the keyboard. I was well into my trip, but this really took me out of it. I felt like I was being suddenly woken out of a deep sleep and immediately expected to solve a riddle. Let me tell you, problem solving is not easy when you're high out of your mind. As I was excitedly mashing my keyboard and clicking all over my screen, I heard a sharp inhale behind me. I jolted and turned around. Gripping my chair as I felt the muscles in my face tense. My eyes had to adjust to the darkness of my room, but eventually I saw it in the corner among a pile of dirty laundry. Washed in the blue glow of my computer screen was a manifestation of Jason like I had never seen him. He was gaunt and his skin was dark and gray. His lips were dry and peeling out. His eyes were bulging out of his skull in a look of terror. Jason, the fuck, man? I said. I looked at him in disgust as he weakly raised his hand to me, as if he was trying to beckon me. Fix me, he gasped out. I need a fix. Fix me. The more I stared at him, the more I realized this wasn't Jason. It couldn't be. His skin was zombie-like and his movements completely lacked the life and energy of a human being, much less the person I remember. Well, I stared mouth wide open at whatever it was that looked like Jason writhing and murmuring among my dirty laundry. I heard my bedroom door burst open. I turned and saw a menacing figure rush toward me at inhuman speed. It stopped just above me, peering down at me. I sat trembling underneath it. It towered impossibly tall from my room, stretching my ceiling up in total blackness. It radiated an evil greenish-yellow hue and bared a wide, toothy grin. Worst of all, it looked like Kevin. The monster fixed a piercing stare down at me from high above, regarding me like an insect. Then it leaned down and put his hideous face just in front of mine. Miss me yet? It whispered sinisterly. In that moment, I wanted to bolt and run. I felt small and alone, afraid of what these monsters who looked like my former friends would do to me. I tried to flee, but I couldn't. I felt strapped and chained to my desk chair. I struggled to move my arms and legs as if they were weighed down. That's when I heard the laughing. At first, it was a faint and distant chuckle, but then it repeated and I heard it a few more times. And then a few more. Eventually, I figured out that it was coming from my computer monitor. I turned toward it as the monsters in my room faded into the periphery. The swirl had returned to the screen. For some reason that I still cannot explain, this was attracting my attention while monsters occupied my room. The laughing grew. It got louder and more disembodied voices joined in the chorus. The one lady's cackle overpowered the rest. I could hear it on top of every other laugh, and I knew she was laughing at me. They were all laughing at me. They saw me scared and alone. They knew what a loser I was in the deplorable state I lived in. They knew I couldn't even hold down a job at the fucking movie theater, and they loved it. They thought it was hilarious. When I realized this, I started sobbing. It was the kind of crying that seeps out of you when you're at your lowest point. It reminded me of being a child. I felt small and all I could do was heave and weep. Leave me alone, I impotently shouted at the chorus of cruel laughs coming from my computer. What a loser, they said. God, I feel embarrassed for him. More voices kept joining in and I couldn't take it any longer. I started mashing my keyboard and frantically clicking my mouse. I tried all I could. I just wanted to make it stop. I wouldn't do that, Stefan, the first voice from over the music said. You're going down. There's nothing to stop it. You're going down. All the other voices fell away and this one took control. I collapsed to the floor and scrambled under the desk, looking to unplug the cable from the socket. I couldn't see through my tears. I swatted wildly as I heaved and shook. The voice then changed to a deep, commanding bark. "Get him," it said. Following the voice's orders, the monster returned to my attention by seizing me and pulling me from under the desk. The one resembling Kevin stuck his claws deep into my back like hooks and dragged me across the floor. He then raised me to eye level by wrapping his hand around my neck. I felt my own blood drip down my shoulders from his nails. I struggled and flailed like a fish on a line to be free, but it was no use. I was forced to stare directly in his sharp, evil eyes. I heard his raspy breathing and watched his drool ooze through his pointed teeth. "It's your time, you freak," he hissed at me. I felt the monster, Jason, below me, stabbing and ripping at my legs with needles. He twisted the needles and tore my muscles at an agonizingly slow pace. I felt it all. I howled out in pain while the monster Kevin held me still and smiled at my tortured screams. Once my legs had been shredded beyond all use, the monster Kevin opened his mouth wide and tipped me down his gullet. Everything went black. For a moment I felt a kind of nothingness that I had never felt before. It was as if all that real and tangible went away. All that was left was my consciousness, without anything to perceive. Then I felt a ray of light peek through and my vision returned to me. I was on the floor of my room alone. Light shone in through my blinds. I looked around and saw piles of dirty clothes all around me. I found myself on top of musty hoodies and filthy socks. I was disgusted. It stank. I couldn't even see my carpet through all the filth and junk. Just then, memories of my terrible trip came back to me. I stood up and ran to my desk to check my computer monitor, only to find that it had been sleeping all night. I touched the computer below to confirm. It felt cool to the touch, like it hadn't been used in a while. Satisfied that what I was remembering was all just a horrific nightmare, I turned back to the mess in my room. I determined to clean up and get my life together. I was done living like a slob. Felt right to start small. I could do my laundry, make my bed, clean my room, stuff like that. Once I had that in order, I could tackle the bigger problems. I could go back to the theater and beg Ray for my job back. All I had to do was show him that I wasn't going to fuck around anymore. The old me was gone. It was time to introduce the new me. I looked at the sunshine coming in through my window and thought back to how much time I spent indoors wasting away. To begin my new transformation, I decided to go outside and feel the sun on my skin for the first time in who knows how long. I stepped out from my apartment into the hallway. It looked different in natural light, as opposed to the harsh fluorescence to which I had become familiar. I walked down the hall toward the elevator and saw that it was coming just as it came into view. I ran forward and stopped it before the doors could shut on me. As they reopened, I saw a petite older lady in a white shirt and red cardigan smiling at me. I smiled back and stepped in the elevator. "Going down?" she asked. "Yeah," I replied politely. I added a smile and a nod. It was strange for me to be neighborly like this. I felt like it was never expected of me. She pushed a button and stepped back behind me, holding a small purse in front of her. The elevator chimed in response and I felt it begin its slow and steady descent. As I stood facing the metal wall, I heard a slight chuckle behind me. I turned around and saw the lady was smiling and laughing to herself. I put on a pleasant face as she looked up at me. "What's funny?" I said. In response, she began laughing harder. My smile faded as her small giggle devolved into an insidious cackle. The lights of the elevator flickered, and I felt the ground shaking underneath me. I heard metal banging on the walls of the elevator, but the old lady's laugh preserved as the loudest and most commanding noise. "Going down," she said between breaths. "Going down." It was then that the lights cut out entirely and the elevator jolted, shooting me upward and crashing me into the roof. That was the last thing I remembered before I woke up in my room at night. I was laying on a pile of dirty laundry on the floor as my computer monitor swirled. For the last several years, I have worked as an overnight cleaner for many establishments, working the graveyard shift as a janitor. As of the last year or so, I've been at this famous tourist trap restaurant. People traveling through the area can't help but stop at this seemingly quaint little rinky-dink spot in my local area, to which I shall keep unnamed in order to avoid some other kind of surge in interest. The night shift never bothered me too bad, aside from wanting to sleep through my shift for the first year or so on this type of schedule. Of course, not being bothered didn't change when I came to said restaurant. As a matter of fact, I thought it would be considerably less worrying than some gigantic office building all to myself. However, lately, creepy things have come up. Not to say I have any clue as to what it is, so don't come crawling to me looking for answers. You won't find any. Do you ever see cracks on the wall? Maybe the floor or the ceiling of whatever room you're in at the time. This place is old, so things like that are everywhere. Floorboards spreading out from being warped, paint chipping, doors hanging just slightly ajar. For some reason, in the last few months, my eyes have drifted to these spots in the restaurant, noticing every little nook and cranny, every crevice. Every time it sends some tingle down my neck, for whatever reason. Like when I look, there will be something ready to make eye contact with me. But stuff like this is easy enough to brush off. The main thing I know I would legitimately have to worry about is some meth head trying to break in or something crazy. Except one night, things were a little different. Like I said, don't ask me what happened because I really don't know for sure. I clean toilets for a living, for God's sake. This is above my pay grade. This one night, last Thursday I think, I was heading to the gift shop of the restaurant listening to my usual music. I unlocked the door and headed inside. In the door is just an open room full of racks and t-shirts and what have you. To the left is the counter, and toward the back of the room, in the center of the wall, is a door that leads to the bathrooms. Janitor's closet on the right, and a door across from the men's room to the left that led up to what I assume is the storage and office to the shop. I'm not too sure, I've never gone up there. The door to the upstairs is usually cracked open from people leaving, and I usually close it. Tonight, I didn't. I started my usual routine and began cleaning the bathrooms. Midway through the first bathroom, I thought I heard a faint creak but decided it was my imagination, until I looked over and saw dust from the paint on the ceiling had floated to the floor. This made me just a little nervous, because usually no one was there by that time. It was already midnight or so, and the latest anyone stays from the gift shop is about 10:30. Thought to myself it must have just been something left on a desk that couldn't maintain balance. Finally toppled over due to the building adjusting. I suddenly found my eyes slowly making their way up to the ceiling to look for where the dust fell. I felt uneasy, but what did I have to worry about? That's what I thought anyway. No reason for paranoia. My gaze hit the little bumps on the popcorn ceiling, but for some reason, I couldn't line my eyes up with this chip in the paint up there. There was the most minimal amount of light coming from it. It must have been a crack deep enough to let light pour down through the floorboards from upstairs. I, however, was compelled to not look right at that crack. What's wrong with me? I shook that off soon enough and continued to clean, mopping the first bathroom completed, so I started out the door and turned the light off. Right as the light was going off and the door was shutting, did I see some kind of shape just standing in there? I yanked the door open and flipped the light back on, but nothing. I'm tripping, was what I thought to myself. Finally, I started working on the next bathroom. I just had to get through this room and I could leave to the main restaurant. At least then I would have someone else in the building with me. Once I got into my groove, I didn't even think about anything creepy. I even sighed a little relief to try to lower my heart rate when it jumped right back up due to an even louder crash from upstairs. It sounded like a freaking body toppling over or something. Maybe someone jumping up and down. Who knows? All I know is that it was loud and I was supposed to be alone. Even though my heart was pumping in my ears, I still ran out of the bathroom to check. Us as cleaners were also supposed to be the surrogate security force of this building, so I felt compelled. Instant regret washed over me as soon as I stepped out. I ran out of the bathroom, shoving the door which made it swing closed behind me. Right then, when I was an instant away from saying something, or doing something, or God forbid go upstairs, I saw it. Well, I didn't necessarily see it. As in, I didn't look right at it. But when I stepped outside that bathroom, I was immediately in my peripherals. In the crack of the door leading up to the attic, an eye, a bloodshot eyeball. I was frozen. No facial features. I couldn't even see a face. That shouldn't be possible if I can see the eye, right? It should be close enough to see a brow, a mouth, a nose. Not moving, it continued to stare at me and continued to observe. My best chance was to run away if it made any sudden moves. I hoped at least. Just one red and veiny, completely bloodshot eyeball stared at me from the shadows. The light was off upstairs somehow. Was it ever on? It didn't matter. What did matter was how the hell I could get away. I didn't even know what I was facing. I didn't look at it. Not directly, but it felt like it wanted me to. I felt like I wanted to. That was wrong, though. Very wrong. What I can only imagine were fingers slowly stretched out and clasped the door. I could hear the hinge creaking ever so slightly. Oh, God. It was going to come out, wasn't it? I couldn't move. All I felt was a single bead of sweat running down the right side of my face and a tear down the left. It creaked, slowly, so slowly. I didn't want that to be how I died. Slowly, with creeping, gray, and bloated fingers grasping me, I was about to blubber like a baby. Out of nowhere there was a knock at the front door. It was my coworker. He started hollering about how I was since I was taking so long. He got his keys out to unlock the door. The second I glanced over to the front was all it took. I looked back at the crack in the door. Not peripherals. Looked at it directly. Nothing was there. My coworker asked if everything was okay. I just nodded and said yeah, all while staring at that crack. To this day, nothing like that has happened, and I haven't changed jobs. I like what I do and don't really have many options with what's near me. Ever since that night, though, I keep my eyes fixed to one place. I've memorized anywhere in my routine where a crack would be, though I don't look at them directly, and haven't had any more experiences. I always check them. Every time I pass by one on the ceiling or the wall, I always watch it in my peripherals, but never directly. My sister and I have always had a great relationship. You know, the ones where you'd chase each other around with frying pans whilst the other one begs for mom and dad, and then 5 minutes later you're fine and talking about the cute boy in your school. Yeah, that's the kind of relationship my sister and I had. Growing up, I was the oldest of 7 siblings, which, undoubtedly, was a whole lot of us. Thankfully, they were split up between my mom and my dad. I don't know how I'd survive if they weren't. My sister and I, however, we always shared a bond that was much closer than my other siblings. We were only 18 months apart in age, so we grew up doing all kinds of stuff together before our younger siblings were born. The next one being was when I was almost 5 years old. All throughout elementary and middle school, she was my mini-me. And of course we had the typical, "You're wearing my shirt, give it back" arguments. But it never lasted more than 5 minutes before we were back to loving each other again. I had stopped seeing much of my sister once we got into high school, however, and I decided to live with my mom and her with my dad. We'd still see each other in the hallways at school and sometimes on holidays, but really, it felt as if we had already grown up and moved out and lived separate lives. We stayed in touch a lot over text. That was our only lifeline, it seemed. I have since gone and graduated high school and live on my own, and my sister has done pretty much the same. She's graduating next month and lives with her boyfriend. We still text and call as if we did when we were in school, which I guess was why it was such a surprise when I heard a knock on my door today, opening it to find my sister standing there. "Well, this surely is a surprise. I wasn't expecting you. Please, come in." I greeted her, much as if she were an old friend. Of course, at this point, she really was. I hadn't seen her in so long. We sat in the living room just chatting away about everything we missed out on when I must have made a mistake. "Is Pat not with you today?" I asked her. Immediately she went pale and froze, as if she saw a ghost. She went silent for a few minutes before quickly muttering, "No, he's not." "Oh, okay. Sorry I asked." I breezed past. Maybe they had broken up or were going through a rough patch, and she didn't want to tell me. I'd been there a few times myself with my exes, so I got how hard it was to touch on the subject, especially when it was sprung on you. I tried to steer the conversation back to anything else, but my sister remained uncomfortable for the rest of our interaction. I felt bad for even opening my mouth in the first place. "I'm going to use the restroom really fast, but please help yourself to anything. My home is your home." I addressed to her before getting up off my couch and making my trek to the bathroom. I felt my phone buzz in my pocket as I reached the bathroom door, shutting and locking it behind me. I pulled my phone out as my sister's name flashed on the screen. That's odd. Why didn't she just holler at me? Why text me when I'm right here? I laughed it off before unlocking my phone and reading the text that was sent. "Hey, just wanted to text and catch up. It's been a while since I've heard from you. Call me sometime so I know you're not dead, okay?" My eye flicked on the words on the screen 3 or 4 more times before a small gasp left my throat. This had to be a sick sort of joke. It had to be. My sister was downstairs right now. It couldn't possibly be my sister texting me. I glanced over at my bathroom door, suddenly 10 times more uneasy than when I had entered the bathroom to see a line of light coming from underneath the door, blocked by 2 shadows of what I can only assume is feet. I can't bear to unlock the door and be face to face with my sister, but there's no windows for me to escape from in here either. I'm afraid to call the police in case she hears me, but what would I even say? My sister's in my house, but she's not really my sister. She just looks like my sister. Yeah, right. Because that's believable. Besides, my phone is almost dead. It's on about 3% battery now. I can only hope that my fiancé comes home before my sister realizes I'm not coming out of the bathroom. Lord only knows what she'll do to me then. towns like ours have an oddness to them. Unlike the lively growth of urban cities and suburbs, our town's heyday lies behind it, not ahead. As such, we find ourselves occupying a space defined by what it was, rather than what it is. New construction is far and few between. Businesses and restaurants inhabit the often century-old buildings of town like the commercial equivalent of hermit crabs. The few blocks of houses that extend from the town center are reminiscent of an era lost to time, as it is only the modern cars and satellite dishes that remind us that we are, in fact, not lost to time ourselves. I've been our town's resident tree guy for the better part of 2 decades. I fell into the job by sheer happenstance as my wife's father was retiring from his own tree cutting service right after we got married. After a few months of learning the trade, he left me to start out on my own. Being as our town isn't the biggest though, I've never needed to contend with a rival business. As such, my work was and still is fairly quiet and simple, with a few exceptions. I can work at my own pace, and the pay is decent. As the only tree service in town, jobs are fairly regular, and in this industry, it isn't like people can choose when they need a tree removed. When a tree decides to go, there is little a resident can do besides call me. Most of my work takes place close to the town center, as the farmers outside the city limits usually have the capacity to handle things on their own. Such was the case when I was called out to the Hinson house, just a block or so from the center of town. Like the rest of our community, the Hinson house is no different in its being from another era. In fact, no one in this community has carried the last name Hinson in at least 50 years. I'm not sure when the house was originally built, but it doesn't stand out amongst its immediate neighbors as exceedingly new. Aristocrat Row is what the locals call the once ornate mansions of Gillard Street, a reminder of the wealth that left town generations ago. Many of the houses now lay in ruin or squalor, as their symbols of status have eroded alongside their paint jobs. A few houses remain in decent shape, though. The Howard's Law Office comes to mind, as does William Eggert's physical therapy practice. There are also a few families that have bought houses along the row with the intention of restoring them to their former glory, with a wide variance of success. A man by the name of Malcolm Mitchcam is the one who gave me the call, as he and his family were among those who intended to renovate one of the houses. When he told me he was the new owner of the Hinson house, I knew immediately what work needed to be done. The Hinson house has a behemoth black oak in its front yard, right up near the front of the property. To my memory, it is the only tree on the entire property, but what it lacks is company. It makes up for in size. It's one of those trees that changes the entire world around it, as in the summer its canopy near blocks out the sun. It has to be one of the oldest trees in town, and certainly older than the house itself. I remember about a year ago we had a nasty lightning storm that killed a few trees throughout town. When the spring came and the tree old bore no new leaves, I suppose Mr. Mitchum had rightly concluded that his tree had also fallen victim to a lightning strike. "You must be Malcolm," I remember asking him upon pulling into their narrow gravel drive. "That's me, all right," laughed the man. He was at least 5 years my younger, and had the type of smile that made you feel abundantly welcome. He was a fairly small fellow, both in height and build. I remember thinking it was funny to see a guy wearing a button-up shirt on such an occasion, seeing as it was a hot day, and he was working in the yard. "You're a lifesaver for helping us get this mammoth out of here. I hate to see such a piece of history taken down, but nothing lasts forever, right?" "It's part of the job. I'm glad you called me before it started shedding limbs. I've seen too many people and too much property damaged on account of dead trees." "Oh, I am almost certain of that. I mean, this tree alone has already claimed enough lives to warrant its removal. I was a tad puzzled by the man's comment, as I figured I'd know about my instance where falling limbs and trees had harmed a townsperson. Really? How's that? The man seemed excited by my question, as his expression turned to one of enthusiastic gratification. He knew something about the property I didn't, which is a lifelong resident of this town. It was an uncommon situation for me to find myself in. Ah, well, my mother used to work here at the library here in town, and when my wife and I told her we had bought the house, she pulled together a few newspaper clippings from their archives. As it turns out, this plot was the site of the first county jail. They say it was chosen because this exact tree was perfect for hanging. The town's first sheriff was even quoted on the paper stating, "It was as if the tree knew its purpose even before we did, as if it grew with the express purpose of serving the hangman." I'm not sure how many people were hanged there, though imagine it was more than one. I had no idea. That's fascinating, I replied. I was generally uninterested in history, though I found this story to be particularly fascinating. Yeah, and there's more. About 50 years ago, one of the last Hinsons came out here and flung a rope around one of the higher branches. He proceeded to climb up the tree in broad daylight, and with a leap from the tree, hung himself. Wow, I've never heard that in my life. That's incredibly eerie. I was slightly disturbed by his story, though assumed it was likely just that, a story. I was quite sure I would have heard such a tale growing up had it been true, though I suppose it is possible the town kept it quiet. There was one final tragedy here. Some while ago there was a child playing on a swing out here. You know, one of the ones made from a board and rope. Well, no one was quite sure how it happened, but his folks came out one day to find, well, the tree was unfortunately unwilling to seize its role as a hanging tree, if you understand. Now that made me a bit sick. This I knew was no tale, as a vivid memory from grade school crept into my mind's eye. Some boy I had gone to school with, I think he was a bit younger than me, had been tragically killed from what I was told was a swing accident. I was too young to know where the boy lived, and though the town was in shock for at least a year, I never recalled knowing anyone who really knew the family. I think they might have been from out of town, but nevertheless, parents were hesitant to let their children play on the swings while I was growing up. He looked less excited now, and possessed an appropriately solemn look on his face. I responded, "Well, I should have it down and out in a day or two, weather permitting. After that, your yard will have enough sunlight to maybe plant a garden. Regardless, you'll never know this tree was here." A smile returned as he responded, "Oh, wonderful. I'm glad to hear you can make quick work of it. As for seeing it again, though, my wife and I actually have some plans for it." "Oh, and what's that?" "Well, we were curious if you might keep the logs a little longer. My brother owns a sawmill a few towns over, and we are hoping to incorporate some of the wood into our renovation, an homage to the house's history." This was not the first time I had had a customer request wood from a felling, and I was more than happy to oblige. "That's fantastic. I hate seeing old trees like this one feed the wood chipper. And black oak can make for some stunning woodwork. I would be more than happy to leave the logs sawmill ready." "Ah, wonderful. Thank you so much again. I think my wife and I just aren't ready to let the old tree die just yet. Thank you again, and let me know if you need anything from the house." After that, we bid one another farewell, and he went back to working in the yard. I called up my only other employee, Jonah, and waited for him to arrive. The tree was a formidable adversary, even to the untrained eye. The diameter had to be at least 15 feet across, and the massive branches spindled upwards at least 100 feet. There were no leaves on the behemoth, which left its skeletal structure looming above the estate, unobscured. The black bark of the monster contrasted starkly against the overcast sky, granting the momentary illusion that the world was in black and white. We started cutting as Jonah arrived with the equipment. He's a much better climber than myself and made it to the top of the tree in no time. As he started cutting into the first branch, I could hear the chainsaw straining against the wood. After a solid minute or two, he was finally able to drop the first limb. I walked over to the felled limb and noticed just how dark the actual wood was. Normally, oaks have a lighter brown hue to them, but this wood seemed a dark, rich ebony. The rest of the tree was similarly difficult for Jonah and me to tackle. Twice Jonah got caught in his harness and almost fell out of the tree, or worse. Our saw chains were coated in a thick, tar-like sap that we couldn't clean off, forcing us to buy a new chain after the job was complete. When we were finally done, I noticed that Jonah looked somewhat paler than usual, his face drained of its usual tan color. As I was walking towards the Hinson house to get Mr. Mitchum, I heard Jonah start gagging behind me. I turned around just in time to see he was throwing up all over the ground, the black sap still covering his hands and shirt. Come on, Jonah. Let's get you home, bud. In you go. I helped him into the cab of my truck and drove him back to his little place a few blocks away. Call me once you're feeling better, man. You must have just picked up a bug or something. He nodded and gave me a weak thumbs up, before ultimately vomiting into the garbage bin beside his couch. I didn't see Jonah after that. I mean, I most definitely heard from him, calling every day to make sure he was okay. After almost 2 weeks of being terribly ill, he seemed to be on the mend. I called him one afternoon and he sounded excited to return to work. However, when he didn't show the next day, I went to call him again, only to find he had blocked my number. I later learned from my mother that Jonah had skipped town that evening to go live with a distant relative for a little while. His family seemed concerned and upset, though it wouldn't be the first time I have seen someone in this business up and leave in a hurry. It was strange though, as Jonah was a good worker, and always talked fondly of living in town. All the same, life continued and it wasn't long before I had hired help again. As for the Hinson house, I didn't hear much after I took that tree out. Malcolm and I exchanged pleasantries. He paid me in cash and that was essentially the end of it. From time to time, I would be working on a job in the neighborhood and see the Hinson house looking more and more inhabitable as their renovation progressed. It was early autumn when I got the news about the Mitchums. Some people are just sick in the head. Born that way or raised that way, I don't know. But it's terrible all the same. My friend Eric stated, cupping his coffee between his hands. You did some work for that guy, didn't you? Who the hell would have thought a little fellow like him was capable of such awfulness? You ever feel weird around him? No, not at all, I replied. Granted, I only talked to the man a handful of times. He didn't strike me as the type to renovate a house. I remember that. But then again, he didn't strike me as a suicidal murderer either. Well, the sooner the town can put it behind us, the better. This town is too small for tragedies like that. I nodded in agreement. No question about that. Say, what do you think is going to become of the Hinson house now that it's vacant? Oh, I imagine once the realty company ensures there is not a trace of those two left in the house, they'll put it up for sale again. They'll be lucky to get a fraction of what it's worth given the baggage that sicko left there. Mercilessly killing your wife and yourself with a crowbar. People don't forget that type of shit quickly. It'll be a bargain, that's for sure. But you won't catch me dead anywhere near that place. Yeah, no question it'll be hard to sell. You know me and the missus are looking for a new place now that the little one has grown out of the crib. You wonder if... Eric squinted at me and set his coffee down before smiling. You're a crazy bastard for even considering it, partner. But I suppose if you three can stomach living in the murder house, it might be worth the deal. Just might be, partner. Just might be. The house was a steal. More than I even care to admit. The Mitchums had completed their renovation almost entirely before their unsettling demise, and the Hinson house had been almost entirely restored to its former glory. A modern kitchen was the only real departure the renovators had from the Victorian elements of the original house. Ornate mantels, doors, and scones adorned the house in wonderful Victorian fashion, and each room felt a portal to a different time. The entryway boasted an impressive staircase and banister, and in the grand foyer, a wooden oak floor so black one might mistake it for ebony. Say what you want about that nut. He did a damn good job on the renovations, I said. Don't mention him anymore, darling. That part still freaks me out. I want this to be our house, not theirs. My wife scolded. You're right, you're right. This is our house, not anyone else's. And hey, I had a hand in this renovation if you do recall. This stunning floor was milled from a tree felled by yours truly. I did indeed know that. As well every dinner guest we ever have, I'm sure. She laughed and rolled her eyes. The dream started the first night we slept there. To be honest, they haven't stopped since. In the dream, I stand out in the yard, looking back on the house. That is, I look back where the house should be, but there is nothing there. I stand where that old tree was, and cannot move besides the sway that comes with a strong gust of wind. I woke up last week and went downstairs to see my boy playing in the foyer. He had his toy cars and was using the lines of the floorboards like traffic lanes. I noticed little divots and scratches all across the floor, well concealed but professional wood filler. The darkness of the foyer was stunning and unnerving at once, like watching a massive storm approach from the distance. Honey? Yes, love? Honey, you've been standing on the stairs for nearly 10 minutes, just watching him play, and you haven't said a word. Are you feeling okay? Yes, of course, love. I must have just zoned out, you know? I haven't been sleeping too well. That's news to me. I bet a freight train could come through our room, and you wouldn't budge an inch. Maybe it's that new bed we've got. But you sleep deeper here than I have ever seen you. She wasn't wrong about that. I was sleeping fine, but no matter how long I slept for, I could never avoid feeling drained the next day. I have been having more and more dreams about this place the longer we stay. At first, I believed it was the house, with its unsavory recent history, that was causing the dreams. However, I have come to believe that it is not the house, but the tree that is prompting these dreams. Like a fly, I feel trapped in its black tar-like sap. It robs me of rest every night, as even when I am able to sleep, I dream of death and despair, all well frozen in place, moved only by the wind. Many things have happened here, many bad things. I see them in my dreams, and though I cannot remember them when I awake, I know somewhere deep inside me that the history of this place is darker than I can comprehend. I don't know who or what is responsible for it, but the very soil beneath our feet harbors something monstrously wicked. I remember my high school biology teacher telling us about how plants gather water and nutrients. Some is collected via their leaves, while the rest is gathered through deep, complex root systems. The roots send water and nutrients up the plant where the plant collects it and uses it to survive. This process, if I remember correctly, is known as capillary action. I believe that the Hinson's tree roots found their way into some terrible evil, and have ever since been accumulating an ancient malevolence buried long ago. Mr. Mitchum, perhaps, was not a bad man. Perhaps Mr. Mitchum, like myself, learned the truth about this place. Perhaps those scratches and divots in the cursed floor were his maddened attempt to destroy the evil within. That malevolence tainted the mind of Mr. Mitchum. It sickened Jonah and took the lives of countless people through history, and now is spread throughout my own home. We tread atop it every day, play upon it, glide upon it with bare feet. We have been irrevocably tainted by the evil of that tree. Where Malcolm failed, I will prevail. It doesn't have to continue. I can stop this wicked cycle once and for all, and furthermore, I consider it my duty to do so. My wife and boy are sound asleep upstairs, and though they experience temporary discomfort, I freed them from this evil once and for all. I will end this cycle. I will return his evil back to the soil from which it came. All it shall take is the drop of a match. I split some of the gasoline on my hands. I always liked the way it smelled. As I re-enter the home, our home, I look around and see the empty fuel cans around me. I sit on the foyer floor, as black as night, and with a final breath, prepare to strike the match. We were struggling to open the door. We had put all our body weights on it, and still it wouldn't even budge. It was curious the door wasn't wide open at this point. After all, the house of God should always be open to anyone. That, and also the fact that this archaic cathedral was abandoned. Our struggles went to a halt as we had to regain our strength. I rested my hand on the wall to have a third point of support. Then I felt it move and my balance swayed with it. I tried to regain control of my equilibrium, but I stumbled on the floor. I heard my light footprints echo in the cathedral. As I stabilized myself, I grinned a little, thinking how ironical it was that I was centimeters away from opening the door. But because of my narrow-mindedness, I just had to waste my breath trying to push that wall. To my defense, the entire portal of the cathedral was made out of wood, and I couldn't distinguish where the door was. It was a stark contrast to the walls made of cyan stone of the cathedral. It seemed like a gate leading you to another world. I guess that is the truth. After all, its purpose was to educate the teachings of God to the people, and to bring them closer to Him. Every other church or cathedral that I had attended to had this sensation of tranquility. But once I crossed the border of this one, it made me feel uneasy. Probably because it was the middle of the night and every tiny movement I did echoed through the hall of this holy place. You okay, Andy? Hey, okay, Peter. Give me the paint and the candle. Here you go. Do you want me to help you prep up? No, it's going to be okay. The rules said that when meeting him you have to be alone, so just to be sure I'm going to do it alone. Okay, as you wish. I'm going to be outside. Good luck. Thanks. He closed the door. I heard the sound echo in the cathedral. It made me shiver. As I was walking down the center of the nave, I checked my watch. 11:30 p.m. Still 30 minutes until midnight. I still had a lot of time. To start the summoning, I had to first draw an eye with red paint and then put the candle in the pupil and light it when the clock hit midnight. Also, I had to desecrate this place. On the paper that had the directions, it was written that any holy place would do, so Peter came with the brilliant idea of doing it here, where there would be no repercussions. After checking out this place, I was astounded at how it could be in such a pristine condition. I did a little routine and took some pictures with my smartphone of the painting, statues, and stained glasses. It was wonderful. How this place was so well built and in such great shape. Too bad I have to destroy it a little bit, I thought. After some pondering, I finally took the picture of Jesus on the cross. I walked up the stairs to get a good look at him. He seemed normal. I don't know why I thought he would have been different from the other ones. I took the picture and then stepped back. Soon after, I started to desecrate this temple, destroying the statues, flipping over the benches, and overall wreaking havoc. I lingered there for a while waiting, hearing the rain droplets outside. I hope Peter will be okay, I thought. I sat on one of the benches, admiring the emptiness of this place, astonished at how such a beautiful thing had been ravaged. The years of work that had been put into this, destroyed in a single instance. It is okay. It's all for a good cause, I thought. I exhaled and looked at Jesus, hoping that he would forgive me. I bolted upwards. It seemed that he had moved. Something about him had changed. Then I heard a loud beeping sound. It was midnight. I quickly went over the eye and lit the candle. I saw the confessional. The rules strictly noted that it was very important to enter it. When the salesman would enter in the other booth and grant you any wish you wanted. The cost? It depends. Sometimes he tells you a story, and other times he wants your soul. A reasonable price, I guess. I entered the confessional. I opened and closed the wooden door and sat down, then said, "Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned." I heard my voice echo in the cathedral. Now I only needed to wait until his arrival. I waited impatiently. The seconds, minutes, and hours dragged on. I looked at my watch and saw that only 30 seconds had passed by, of which I thought I was there all an eternity. I had enough. I was going to leave the confessional, but then I heard the slow cracking of the portal. I froze up. Probably the wind, I thought. As I heard nothing for an instant, my bravery surged and I started to exhale. When I heard footsteps, someone was walking. Or something. The footsteps hitting the floor echoed all over the cathedral as I sat there paralyzed by fear. The sound was coming closer and closer. As it arrived in front of my door, its movement stopped, and then it opened the curtain and entered the booth next to mine. I heard the cracking of wood as it sat down, and it spoke. The salesman spoke. "Do not worry, my child. You have done right. This religion only praises a false idol, only an illusion." "What do you mean?" I asked with a trembling voice. "Would you like to hear a story?" He replied. "Yeah, please." I smiled. I couldn't believe it. My wish was going to be granted and I only needed to hear a story. "You see, child, the story starts at the year 0 for you feeble humans. For me, it is just after the strange eons, something you would not understand. I met this young boy, an orphan. He had summoned me like you have. His wish? To create a cult. You see, he already was good with visual deception, so all he needed was a greater force to help him create a sect that would grow larger and larger, in order for him to be forever immortalized in history and in the memory of every individual. I know what you are thinking. Why had I agreed to his offer? Well, in return, everyone who gave their soul to the Lord would actually be taken by me. It was my golden age. I had tried with other people, but they did not have the same charismatic personality and the same drive as him. I took everything for granted back then. The salesman spoke with an air of melancholy. I wanted to know what came next. He was a good storyteller. I will give him that. Then a clerical assembly of priests had to ruin all the fun I had. They thought I was a demon. They tried to exorcise me. They tried to exorcise something that was made up. After too much flagellation, too much torture, I managed to escape, and then saw the birth of God. He is a newborn compared to me, and still, he gets more souls than me. His shrieking voice rang all over the halls. There was a moment of silence. The salesman seemed to have gotten irritated. I could feel my sweat running down my forehead and neck. Now what do you wish? Got nearer to the screen and said, I want my sister to be alive again. The salesman laughed. That's quite a request. Can you do it? Yes, but the prize for it is quite expensive. Fair exchange, child. But I already paid my due. I heard your story. And I thought you would want to be a millionaire, he said with a tint of sarcasm. Then what's the price? Your soul. It resonated inside the cathedral, the sound bouncing from wall to wall. Sorry. Your soul. That is the law of equilibrium. I put all my weight on my right leg, preparing myself to bolt out of my booth and not look back. And if I don't want to seal the deal? I asked with a trembling voice. Well, you see, child, I am a merchant of souls. My title, the salesman, asserts that I seal every deal that comes my way. My reputation precedes me, but I feel merciful. I will let you leave this place, but you have to give me your face. You see, the torture those priests undertook on me has, for the lack of a better word, destroyed mine. Who knows, maybe this is fate, and your face will match my skull. I felt his breath on my neck, passing through the screen. I ran as fast as I could, pushing the door so hard that it broke. I heard the salesman getting out of his booth pursuing me. I ran, jumping over the scattered and broken benches, nearly tumbling over because of a statue, but it did not matter. I persisted towards the door and saw Peter opening it. Get out! I yelled. But thankfully he didn't need the clue. He opened it as wide as he could and tried to run away. I passed through the door and exited the cathedral. I ran close to him, now hearing the swishing noise of the mud under my feet and feeling and hearing a thunderstorm. We nearly made it out, seeing our bikes on the horizon, but then Peter slipped on the muddy ground. I looked back and tried to help him, but the salesman had him. The salesman had the shape of a human. I say shape because nothing else was seen except for his hands and face. Everything else was covered with an old, silky fabric and a black chain made with a strange opaque material that made no sound and seemed to levitate a little. He towered over us. The fact that he could have fit in that booth unnerved me. But what was seen made me want to stop existing. He had long, tiny fingers that had all the same length, and their texture was just wrong. And his face, it looked like it had been burned, scars dominating his cranial features. The only characteristics left were his tiny eyes, which, each one of them, were blinking at its own rhythm. There were so many that counting them would be impossible, and his mouth, a constant grin ear to ear if he would have had any. He held Peter with both of his hands and said, Now it is whether you or him. You have to choose between your face and his soul. So, child, what will you choose? I will not talk about what happened after because the decision I partook in scarred me for the rest of my life. The girl opened the door without knocking, just as I knew she would. My premonition isn't as good as some of my colleagues, but I can tell when the signs are obvious. I could feel her cocky anger all the way from the stairwell, and she had no intention of hiding it. She looked no older than 20. Her old, stained band t-shirt was too small for her. Her pale jeans, baggy and torn. Her white sneakers muddy, laces frayed. I didn't need clairvoyance to know what kind of life she lived. Old and fresh scars littered her arms and legs like a cartography of violence. Her body language like an animal in the wild, Speaking of years of struggle and a deep lack of concern for her own well-being. Judith sent me. It doesn't matter who you are. Sit down. I gestured at the wooden chair opposite from me, across the old wooden table. She said you'd be expecting me. She surveyed her surroundings with wild eyes. The table and 4 chairs were the only items of furniture in the room. Beige wallpaper peeled from the walls, exposing grimy drywall underneath. Cracks in the white tiles provided shelter for tiny, multi-legged insects. A lone bulb illuminated the room with a sickly yellow light. She removed her dirty khaki backpack and threw it on the floor, then aggressively pulled the chair back before purposefully falling on it with all her weight. The chair creaking under the sudden pressure. I felt a hint of mild annoyance and put it away immediately. Such things come in the way of my job. Where's the equipment? She snapped. There's no equipment. Material things tie you to the material realm. But you didn't come here to learn about magic. I suppose not. Can you do it? She asked. Of course I could, but first things first. Let's see the money. I trust Judith told you what would happen if you show up without it. The girl lifted the backpack from the floor and pulled back the flap to the main compartment. She emptied it out onto the wooden table. I estimated about $50,000 in cash and another 60 or 70 in high-end watches and jewelry. Thankfully, my contacts take various kinds of payment. Now there was the other matter. I needed to make sure she wasn't going to catch cold feet when I call him. My relationship with them was strained as it was, and I wouldn't like to strain it further. What else did Judith tell you? She told me that you're the one who can do it, that you can get to anyone. She told me about the lesser fee and the greater fee, and the stakes. You don't understand the stakes. That's the whole point. Are you sure you want to go through with this? I'm sure. I looked deep into her eyes, endless pits of hatred, the embers of resentment burning slowly, forged over years of agonizing, dehumanizing crawl on the grimy underbelly of the world. Her compassion fading away, eroding, voluntarily surrendered. Her incredible cold conviction chipping away at her humanity, all with a singular, all-encompassing purpose. To get here. I searched for a sign of hesitation and found none. So be it. I closed my eyes. It gets easier every time I do it. The material world fades away and I'm floating above the endless planes of the mind. The formless, colorless shapes stretch and bend. My mind exploring, searching, flying further, digging deeper, until I find him. Comes naturally, like pulling a thread that unwinds the cloth, or pulling a spring and letting it go. The energy contradicting and relaxing. Base reality comes rushing back like a tidal wave. When I open my eyes, he's sitting on the chair to my right. If the girl is surprised, she's not letting it show. Are you fucking serious? I just made it to the 5th layer. Wait to ruin the moment. The old man looked agitated, lip curling behind a white beard, hands crossed over his purple, gold-adorned robe. Sorry, Bridget. I'll make it worth your time. Don't give me that crap, Emma. You know I hate doing this. He leaned forward on the table, as if getting ready to leave. I knew he couldn't even if he wanted to. Not until we're done. Also, you don't get to talk to me like that. We're not friends. Fine. Let's get on with it then. I ignored the bitter taste in my mouth. You know why you're here. Maximoff, he said with disdain. Yes. Oh, how I wish I didn't have access to that fucker. Or that I didn't know you for that matter. He eyed the pile on the table, his distaste obvious. Where he's from, it represents everything vile and pathetic. You still think you can find that, huh? When are you going to realize that no amount of money in the world is going to help you? He's wrong, of course. A millennia of walking the circle meant that he wasn't exactly up to date on the goings-on in the material realm. Even if I didn't care for it, money can get you all kinds of information in the 21st century. It's just a matter of having enough of it. Besides, I was getting close. Really close. But I wasn't going to give him the satisfaction of debating my personal mission in front of my guest. So I stayed quiet. Did she ask you to do it? He gestured at the girl without averting his eyes from me. What about the other one? Did you ever check up on her? I didn't, of course. Following up on any of my clients would make doing what I do on a continued basis very hard. It's none of my business. He turned to my guest. Do you have any idea what you're messing with here, little girl? She looked at him defiantly. What is it, A broken heart? He studied her face intently. No, that's not it. Violence. He hurt you. And your family. You think he's untouchable. Unreachable. No one in this world is. And what is it you hope to accomplish with your petty revenge? This won't change anything. You know that? This isn't about revenge. The girl snarled. This is about justice. Justice? Vertjoublie scoffed. Trying to explain justice, or any of the higher concepts to you, would be akin to explaining the ultimate truth behind the golden ratio to a housefly. You need at least another 500 years to even begin to grasp it. He leaned forward towards the girl. You think you're tough? Because you fucked a few old men for money? Because you lied, cheated, stole, murdered? Let me tell you something. What you're wishing upon him, not even the most evil man on earth deserves. Neither do you deserve what's going to happen to you once you take the deal. His nostrils flared. Do you know why we can't tell you what the fee is? Because if we did, you wouldn't take it. That's the only way the contract can still exist. These are the rules we are bound by, and what I'll take from you is nothing compared to what Maximoff will take. One look at her face told me all I needed to know. Vertjoublie has been away from the material realm for too long. He lost some of the sensibilities that humans have. She didn't care that he's an otherworldly being from another plane of existence. To her, he's just another self-centered man, explaining to her why she shouldn't take revenge on another of his tribe. Not that it would matter if he wasn't. She was too far gone. The point of no return wasn't even a speck in the rearview mirror anymore. She turned to me, confidently meeting my gaze, as if telling me, if he doesn't want to do it, make him. Vertjoublie? I addressed him. But he wasn't going to let it go just yet. Kid, I'm going to give you one last chance. Walk away now. Forget about this. Go live out the rest of your life somewhere. You can still move on. Once I call him, there's no going back. But it was no use trying to convince her. He must have known that this was what was going to happen as soon as he materialized in this realm. That any attempt to talk her out of it would be futile. For a second, I thought I saw a flicker of deep, profound sadness in his eyes. A millennia in the circle should completely erase one's ability to feel any of the base emotions. But I guess old habits die hard. Don't say I didn't warn you. Vertjoublie didn't need any of the tricks I used to access the higher planes. In a moment, the chair to my left wasn't empty anymore. A figure sat there, clad in black, leathery robes, swaying without any wind, as if breathing in a grotesque imitation of a living thing. Deep scars covered his body, next to flesh, festering wounds, the unimaginable, terrible burden of residing in the 11th layer. His long black hair resting on scrawny shoulders, one eye permanently shut, the other a brilliant, boyish blue, quickly flickered from bird chat to me in brief acknowledgement. Can't make time for formalities when you live in a place where every day passes like 1,000 years. I thought to myself. His face, forever young, turned to the girl, but his voice betrayed his true age. He spoke, his raspy voice like 1,000 rattling bones, a leviathan from the deepest, darkest depths of the ocean, a cosmic supernova exploding into 1,000,000 galaxies. Say his name, and it will be done. And she did. 5 minutes later, they were gone. The girl took her empty backpack and left without a word, her expression betraying the same feeling they all arrive at in the end. The burning fires of hatred extinguished, the hot fuel that inspired years of struggle and anguish gone, leaving a hollowed void behind, the empty feeling of a purposeless existence. She will have another 24 hours before the piper is paid, and despite myself, I hope that she would use them well. Not that there's anything she could do now. Her fate is sealed, and so is the fate of the one who wronged her. I was just the emissary, as I will continue to be. Now you know. If so your heart desires, you will find me. When you open the door, I will be waiting for you, and you will have a chance to exact your justice, if you're willing to pay the price. Be prepared. My parents dragged me along to the square, even though I had repeatedly told them that there was no point in me going. They kept telling me that it was a once-in-a-lifetime experience and that I would regret it for the rest of my life if I missed out. I kept pointing out to them that I was completely deaf, so wouldn't be able to hear anything, but my mother promised she would translate everything for me. My mother hugged me after I agreed to stay and told me that she loved me. As the day progressed, I stood in the stifling heat and kept getting shoved about by people as they tried to get closer to the stage. My father offered to place me on his shoulders, but I declined as I was almost a teenager now. There was a change in the atmosphere in the crowd, and I glanced up onto the stage to see a bunch of high-ranking clergy on stage. As they began speaking, I looked over to my mother, but she was too entranced with what they were saying to translate for me. I glanced over my shoulder and noticed there were dozens of smiling children crowded around me. One of the children tried to ask me a question, but he was suddenly forced backwards as the crowd moved. I tried to spot him again, but couldn't see through the wall of people. There was a blinding light from the front of the stage, and I spun around to see the most beautiful woman I had ever seen walking forward. The clergymen looked confused for a second, but quickly composed themselves and stepped aside. The woman walked up to the microphone and glanced around at the hushed crowd that was awaiting her first words. I felt her eyes linger on me for a second, and a shiver of dread went down my spine for some reason. She finally opened her mouth and began to speak. It was at this moment that I felt a splatter of rain fall on my face and quickly wiped it off with my sleeve. A wave of confusion crossed my face as my sleeve was now all red. I looked up at my mom and was horrified to see that blood was pouring from her nose and eyes, but she had a weird look of contentment across her face. My father slowly slid to his knees with blood pouring out of all of his orifices. I turned around to ask for help, but was met by a sea of blood-smeared smiling faces. I stood there in shock as one by one they slowly collapsed to the floor. I felt a tap on my shoulder and slowly turned around. The woman stood there with a pleasant smile on her face and gave me a hug before turning around and disappearing into a white light. I stood all alone in the square surrounded by smiling corpses, and finally understood why God had never tried to communicate with us before. I have been to the well 3 times. On the first time, I was 6. I went with my dad. My father had been reared on the outdoors. He lived for it. Every chance he got, he was out backpacking, fishing, hunting, anything. It was an addiction for him, one that would eventually kill him. 20 years after this story, he was climbing up a waterfall when he slipped and fell to his death. But he died doing what he loved, and he aimed to instill that love onto me. As a result, from the moment I could walk, I had spent more time in the woods than indoors. On this occasion, we were camping, as we had done many times before, though never in this area of the woods. Though my father sought to teach me as much as he could about the outdoors, he realized a 6-year-old wouldn't be much help setting up a tent. He told me not to wander too far and set to work grappling with the tent, promising me we would have some cookies once he had finished. That naturally excited my young self, and I was practically giddy as I bounced around waiting for him to finish. After several repeats of, "Are you done yet?" and my dad's grunts becoming increasingly frustrated as the tent fought with him, he told me to go take a walk and come back in a few minutes. I headed off into the woods, listening to bird calls and trying to spot where they were coming from. After several minutes, I walked into a darker section of the woods. It was at that time where I noticed a peculiar smell emanating from somewhere nearby. It was the smell of baking cookies. Thinking my dad had finished, I excitedly ran off towards the smell, my young mind not comprehending my dad couldn't bake cookies in the woods, or that the smell was coming from the opposite direction of my camp. I ran for 2 or 3 minutes before coming to a stop in a small clearing. The first thing I noticed was how much darker the woods were. This, despite the fact that all the trees in the area were leafless, dead, and wilted. The ground was spongy. Water, or some other liquid, flowed up with every step I took, squashing the already wilted grass. Then I saw the well. It was sitting in the middle of a clearing, a small circle of stones rising up 2 or 3 feet. Various tree roots had dug themselves into the stones, as if trying to get at the water contained inside. Though the trees themselves had long since wilted and died, there was no roof or bucket attached. I realized that's where the smell of cookies were emanating from. I approached and peered over the edge of the stones. There was no water in the well, just a seemingly endless pit of blackness. I picked up a stone and dropped it in, and never heard it hit the bottom. Then as I watched, a liquid silently bubbled up from the depths and came to a stop mere inches from my face. It had the consistency of water, with a slightly cloudier appearance. I realized the liquid was the source of the smell of cookies. I stuck my face into the liquid and began to gulp it. The taste was indescribable. It tasted like cookies, along with candy and every other delicious item a 6-year-old could ever imagine. I knew at that moment I would never taste anything better than that liquid. I began gulping faster and faster, not even stopping to breathe. I couldn't imagine ever stopping. I wouldn't ever stop. I would stand here forever gulping down this delicious, heavenly, indescribable liquid from this well. My vision began to blur. My head became light. I kept on gulping the liquid. I felt something touch my shoulder. I ignored it, continued to aggressively gulp down the liquid. The touch turned to shaking. Something began pulling me away from the well. I kicked and screamed in protest, desperate not to be taken away from the liquid. I had to get more. I wanted more. I needed more. My eyes opened. I was sitting in the camp next to my dad, the tent finally up in one piece. My dad was holding a cookie out to me. "Here," he said. I took it and began nibbling it. It tasted nowhere as good as the liquid from the well. I looked out into the woods but realized the smell from the well was gone. On the second time, I was 18. I went with my best friend. We had just recently graduated high school, and to celebrate, we had gone for a week-long camping trip in the woods. Naturally, being the age we were, we brought along a fair amount of illicit substances, and spent more time that week high than sober. I mostly stuck to weed and some mushrooms. My friend was into stronger substances. While I had been high most of the week, I am fairly confident I was sober during this event. It was our last night before heading home, and I hadn't taken anything in the past few days, since it was my job to drive us home in the morning. My friend was tripping on who knows what, and was lost in some cocktail of drugs, just staring at the sky and giggling intermittently. Eventually I got sick of listening to him and decided to take a walk. The last rays of sunshine dipping below the horizon gave the woods an eerie, unnatural appearance. Shadows seemed to stretch and bend in every direction, giving the woods a wild and untamed appearance. It looked far different than the first time I had been here. Not that I would have remembered anyway. I had long since repressed my memories of the well, and it was only this encounter with it that would bring my memories back to my mind. At some point, I began to smell something indescribable. I truly have no words for it. It wasn't like the baking cookies from the last time, something much more ethereal, but just as unimaginably attractive. I followed the smell into the same clearing as before, and there the well was, sitting just as it had been. The smell continued to draw me in closer. At that point I noticed something strange. There was the skeleton of a deer, laying next to the well. It had its head down into the well, as if it had died while drinking from it. I suspect it did. Littered around it were several rotting carcasses of wolves, having been drawn to the well by the deer. Something in the corners of my mind, alarm bells went off, and I was overcome with the most overpowering sense of deja vu. But the smell was too overwhelming. I looked down into the well. The water, or some other liquid, silently rose towards me. It had the same milky quality it had before, but the smell had changed. Without a moment of hesitation, I dunked my head in and began to inhale as much liquid as I could. It was just as amazing as I remembered, maybe even better. I began scooping water into my hands so I wouldn't have to stop when I lifted my head to breathe. I drank and drank, desperate to get more of this indescribable heavenly substance into my mouth. I began to clamber into the well, desperate to bathe in the liquid, to absorb it through every pore in my body. My head became light, my vision blurred. The slurred speech of my roommate stirred me as he shook my shoulder. Though his days of semi-conscious words, he told me it was time to get to bed. I found myself back at the tent, and we headed into our sleeping bags. I didn't sleep at all that night. I was too focused on the well. My memories of the encounter when I was 6 came back. I was filled with a desperate sense to go back and drink from it once more. But something told me it was a bad idea, and I managed to resist the temptation. We packed up and left in the morning. After that summer, I moved away for college. My best friend stayed in town for his school. Over the years, his drug problem became worse, and when we were both juniors, he died of an overdose. I went back home for the funeral, then left again. I stayed away for many years, until finally love and circumstance brought me back home, back to the well. On the third time, I was 40. I went with my wife. The well was calling out to me. I sensed it from the moment I entered those woods. My wife had never heard my encounter with the well, and seemed unaffected by the smell. The smell was different again, but still indescribable. Absolutely irresistible. It seemed to pour from every orifice and tree within the forest, As soon as we finished setting up our tent, I told my wife I was going on a walk. She plopped herself into a lawn chair, lit up a cigarette, and told me to have fun. I walked with purpose. I didn't know where I was going, but I did know the well would lead me to itself. The contagion from the well seemed to have spread. A much larger area of sodden ground and dead trees. The influence of the well was growing. I rounded a corner, and there it was. The extraordinary liquid just waiting for me to take a taste. The deer skeleton was gone. There was a man there, and he was alive. His back was towards me, and he didn't seem to notice me as I approached. He was on his knees, head inside the well. I heard him lapping from the liquid like a dog. I walked up to him and tried to get his attention. He ignored me. I shook his shoulder. He shook me off and continued drinking. Finally, I wrenched him from the well and made him face me. His pupils were gone. In their place were just pure white orbs that seemed to function as eyes. He was emaciated. His skin was pulled tight over his thin body. His stomach was bloated, though it only contained liquid. No food whatsoever. He seemed to be only days away from starvation. His legs appeared to just be useless appendages. He had been kneeling for so long. His jaw hung open. He seemed to be unable to close it. I let out a yelp and jumped back. The man regarded me for a moment with his white, orb-like eyes. Then he turned and resumed his lapping from the well. I turned and ran until I collapsed at the feet of my wife. She asked me what was wrong. I told her I just saw a bear. We packed up the tent and moved to a different spot in the woods. I swore then I would never return to that well. For 20 years, I was able to keep that promise. But then my wife died of lung cancer. I felt the well calling to me once again, and I was too overwhelmed with grief to resist. On the fourth time, I am 60. I go alone. The forest is dying. The well's infection is only spreading faster as it goes on. Every dead tree, every animal carcass, from everything in those woods pours the smell of the well. The smell is indescribable, but it seems to smell like peace. I want peace. At least the illusion of peace. I need to move on, but I know the well does not help with that. It is the well of wants. It gives you what you want, not what you need. And now all I want is to dunk my head into that heavenly well and never ever lift it again. That is exactly what I plan to do. My parents decided to bring us to a rented cabin my rich grandparents owned. It was in the middle of nowhere, Kentucky. We didn't even live in Kentucky, but my dad specifically wanted to be reminded of a time of his childhood. On the way there, telling us extravagant stories about building snowmen, playing hide and seek, shooting water guns by the river that is currently frozen over. The place was pretty, but I still didn't want to be there. I would much rather be in my pretty candlelit bedroom at home in Detroit. Instead, I find myself in the middle of the woods, with buffering cell service and a creepy feeling lingering off the woods. My younger brother, Benny, looked pleased. An opportunity upon him to destroy more property. My older brother, Baron, annoyed. Not wanting to be away from his gaming set for even a second. My dad ecstatic about reliving his memories. My mom trying to be happy for my father, but wary never having been to Kentucky. The day went normal. We all went our own ways. Benny, exploring. Baron, watching VHS tapes in the den. My dad constantly trying to get us to build snowmen, but being blown off. He cooked a nice meal with his childhood favorites. Turkey, baked potatoes, green beans, gravy, rolls, and a big Sunday bar. It was a rare occasion, my family actually taking time out of their lives to come together. Something they hadn't done since I was a toddler. I woke up that night to growling, a sound I once heard in a specific movie I couldn't remember. I sat in the corner of my cot against the wall, terrified of unknown dangers that lurked in the darkness outside. My father was shouting from another room, yelling my mom's first name and yelling to Benny to step back. I sat shaking until everyone stopped shouting. The growling stopped, bringing the house silent. I sat in my corner of the tiny cot, my blanket wrapped around me. I grabbed my phone and checked the time to see it was 1 a.m. I heard creaking and soft whispers as it seems everyone returned to their rooms. I sat for a while before falling to sleep in an uncomfortable, upright position. The next morning, it's as if nothing had happened. Nobody says anything, not even my usually chipper younger brother Benny. In fact, he didn't say anything. It unnerved me, but I figured he got a spanking last night. But it didn't explain the growling. Today, we built some snowmen. Nobody sang a word. As if last night had put strain on our behavior. And it had. We cooked a nice meal. Together. I wanted to enjoy the rare family time, but it was hard to enjoy when Benny looked like he swallowed a thumbtack. The next morning, I woke up in the same way. Loud thrashing noises followed this time. Yelling, stomping, scratching. Benny screams. A high-pitched scream, one I can only describe as terror, and I hear a large splatter, like someone had dropped a gallon of water and spilled it on the garage floor. Silence. Benny begins to cry softly. I wanted to check on my baby brother, but I was terrified. Terrified of what sounded like an animal, and somehow terrified of my family. The next morning, Benny has red, puffy eyes at the table. My father gluing on his "God, I hate soccer" game smile at us as he flips a pancake, burned on one side. Baron looks as equally terrified. Your mother had to go back home to take care of some things. She'll be back soon enough. My father assured us, giving us every last crumb of burnt pancake mix. Instead of waking up to growling, I wake up to Benny shaking me awake, crying, getting me wet with something I had thought was his tears. "Mommy and Daddy," he said through tears. He plowed into my arms. I rubbed his hair, the tears in his curls. I turned the lamp on, not to see curls, but blood tangled into his hair. Clots of blood, even what looked like a chunk of skin. I looked at him in horror, as he shakily, in his 6-year-old vocabulary, told me what the fuck happened. The next morning I was tired. I had stayed up all night washing blood out of Benny's hair, trying to get the mats out, with the help of my older brother, who was shaken, more so than Benny, but tried not to show it. Benny took a nap on the couch, his head in my lap, his curls freshly restored as if there had not been blood, and what I had discovered was a sharp tooth. Baron had called the rangers in the area. No help could be sent, not until the blizzard cleared out. A very, very rare occurrence for Kentucky. Baron makes some hot chocolate and cookies for me and Benny. How could he stay so calm and collected? It's obvious he had witnessed the same gruesome incident my brother had those 2 nights. First my mother, then my father. He was 17, yeah, but still not being able to show how fucking scary it is. My 15-year-old head ran all over the place, hoping it was an elaborate prank, knowing it truly wasn't. all the blood. A sight Benny and I never forgot. We all reluctantly went to sleep that night, cuddling close on the couch. 1 a.m. comes. The shadow on the wall, one I recognized to be my brother. His mouth retracted as I bounced up. He growled. Oh my fucking god. I pulled Benny close to me. I had no idea what to do. What had my brother become? Before I knew it, I had somehow grabbed my brother and booked it to the car. Unprepared, barely having a permit, never having driven through such harsh snow conditions. I still turned on the engine, the key left in the hole, putting the car into drive and speeding off the edge of the road by the cabin. I sped for so long, what felt like hours. Benny crying in his blanket. I drove through tears, a sharp pain in my stomach, blinking the tears away. I made it to the next small city, somehow making my way to an impressive small-town police station. I never saw Baron again, scared of him, what he was, what he still is. The police say he was just a child full of rage, a fucking Ted Bundy, they called him. He was sentenced to a high maximum security prison for life, no parole. I still have a feeling in my gut, a year later, that the police got the wrong brother.